Γέλα, και που είστε. Κουίζι, χοντροπαλάς και βίνο, fucking win. Μαλάκα πως είναι ο κουίζι έτσι. Παναγία μου, τι κάνουμε chat, what's up. Όλοι like μου νόπανα ούτε 100 likes και δεν μαλάκα στα 200 likes εμφανιστώ, ορκίζομαι ρε. 200 likes και εμφανίζομαι, ίσως εμφανιστώ, ίσως. Πού είσαι Ντάνιελ, τι κάνουμε, γεια σου Κρόκτεο, καλησπέρα Κόνς, τι κάνουμε, πού είσαι Ένιγμα, γεια σου Γιώργος. Γιατί πας κάμερα ρε, 103 likes, πω μαλάκα. Fucking down for Rangers, baby. Let's fucking go. Κάτσε. Άντε, δεν βάζω κάμερα. Πλάκα. Give me some time. Έλα και που είστε. Έλα, George, τι κάνουμε. Τσίλι γουινάρει ο FSO σήμερα. Δεν ξέρω, bro, δεν ξέρω. Αποκλείται να γουινάρει. Δεν νομίζω. Παίζει και ο Ολυμπιακός Άγης σήμερα, της πουτάνας. Έβαλε γκολ ο Ολυμπιακός και τα ακύρωσαν. Offside, κάτι τέτοια είδα. Έχει World Cup σήμερα, ναι, σήμερα είναι η μέρα η οποία θα γίνει και το announcement σε εισαγωγικά. Οπότε είναι κάτι καλό ρε φίλε. Μπρο, αν πάρει win off σου στέλνεις, ξέρεις τι αντί 500 ευρώ. Όχι άμα πάρει win, άμα νικήσει το FNCS. Συλλογής ψεύδο το σηκώσει. Κανας Thomas HD, όχι, ναι, μπορεί Thomas HD. Μπορεί quiz, βίνο και μπορεί και κανένας Κινέζος, chat. Χθες τι έγινε τελικά, χθες ρε μαλάκες τίποτα, χαλαρά πράγματα. Κάτσε να βάζω μια στοράκι. Οκ. Είδες Twitter Aqua. Νομίζω, ρε γενικά ο Aqua στην πούτσα του και που παίζει δηλαδή. Κάτσε. Μαλάκα 40.000 ο 8ος. What the fuck. Μαλάκα παίρνουν πολλά λεφτά, chat. 200.000, 100.000 each η πρώτη και το τρόφι το Σβαρόφσκι. Το Σβαρόφσκι δεν ξέρω πώς θα το χωρίσουν στα δύο ρε φίλε. Για να δούμε. Ανεβάσαμε και story, πω. Σύλληδες τι έγινε με τον Peter Bot, τον ρώτησαν who is the best player και είπε myself και το FN ανέβασε στο Twitter αυτό ότι όλοι στέλναν σκρίσο ότι είναι τελευταίος XD. Focus, ο Peter Bot είναι πάρα πολύ καλός online παίχτης που σημαίνει ότι για να βγαίνετε, βασικά όχι πολύ καλός. Το φαβορί ήταν σε εισαγωγικά ο Peter Bot. Για μένα ρε φίλε πιστεύω πως ψιλοτσιτάρει. Του ήρθε ποτέ ξανά μέσα στην εβδομάδα και είμαι σίγουρα bro. Μέσα στην εβδομάδα όταν δεν έχουμε κάτι να κάνουμε. Δεν ξέρω όμως αν ανοίγω Twitch ή τρόβο ρε φίλε. Πού να ανοίγουμε πιο καλά. Για κάνα like και τέτοια, κάνα Warzone. I don't know. Όπου μας καμπλώσει chat. Σαν γνώμη για τον γάτο μου. Αυτός είναι χοντρός. Σου έχω άσχημα νέα για next season FNCS solo. Αποκλείεται. Τρολάρουνε. Αν είναι solo FNCS παίζει το hype που να ήταν στον Θεό πάνω έτσι, ανεβασμένο να πέσει έτσι. Αλλά έχουν καιρό να κάνουν και solo FNCS. Βασικά όχι ρε φίλε, αποκλείεται να κάνουν solo FNCS. Γιατί solo FNCS κάνανε solo FNCS, solo Grand Royale, All Stars, solo Invitational, στα πάντα όλα. Meow is back με το member. Μάγκες, πάρτε όλοι παράδειγμα το Meow is back. Μεμπεράκι χαλαρό, σαπορτάει το κανάλι, Γενικά, βλέπετε, κύριος. Πρέπει να φτάσουμε τα 5 members σήμερα. Πρώτον. Και δεύτερον, βλέπετε έναν αγαπημένο streamer τέλος πάντων, το ένα το άλλο κάθε μέρα. Το λιγότερο που μπορείτε να κάνετε είναι ένα μεμπεράκι 1,99 το λιγότερο για να σαπορτάρετε τη δουλειά του άλλου. Τώρα αν είμαι εγώ αγαπημένος σας ή ο Πάνος Den Games ή ο It's Only Skills ή ο Μιάου ή ο Bad Karma ή ο Τσιμπούκης, κάντε στο Τσιμπούκι, καταλάβες. Βάλεις στο Twitch φωνή. Τι να ακούω ρε μαλάκα. Εν τω μεταξύ μαλάκα ο Μπούγκα και ο Κλίξ εκεί μέσα μαζί με το Mr. Savage και άλλον έναν έχουν τα πιο πολλά λεφτά. Μια back θα σε κάνω ads. Πότε, Τετάρτη που παίζω Fortnite. Τετάρτη λίγα. Ένα στάμπου τι κάνουμε αδερφέ. Και ο Tayson μαζί τσίλι. Α, ναι, και ο Tayson ισχύει. Και ο Tayson. Είναι και ο Tayson. Γενικά είναι πάρα πολύ ρε. Σάββατο τον Μπούτσο, όχι εντάξει, καλώς με Σάββατο, μιλάμε μαλάκες. Δείτε εδώ τον Thomas HD ρε μαλάκα πως είναι. Ο Tripper είναι εντάξει, είναι ok παιδί. Τον έχω δει και από κοντά τον Tripper αυτόν εδώ πέρα. Γενικά βασικά τους περισσότερους τους έχω δει από κοντά. Ο πιο normal άνθρωπος ήταν ο Tripper, χωρίς μαλακίες. Εν τω μεταξύ μαλάκα πάλι ο Motor πήγε σε event ρε φίλε. Απλά να το δει έτσι χαλαρός. Απίστευτος. Μαλάκα, τρώει το μάτι μου. Ο χοντρός ο Motor, πήγαμε για gym με τον Motor στη Γερμανία. Μαλάκα με τρώει το μάτι μου, μου το σώει. Ο Tayson έχει μαλάκα ένα μίλι στο EU και στα υπόλοιπα region έχει πάνω από 500 κάμπα. Focus, εντάξει, τώρα μαζί με τα tax και τα λοιπά είναι φιλοκατάλαβες. Λες παιδιά γαμό. Να, ο Tripper είναι το πιο κομπλέ, να ξέρεις, αυτός εδώ πέρα ο συγκεκριμένος. Ο Νίκα θα δει τι σώμα έκανε ρε, ο Πούστης. Έκανε γενικά γυμναστήρια αυτός ρε μαλακά από παλιά. Δεν έχουμε sound. Oh fuck, μαλάκα τόση ώρα δεν ακούτε τίποτα ρε. Μαλάκες εσείς ρε, πείτε μου ρε μαλάκα, δεν ακούμε τίποτα ρε τσίλι.
We're mostly focused on our game, but I don't know, we look like if we see in the kill feed someone is like doing good to shoot at them or whatever, yeah.
Excellent. Well, it's looking very good right now. Trippin and Thomas HD.
Εγώ ρε μαλάκες, εμένα μου λέγατε δυνάμωσε ξέρω εγώ, φάση το είχα έχω ήδη χαμηλά το συγκεκριμένο. Και λέει φίλε λέω εντάξει θέλω να το δυναμώσουν ρε φίλε λίγα. Σε 15 λεπτά ξεκινάει το πρώτο μάτς.
How can we slow them down? What can we do to ensure they're not just walking away winners or
έβαψε και το ίδιο τον αληθινό αυτό εδώ πέρα ρε.
Refreshes or whatever. They're trying to say no, we want to affect the game. We want to make sure we can stop whatever they're trying to accomplish.
That's what you have to do when you're at this level of Fortnite competitive, right? They drop in the south side of Rave Cave, and there's so many duos around them that they have to pay attention to the feed. They have to pay attention to what's happening around them so they can adapt and act quickly on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
15 λεπτά για να δούμε πρώτο game γάμος.
Is the key to it all. Let's talk about our duo in third place, SETI in its camp. Long-time competitive veterans coming out of the EU region. Recently, they took home the dream back, right? It was a solo competition. They came in first and second. The two best players now back at it again. They win game one. They start the competition strong. They win game 6. They end day one strong. What can we expect from them coming in?
Look, we talked about Thomas and Tripper being consistent, but when you ask me about consistency, I think of this Polish duo, SETI and Cami. It's the 7th time they've competed together, so they have
δεν υπάρχει Discord ρε. Βαριέμαι, δεν θα δω, δεν έχει
every
leaks.
final they've competed together in. This
Έχει
is a
announcement σήμερα.
consistent duo, but
Δεν
what I
πάνε να
find
έχουν κάνει
most
leak.
interesting is that 5%
Άντα
of
πάλεγα
their
με τα leaks
eliminations
σας.
come from
Τα
the
leak έχουν
first to the
καταστρέψει το
third
hype
zone.
μαγκές, να
Only
ξέρετε.
5%, meaning a
Όπως
majority of
βγήκαν
their
το
elims is
Reckless,
all
πέφτουν
in that
τα
late
Reckless.
game. They play safe and they play for the long run.
Yeah, they definitely do. And what's interesting about the way they played yesterday, it was completely different to what they've been doing for the whole season. We were looking at some of their Elite Cup plays and some of their Elite Cup sort of finals performances. And what we were noticing was, or what I was noticing was that they were going down a lot in that first moving zone. They haven't actually done that today. They've actually solved that problem by staying back in the storm a little bit, fighting it out. And of course, that does come with some risk. What I've noticed about yesterday's games is they either had a really, really solid end game, or they went down into about 32nd, 34th, one of those places. So when you are fighting in the backside of that zone and you're latest rotating in, all of the other players are looking at you, and that's where their problems are at the moment. So although they're solving the problem of going down early, they're kind of solving it with some of the stuff.
Right, well, hey, we got Adam saying bye. Let's check in with Cami and Seti right now.
Thanks very much, Zeke. Yes, indeed, I have Cami and Seti here, everyone. It was a great end to the day yesterday with that Game 6 Victory Royale. Talking about last night and preparation, what did you guys do yesterday when you got back amongst yourselves? Did you kind of prepare for this game? Reviewing, what did you do?
How we rotated and everything, and then I'm just focusing on today.
We saw some great rotates yesterday, the shield bubble on the boats being one of them. Seti, last night, rumor has it, a lot of the players were watching VODs of you guys and how you do rotate. How do you feel then that other players are watching you guys for tips on how they're going to progress in this competition?
For me, it doesn't matter because they're not going to be able to do what we do because of the position.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, Cami could be FNC's Invitational Champions later. 6 games will determine that. Let's go back to you.
You gotta love that focus. That was all right coming in saying we know what we're gonna do. They can respect the rest of the competition and how the rest of the competition.
Ήταν hype, αλλά εντάξει μας γράψαν το hype στα 15 λεπτά Q's. Λες και μας έχουμε φάει πάνω στο LOL.
So many pros and defensive winners, World Cup winners.
Είχα μιλήσει λίγο το live από το World Cup, δεν ακούγεσαι πολύ εσύ.
It's just exciting that we're playing and all the players will be near us.
And being able to walk around the lobby of our hotel room and just see so many people I used to look up to. And now they're my competition.
Πείτε ρε, έτσι είχαν announcement το Ford, ράξει το Ford αδερφέ. Το Ford θα κάνει το τέτοιο.
Pretty impressive that he's going to be competing all the way from
Κάνουν announcement νομίζω τι θα είναι το επόμενο season ρε φίλε. Αν είναι World Cup, αν είναι αλλαγή season. Δεν ξέρω στο που θα κάνουν αλήθεια. Μακάρι να κάνουν announce κάτι εξωφρενικό. Δείτε το Παντεάρι. Το γουρουνάκι θα σαν την Πέπα.
The way that he's playing the game really inspired me. I was about to quit.
Που chill τετσίνον.
Convinced me not to, so I wouldn't be.
Season theme, μία καλή. Το κλείξαμε τίποτα χθες, τίποτα, αρχίδια μου. Μαλάκα έχει πεθάνει ο Κορέας Παντεάλ. Ποιος ξέρεις θα το πάρει, θα το πάρει. Είπαμε, Thomas HD με Tripern. Ο Μαλάκας ο Quizzy με το Vino. Δεν μπορώ να σκεφτώ άλλος.
Really excited to get up against Mera and Buga. I think this is the best duo.
Μετά στην πούτσα του ρε, άμα βγάζει τα λεφτά του. Έλα, περιμένετε μάγκες να διώξει λίγο το κάτω πια. Έλα, ξέρω ότι να πεις best, καταλαβαίνω. Ξέρω ότι να πεις best.
If I was to do it with someone outside the region, I'd probably choose Devin well because he's the most complete player, I think.
The only other player from another region I'd want to do is probably Tayson. I like his game.
Και Σέτι με Κάμι, ναι, και Σέτι με Κάμι είναι δυνατή.
I was going to do it with anyone from any region. I think it would definitely be Venno.
Agreed, yeah. He's got really good...
Τσάτ, Ολυμπιακός ΑΕΚ πόσο είναι το σκορ?
I think if I had to pick someone from a smaller region to do
Ολυμπιακός ΑΕΚ. Και όσοι μπαίνετε πατάτε like, μάγκες, like, don't forget.
A good person to look forward to playing in the
0-0, οκ.
Roban, Rox.
0-0 γιατί μαλάκες είχα παίξει στοίχημα. Δεν θα πω ποια ομάδα να νικήσει, αλλά εντάξει, thank God το έχασα από το πρώτο μάτς. Δεν ξαναπαίζω στοίχημα ποτέ στη ζωή μου. Έχω παίξει μόνο το παγκόσμιο, το Mundial και κάτι άλλο, ένα ακραίο στοίχημα. Άμα νικήσω στο Mundial είναι σπίτια. Και μη τρελάθηκα μαλάκα, το καταλαβαίνεις. Άνοιξα εκεί πέρα ένα account στη στοίχημα. Και ρε μαλάκα μου έδωσε ένα free bet. Και για κάποιο λόγο τρελάθηκα με το free bet. Όχι, όχι, Πέπα, 5 ευρώ έχω ακόμα στην κάρτα. 5 ευρώ σίγουρα στην κάρτα. Μην αγχώνεσαι. Ποιος είναι πρώτος μέχρι στιγμής? Πρώτος μέχρι στιγμής είναι ο μαλάκας ο Vino με τον Quizzy νομίζω. Εγώ λέω ΑΕΚ Ολυμπιακός 2-1. Μαλάκα Γιώργο, αν μου πούνε 3 γκολ στο δεύτερο ημίχρονο έτσι πως τα λες, άστο. Good night. Το νόμο για τη Ρώμα, Βλαντιμιράκος, όποιος είναι Ρώμα
fight each
οι
other
οπαδοί
once
της
yesterday.
Ρώμα
6 matches
και
and
γενικά αυτή η
neither
ομάδα
one
η Ρώμα
ended up getting eliminated
να
off the start. But what did end up happening
και
is
γενικά
that
όλοι
Peak and Anas were the duo that had the most time inside of the storm at 14 minutes in day 1.
Yeah, they did, and I think the big reason for that is Clix and Duke, they're not interested in fighting, they're not interested at all. They are just getting
Γαμώ ρε τους μαλάκες ρε φίλε, το αργούν πολύ. Ποιος δεν θα κερδίσει το World Cup? Ποιος δεν θες να κερδίσει το World Cup? Δεν έχω κάποιο μίσος μαγκές, όποιος θέλει να το κερδίσει, όποιος είναι ο καλύτερος.
And then the other 3 games weren't so great, whereas you look at Pink and Anas, those guys have been really, really consistent. Not necessarily...
Δηλαδή Μιράκος Klein Mine ρε φίλε, δεν ξάσχολο μέχρι το Μουντιάλ μπρο, πάνε να γαμηθούνε. Αγγλικές ομάδες χάνουν από σκατά. Η City, η top ομάδα, fucking millionaires, εκατομμυριούχη ομάδα, Κουμπανί, 5-1 την Manchester United, φαβορή για το Champions League κτλ. Χάνει από την... από χωριό. Ποια έχει χάσει το... Άσε και σήμερα και τον Brighton μου γάμισε το σπίτι. Τα γάμισε όλους τους Αγγλίους, μάλλον αλήθεια. Θα γαμηθεί όλη η Αγγλία, δεν κάνω πλάκα. Δεν είναι να παίζεις Αγγλία, αλήθεια. Premier League δεν είναι να παίζεις. Ούτε EFL Premier League έξω. Μπούλο. Είδες από ποια ομάδα χάσε η City, μαλάκα δεν θυμάμαι καν το όνομα, χωριό ήταν σίγουρα. Η ομάδα που έχασε με η City ήταν κοντά στο fodder της BAM FC. Ο Μύριο έβλεπε τα βυζιά αυτινής χθες, το ανέβασε στο Twitter και έλεγε ότι ψάχνει το λάθος μέρος για search. Μπρο, μόνο Ιταλικό πρωτάθλημα, τίποτα άλλο. Το Ιταλικό εκτός από τη Ρώμα. Να πάει να γαμηθεί η Ρώμα. Ισχύει ότι έχω παίξει Ιταλία, μαλάκα τα έχω πιάσει, δηλαδή Μιράκος, γάμω το σπίτι μου γάμω. Καλά, Ελλάδα μην μιλήσω, εντάξει. Κάνα ΠΑΟΚ να παίζεται εκεί πέρα κτλ. Παναθηναϊκό να νικάει. Αυτά, that's it. Και υποστηρίζω το FNCS. EU ρε φίλε, ένας EU δεν με νοιάζει. Ας το πάρει οποιοσδήποτε. Άντε και ο King, αλλά δεν πάει καλά.
Winning 3 off-spawn engagements, but if we look at the leaderboard, Mr. Savage and iDrop are a bit higher.
Yeah, 14 places or 14 points.
La Liga Barça παίξει easy money. Η Barça είναι η πιο μικρή ομάδα αυτή τη στιγμή που υπάρχει στην Ευρώπη.
Who's going to be winning the off-spawn fight? Mr. Savage and iDrop, when they do make it off-spawn, they do seem to be a little bit more confident on their surge.
Στην Ισπανία μπορεί να είναι τις μεγαλύτερες.
Clutching up so well yesterday, but I think that when they're 50-50 in that main building, we see Backer and On1 on top in that engagement.
Ο Έθε Sony πρέπει να... Τι EU και μαλακίες, γνώμη για μαλλί Savage. Πού θα το ρε. Όχι, Βάψε το έχει κάνει έτσι, το έχει κάνει ονόστιμο. Βάψε φυλάει από πατέρα βίνο. Πας και ισχύει μαλακα, ο Πίτερ Μποτ τσιτάρει 1000%. Είμαστε με την ομάδα που νικάζει στο στοίχημα, αυτό ακριβώς μου εκεί. Δεν έχει καμία ομάδα, μπρο. Είμαστε ό,τι παίζουμε. Παίξε να κερδίσει η Bayern και η Real στο Τσούλου. Ανδρέας είσαι σοβαρός, δεν μαλάκα.
Well, iDrop died, so I was just trying to make the best out of the situation, and I managed to find like 2-3 eliminations, so it worked out pretty well.
Ο Clix πώς θα πάει? Ο Clix νομίζω πάει καλύτερα από τους περισσότερους. Σε 5 λεπτά ξεκινάει το show, μαγκές.
We pulled a good zone, we got a lot of tags on people, got a lot of surge, and we went 10 game with good loot, and we played the game out.
I love it. Thank you guys so much for joining me in this interview. Good luck in your 6 games, and we're going to head on back to the desk.
They're ready, man. They are ready to start the competition, and we'll get there in just a moment. What I want to do is take a quick second here to kind of talk about what we're hoping to see coming into today's games. I think for me, I'm really looking forward to Zago and Meram, bright champions out of the Asia region. We saw them just come out swinging yesterday, and then after that kind of halfway point, they kind of fell off.
Είναι όντως live μαλακία, ναι live είναι. Και 50 ξεκινάει το πρώτο game. Να είσαι 4 λεπτά. Εντάξει, 9.30 θα ξεκινήσω, δεν την αλλάζει, σε 9.30 ξεκινήσω.
We talked about our top 3 duos, but in the 4th place, NAE's duo Acorn.
Για σε κάτι στην Ασία. Το μόνο κακό είναι... Το μόνο κακό είναι ότι τα finals είναι μέρα Κυριακή γιατί θα μπορούσαν πολλοί να κάτσουν μέχρι αργά λόγω του σχολείου. Μετά και χθες αυτό έγινε ρε φίλε, μου κάνεις. Το βράδυ μαλάκα είχαμε 150 άτομα ρε φίλε. Δηλαδή, στην αρχή ξέρω εγώ full hype ποιος θα πάρει το game το ένα τ' άλλο. Και μετά βλέπουμε ένα Q-time μαλάκα μισή ώρα ρε φίλε, πλάς 40 λεπτά περιμένω. Να μισέ με ρε μαλάκα. Έλα σμέρφη, πού είσαι ρε μαλάκα. Θυμάμαι ότι έπαιζε με control. Μέχρι τι ώρα παίζουνε μαλάκα, αν το κρατήσουνε πάλι μέχρι τις 2 η ώρα. Εγώ θα κάνω stream μέχρι τις 12 να ξέρετε. Δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση που παίξουν πάνω από τις 2 η ώρα. Δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση. Ούτε μία στο εκατομμύριο. Και έχετε σχολείο αύριο, γαμίστα. Έλα Πέπα. Τι έπαθες μαλάκα τότε. Ναι, σύμπλη, χθες καθόμασταν μέχρι τις 2 η ώρα μπρο. Όπα ρε. Έλα αδερφέ κάτι να φας ή να πας για κούρεμα. Πέφασαν τα 10... Μαλάκα, Πέπα δεν το είδα ρε μαλάκα. Γι' αυτό που το λέει. Ευχαριστώ πολύ ρε brother μου. Θα τα παίξω στη δίκη και πλάι. Ευχαριστώ μπρο μου. Πάρτε παράδειγμα από Πέπα PayPal. Μάγκες, όποιος θέλει donation πάμε PayPal. Θαυμαστικό PayPal chilies, you already know what's up. Κάναμε μπεράκι στο YouTube. Εκεί τα υπόλοιπα ό,τι θέλετε PayPal. Άμα θέλετε κάποιος να κάνει το οποιοδήποτε donation. Ευχαριστώ. Ο Ολυμπιακός πριν έβαλε γκολ, αλλά το ακύρωσαν στην πούτσα μας. Δεν παίζεις σε τσίλι, πώς άντεξες μία ώρα για κάθε game. Κόψεις πλέον, δεν σου ξαναστέλνω τώρα που έφτιαξες λογαριασμό στη Σίχημαν για να παίζεις. Μαλάκα δεν με... Γιώργο μου την κλείνουνε μπρο. Δεν με δέχονται ρε, δεν μου το κάνουνε verify. Και ξαναβάζω λεφτά. Τσίλι στη Ρόδο αύριο είναι γιορτή και δεν έχουμε σχολείο. Ναι ρε, καταλαβαίνω. Check DM Τσίλι, Βραντιμιράκος, με έχεις κόψει τώρα σε περίεργη φάση. Δεν μπορώ να το DM στο Discord, ούτε να το DM γενικά. Αν θες κανένα Instagramάκι, καλώς. Θες ποιος πήρε τα game και μόνο να στείλει ένα ρε. Έχεις συναντήσει ποτέ φαν στη Ρόδο, ναι, φάσκε. Καταρχάς μου χρωστάτε ένα λογαριασμό στη στοίχημα. Δεν φταίω εγώ μαλάκα, αλήθεια. Τα μηνύματα τα έγραφα μιάου ξεκάθαρα. Τσίλι έγραφα τετράωρο. Θα παίξει καθόλου. Φαν no mercy, τα έχει πιέσει.
Match just to get the third zone. Look, they did have rifts. It might have helped out a little bit, but I'm curious to see how all these duos adapt
to a
whole new day of zones.
They want a game though. They
Savas games κάνω add μόνο members. Πράσινους. Όσοι είναι πράσινοι τους κάνω. Τσίλι έκλασα. Τι μυρίζει, Ζήτρο. Μυρίζει φασόλια ρε. Εγώ χαλαρά 7 ώρες στο μαλάκα με τις 2. 7 ώρες γαμάει 7 ώρες. Τις πρώτες 3 ώρες δεν πας σχολείο, μετά πας σχολείο. Πρώτες 2 ώρες τουλάχιστον για καφέ. Τουλάχιστον για καφέ. Μην κλείσεις ρε. Τζάκης ο σοβαρός ρε, έχεις αρρωστήσει, τι λες. Όχι σκατήλα σκέτη. Πω μαλάκα. Κάτσε μύρισε την εδώ ρε και φάτα κιόλας, άμα θες. Γιάννη κάτι του είχες δώσει εκείνη τη μέρα μαλάκα. Μπρο Πέπα, ο Γιάννης εκείνη τη μέρα ήταν ξέρω. Τα έχει πάθει όλα ρε. Πάω ιδιωτικό ξυπνάω 6.30 και γυρνάω 3.30, what do you mean. Εντάξει, ιδιωτικό δεν μετράει, George. Ειδικά στις Πανελλήνιες μπρο θα πηγαίνεις καν σχολείο, οπότε μην μιλείς μαλάκα. Μέρα στο αρχίζομαι στο σχολείο μου, στην κατάληψη που κάναμε σπάσανε όλα τα τζάμια και τα φρανία και τις καρέκλες και βάλανε φωτιά στο Κροάτ. Κάτσε ρε μαλάκα, τι είστε εσείς ρε μαλάκα, hooligans. Τι στον μπούτσο μου λέτε τώρα, 18 χρόνια παλικάρια που βάζετε φωτιές, τι είναι αυτό. Του λένε πρέπει να κάνουμε Webex. Webex, τον Νοέμβριο, γαμάει, τι καλά. Top G κάρε add me και... Κάρε, όταν μπω στο Fortnite θα μπεις να μου πεις μαλάκα Τσίλι, κάνε με add. Τι γίνεται ρε. Announcement. Κάνε τώρα το announcement σιγάμ. Τι γίνεται τσάτ. Α. Για να δούμε. Φούτσες. Τι θα δεις, το ψυγείο, όνομα username ψυγείο, με ρωτάει τι θα δεις άμα σηκώσεις το ράσο ενός παπά. Νέα skins. Μία μπόμπα γίνεται να πέσει από... Όπα ρε σκεφτείτε. Καλησπέρα Jim Double, τι κάνουμε. Πες μου ότι θα μπουν δύο πάλι ρε μαλάκα. Δεν ξέρω bro.
Absolutely amazing. I'm Kelly Ling. This is Adam Savage, and guys, this is the
Μαλάκα,
final day of the FNCS Invitational. 50 of the best duos from around the world representing seven regions.
Θα είχα πάρει
duking it
μαζί
out
μου
for the lion's share of $1
5-10 από chat εμπειρούς,
million. First
δυνατούς,
place, walking
έτοιμους για
away
μάχη για όλο, τα πάντα, με
$1,000. But not just that, they're fighting for the pride and the bragging rights, and of course, that trophy right there.
Oh yeah,
καταλάβατε,
that's right.
θα πηγαίνουμε να ληστεύσουν τον
No, of
Σβαρόφσκι.
course, Kelly, we have
Υπάρχει
set the
περίπτωση,
scene
μάκες,
here.
αυτό δεν
Obviously, we
είναι,
have the
δείτε εδώ.
amazing audience.
Θα κάναμε
You
μισά-μισά.
guys watching at home, everyone is ready to rock. We're missing one
Δεν στο
key
λέω συχνά, το
element.
κάψα
Of
αγαπάω
course,
με
the
σιδεροπουνιές.
players, the stars of this show. We thought we'd try something before bringing them out here. So if you'd like to, by all means, you don't have to. If you want to, do stand up, guys. Okay? You can stand up if you like to. We're going to ask all of you guys to follow me in a clap. We're going to start slow. I'm going to get faster and faster and faster, and then we're going to go absolutely bonkers. Okay, here we go. With me. You ready?
Είσαι ο καλύτερος μου φίλος στο ίντερνετ. Αδερφέ μου, με συγκινήσεν. Φιλιππουζίτο, σκάσε ρε μαλάκα κράτος. Αμήνωσε λίγο ακόμα τους μαλάκες. Φίλοι, έμπαινες παρουσία. Ρε μαλάκα, τι λέτε ρε μαλάκα. Αν με πλήρωνες at least 653 χιλιάρικα, ίσως την άφηνα να μου αγγίξει το φίλοι μου. Σύντησε ο καλύτερος EU που έφτιασε γιατί δεν είσαι ντου με τον Μπούγκα, τον ντρόπαρα Mr. Κόκος. Πόσους ιντερνετικούς φίλους έχεις Κωνσταντίνε? Έχω πάρα πολλούς ρε φίλε. Αλλά ρε μαλάκα, αφού μας τους έδειξαν χθες τους παίχτες. Ναι ρε μαλάκα, εννοείται πως μας έδειξαν. Θες απλά θέλω να ξαναμπούν οι φίλοι μας. Καλά εντάξει, το old sex bar είναι το old sex bar, δεν μπορούμε να το πούμε κάτι. Τι κάνει ο Βαντεάλ ρε μαλάκα. Ρε μαλάκα Βαντεάλ, γιατί δεν κουρεύτηκε ρε μαλάκα. Αλήθεια ρε φίλε. Like, what the fuck is this hair μαλάκα. Πάσε λαν, ακόμα και ο Quizy ρε μαλάκα έχει haircut. Like, πάσε λαν, θα σε δει τόσος κόσμος ρε φίλε και δεν κουρεύεσαι ρε μαλάκα. Στο μπούτσο ρε φίλε. Εγώ μαλάκα θα είχα το fade του αιώνα ρε μαλάκα.
This is Rapid and Andolex with a popping performance in Game 3 yesterday. This recipe for success.
Εγώ κρυντζάρω με τους οποιοσδήποτε μαλάκα δεν είναι στην πένα μαλάκα. Κάτσε τώρα να δούμε εδώ πέρα στο μπουτσό μας.
Put your hands together for Basil and Jace. Improvement is the key for these guys. They have to show up today if they want to take that trophy home here in the FNCS stage.
Να σου γαμίσω. Μαλάκα, πόσο σάντερ μαλάκα. Βλαδιμιράκος, πόσο σάντερ γάμω το σπίτι μου γάμω. Πόσο unlucky είσαι ρε φίλε. Just on Andilex. There's you Andilex εδώ ρε. Μάγκες, ο Andilex ήταν. What? Όχι ρε, δεν ήταν ο Andilex. There's you Andilex.
Absolutely incredible. Once again, just our
Έπαιξε χθες ο Andilex δηλαδή.
coming back onto the stage.
Με τρολάρετε, δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση, μάγκες, περιμένετε λίγο.
Yesterday.
Fortnite
I
Tracker.
feel like we can't not talk about them. Right, Brazil, PH Zen, Kitos. That back corner over there was going absolutely ham for them, and I want to know how you guys expect them to do.
Still there. They haven't lost their voice. I don't know how.
It's been amazing, right? PH Zin, Gitos 25 FNCS Finals appearances. PH Zin, 4 championships alone, 1 for Gitos, total of 5 FNCS championship titles for the duo. I mean, they're incredible.
Όχι ρε μαλακαζέν, ο Tayson είναι αυτός που δεν θα βρωμάει ρε φίλε. Κατάλαβες.
That's right. Let's go ahead and meet the next 10 players.
Ο Tayson είναι από τα παιδιά που δεν βρωμάνε πιστεύω ρε φίλε. Αν και από ό,τι θυμάμαι στο bootcamp, όταν ήμασταν στο bootcamp, να ξέρετε chat, βρωμούσε πάρα πολύ το δωμάτιο της Loot Boy. Το δωμάτιο της Loot Boy και το δωμάτιο των Pro που ήταν ο Τζουρέκι μέσα, ήταν ο... Δεν βγαίνουν από εκεί μέσα ρε. Queasy. Κάτι άλλο χώρο. Δεν θυμάμαι ποια ήταν. Βρωμάνε full ο Βίνο και εγώ το πιστεύω. Αλλά όχι ο Βίνο δεν θα βρωμάει ρε. Ο Βίνο έχει και το drip, δεν θα βρωμάει. Φαίνεται ότι βρωμάει, αλλά δεν θα βρωμάει.
Top 15 finishes on day 1. These guys are looking to climb to the ranks in day 2 and take home the crown.
Ποιος θυμάται τα stream στο Trovo τότε, πριν από περίπου 1 χρόνο. Ναι, βασικά 1 χρόνο ακριβώς που ήμουν στη Γερμανία και ο Μάλικ, ο διπλανός μου, με έκλανε.
Give it up for Threats and Alice. This Asia and NA East combo.
Ο Ξανθός, όχι, ο έγχρωμος τέλος πάντων. Ο Ξανθός που ήταν να ζήσει είναι ο τέτοιος ρε, ο... Πώς λέει το μαλάκας ρε, σε MVP. Ναι, και εμείς. Μαλάκα, ο Μερστάχ σας ορκίζομαι, είναι ίδιος ο Καραντίμ ρε. Ίδιος ο Καραντίμ. Που κάναμε τον net και μας έβριζε, ναι. Σε σχέση με όλους εκεί μέσα, μαλάκα, ο Νόα είναι fucking model. Εντάξει, το γάμισε. Ο Ολυμπιακός ΑΕΚ έληξε 0-0 ο αγώνας. What? Όπου μαλάκα, πόσο κουβά έχει ρίξει. Μαλάκα, πιστεύω είναι πολύ rigged τα μάτς μαγκές. Τώρα που ξεκίνησα λίγο να παίζω έτσι 3-4 μέρες στοίχημα, μαλάκα, βλέπω κάτι μάτς και πιστεύω πως είναι τόσο rigged. Γενικά όλη η φάση είναι rigged. Μαλάκα, οι περισσότεροι λογικά θα παίξαν την ομάδα τους, φίλε. Τώρα για να πάρει και δυο κουβά, πάρ' το χ. Κατάλαβες τι εννοώ. Πάρ' το χ και βάλτε και στον κόλλο σου, εγώ. Χάνετε και both τα λεφτά. Ήσουν η Γερμανία, φάγες τα λεφτά. Λέει ο Πέπας ρε μαλάκα. Μαλάκα Πέπα, πρέπει να σου σε βρίζω, τι ήταν αυτό που πιστεύω. Μην παίζεις ελληνικές ομάδες να αξίζουν, εντάξει σου λέω τώρα δεν παίζει γενικά ρε, δεν θα σωστά να παίζω. Τελευταίο καιρό που έπαιξε. Ψιλογελής βρωμάει, μπρο, στο πρώτο game απλών. Και έχω μια πληροφορία για Αγγελή μαγκές. Ο Αγγελής είναι όντως Αλβανός. Ωραία. Αλβανός από fucking Βορειοεπειρώτης. Και έχω πληροφορία από Dizzy που είδε τον μπαμπούλα του Αγγελή και τον έλεγε Αντζελή. Ο Αντζελή. Δεν είναι Αγγελής, είναι Αντζελή. Να το θυμάσαι αυτό. Ο Αντζελή. Να ξέρετε, τσάτ. Ο Αγγελής τόσο καιρό μας το έλεγε και καλά Αγγελής το ένα τ' άλλο. Και του έλεγα, ρε μαλάκα, ξέρω ότι το ένα και το. Και μου λέει όχι ρε, Αγγελής είναι. Αντζελή. Ο Ντίζι μου το είπε αυτό. Ο αρχή Αλβανός. Όχι, ο Ζεν είναι βασικό αρχή Αλβανός. Βασικά ναι, ο Ζεν είναι με περικεφαλαία. Δεν γίνεται, πιο αλβανό φατσά. Και ο Ντίζ έχει αλβανό φατσά ρε μαλάκα όμως. Αλλά ο Τζεν έχει πιο αλβανό φατσά. Δεν μπορώ, τους αγαπώ ρε μαλάκα. Τελικά προμούσαν είπες, sorry, το ξέχασα. Ο Ντίζ λέω, ο Ντίζ είναι καθαρός. Ο Ντίζ είναι από τους πιο καθαρούς, είναι στην πένα ρε. Θα βγάλει λεφτά, θα δουλέψει και θα πάρει όλα τα λεφτά του μετά, θα το κάνει σε ρούχα, σε αρώματα και αυτά. Ο Αγγελής, το πρώτο Game of Thrones βρωμούσε μασχαλίλα, όπως σας το λέω. Βρωμούσε μασχαλίλα η μπλούζα του και του είχαμε πάρει αποσμητικά και του βάζαμε. Το δεύτερο Game of Thrones έκανε λίγο glow up και το ψιλομύριζε ok. Plus, όταν είχε έρθει στο γαμμένο μου το Airbnb που είχαν νοικιάσει το καλοκαίρι, μάγκες, ο Ντίζ και ο Αγγελής μου σπάσανε το ηλεκτρικό τέλος πάντων παντζούρι. Όχι παντζούρι λέγεται, πώς λέγεται αυτό που το ανεβαίνει. Καταλάβατε τέλος πάντων, μου το σπάσανε, το ρίξανε κάτω, μου κάνανε πουτάνα το μπάνιο, μπήκανε μέσα, λες και ήταν σπίτι τους ρε. Κάνανε μπάνιο, λες και δεν είχαν ξανακάνει ποτέ ρε. Λες και δεν είχαν ξανακάνει ποτέ μπάνιο στη ζωή τους. Και μου τα γαμίσαν όλα, ήθελα να τους σκοτώσω εκεί πέρα, και τους δύο. Και ο Ντίζι μαλάκα δεν ξέρει μας τα ίδια, τι λέω, την αλήθεια λέω μπρο. Να τους βάλω κόλλα να τα πούνε, τι. Πώς το λένε, ο Χόλας ήταν να κοιμηθεί σπίτι του και λέει fuck it ρε, άμα κοιμηθεί ο Ντίζι δεν κοιμάμαι καμία Παναγία. Όλας τρομάει, ο Χόλας μαλάκες είναι όσο κολόγερος και να είναι μαλάκα μυρίζει κολογερίλα ρε. Φάση θα βάλει την κολόγια του παππού, θα κάνει το μανάκι του. Θα είναι κυριλέ. Ο Χόλας ναι ρε μαλάκα, είναι Αλβανό. Ρε μαλάκα δεν μου βγαίνει ότι είναι Έλληνας ο Χόλας. Ακόμα και το όνομά του δεν είναι ελληνικό. Θοδωρή Κοσμά, τι Κοσμά ρε μαλάκα. Ο Τσόμπερ. Είναι κανείς Έλληνας στα FNCS, όχι μπρο, όλα τα Greek. Μην κράζετε μου που δεν είναι εδώ, μην είσαι τέτοιος. Πέπα, έχω το δικαίωμα να κράζω τα άτομα τα συγκεκριμένα λόγω του Sexbar. Όσοι ήταν μέσα στο Sexbar έχουν υπογράψει συμβόλαιο ότι μπορώ να τους κράζω μέχρι να πεθάνουν. Και όπως για αυτή εμένα. On stream πάντα. 0-0 όσο έχω πω ΑΕΚ, 0-0 τρελό στημένο σίγουρα για να χάσετε τα λεφτά σας. Όσο παίξατε αυτή τη μαμάγια για τα κάτω. Ωραία Ιτκάρ, Πρέβα Κοκέν. Φάντζι, τι είναι αυτά που λες. Φάντζι, τι λες μαλάκα. Είπα, με κάνει παρέα με Αλβανούς, δεν ξέρω ακόμα καλά. Όταν τα μάθω σου μιλάω για σένα, εντάξει Φάντζι. Κουράστηκαν τα φίλια μας από την παρουσίαση. Μαλάκες είδατε. Σε μισή ώρα και καλά ξεκινούσε το πρώτο game και ακόμα μπαίνουν οι μαλάκες. Γιφκύρ, αυτά ξέρω σπατζί, τετσίνον, ναι. Τετσίπιν. Μαχαμούτι. Μπίβερς Αλβανός 1000%. Ο Μπίβερς μάγκες. Ωραία αντικειμενικά. Ωραία. Το Sexbar ξέρω ρε φίλε ότι ήταν οι περισσότεροι Αλβανοί. Ντίζι, Ζεν, Χόλας. Σίγουρα Αλβανός ο Χόλας. Ποιος άλλος ήταν, κάτσε να περιμένετε. Ο Σκούσκου. Δώστε μου ένα λεπτάκι. Σκούπας, Αλβανός σίγουρα. Αγγέλοβιτς. Είναι όλοι, τσάτ, όλοι, δεν κάνω πλάκα, περιμένετε. Ναι, ωραία. Και τώρα θέλετε να μου πείτε. Πόνικ Τσιγκάνος, μπράβο. Ο Πόνικ είναι Τσιγκάνος. Πόνικ Τσιγκάνος. Σκου Αλβανός, Ζεν Αλβανός, Ντίζι Αλβανός, Αγγελής Αλβανός, Κρυώνο κριτικός χωριάτης, κριτικός Έλληνας χωριάτης και πιο ελιάτορας μπάσταρδος, Βιτόγκας, Όλας, Αλβανός το είπα. Και τώρα ρε μαλάκες, ο Μάνστερ, ο Γρίπας. Ο Γρίπας δεν έχει εθνικότητα, μάγκες. Ο Γρίπας δεν είναι ούτε Αλβανός, είναι ούτε Έλληνας, είναι Τούρκος είναι ο Γρίπας. Τούρκος. Και τώρα θέλετε να μου πείτε ότι ο Beavers με όνομα Ανδρέα Beavers με αδερφό Αλμπέρτο Μπίβερς και όνομα πατέρα Πολ Μαρία Γιωχάνες Μπίβερς. Πολ Μαρία Γιωχάνες Μπίβερς είναι γαμημένος Ολλανδός. Εγώ πιστεύω είναι μισός Αλβανός. Μισός Αλβανός. Μου καλά με όνομα Αλμπέρτο είναι σίγουρα Αλβανός, αλήθεια. Ρε μάλακα Πάντζι το... Ρε έχω φίλο, Πάντζι σωτίζομαι μπρο. Έχω φίλο που λέγεται Άλντο και ο αδερφός του λέγεται, πώς λέγεται ρε μάλακα. Νομίζω λέγεται Αλμπέρτο ρε. Οκ, εντάξει. Δεν γίνεται να μου λέει ότι ο αδερφός του είναι Αλμπέρτο και να μου είναι, ξέρω εγώ... Να μου λέει, ξέρω εγώ... Ρε μπρο, είμαι από... Πώς το λένε, από Ολλανδία. Άλντο πουλ Αλβανός. Ο Άλντο, ο οποίος τον έχει πετύχει, μάγκες, είναι αυτός ο τυπάς με τα κοτσιζάκια που κάναμε το home stream στο τρόπο. Όποιος το θυμάται, το θυμάται. Δεν ξέρω, έχουμε 100 κάτι άτομα τότε. 25% Έλληνας, 25% Μεξικάνος και 50% Αλβανός. Ισχύει, focus. Μην αυτό σου λέω, σίγουρα είναι Αλβανός, εμένα έτσι με λένε Ανδρέα Πάντζη. Αυτό σου λέω, Πάντζη. Ούτε καν Ανδρέας, αυτό. Σε αυτό σου λέω, ρε μπρο. Λέγεται Ανδρέα Μπίβερς. Α, ο Άσπρος Τράβης, ναι, τσίτης, μπράβο. Το θυμάσαι. Εκείνη το παιδί με τις τζίπες ήταν ένα μετάζ. Καλά, όχι τζίπες, μα είπα, οι τζίπες είναι τα τεράστια. Με ένας φίλος μου λέγεται Λούμι, που σημαίνει ένα είδος πουλιού. Γαμάει. Έλα τσίλις, πού είσαι ρε Λοΐζος. Γαμάτος YouTuber. Πού είσαι ρε Μπίκ μου. Αν λες εμένα θα αριστερά. Μάγκες, όμως ο Κανάντα τι κάνεις. Ρε ο Κανάντα πραγματικά με κάνει μπες κάθε φορά που προχωράει ρε, δεν μπορώ να το βλέπω. Α, μπράβο, όπως ο αρχηγός που λέγεται Φλωριάν. Κανάντα βασιλιάς του cringe, γάμισε τα μπρο. Τους πάντα κάνα μπουκέτο να πεθάνουν. Τους έδαινε όλους εκεί μέσα ανέτα. Ζεν χαλαρά ρε, ξέρω. Εν τω μεταξύ Ζεν, δες τον Vortex πως είναι Κινέζος μαλάκα. Εγώ δεν νόμιζα ότι ήταν τέτοιος μπρο. Πώς το λένε, Γερμανός, φάση ξέρεις εκείνα τα Γερμανάκια, τα πολύ Γερμανάκια, είναι Ξαντός. Γερμανός ρε φίλε, κατάλαβες εννοώ. Και όλος μαλάκα είναι Κινέζος ρε φίλε. Είτε με Star, ναι ρε ξέρω δεν μπορώ να τους βλέπω. Ο αρχηγός Μιχάλης ρε, αλλά είναι Αλβανός μου το όπως όλο μου. Ρε μαλάκα, κοτέο λέγεται, νομίζω ότι τον έχουν κάνει exposure, όχι exposure, εντάξει τι. Δεν είναι καν exposure φίλε, απλά δεν θέλει να πει τον Αλβανός, δεν έχω καταλάβει. Ναι, δεν ξέρω, νομίζω ότι έχουν βγάλει, ξέρουν ότι ας πούμε το λένε Φλωριάν τον αρχηγό, κάτι τέτοιο. Αλλά δεν το λέει ρε φίλε, δεν ξέρω για ποιο λόγο δεν το λέει, λες και είναι ντροπή όρσα. Για ποιο λόγο να ντρέπεσαι να πατάνε. 22 έχουμε ξεφύγει, λέει κάμω. Ρε είδατε εκείνο το tweet που κορεδεύουν ένα χοντρό στο crowd. Αυτός ο χοντρός στο crowd bro. Έχω ένα όνομά του στη μέση π.χ. έχω κολλητό που το λένε Φόρη, αλλά το όνομά του είναι Χριστοφόρη. Και η γιαγιά μου τη λένε Ντόλε, αλλά το όνομά της είναι Ντολερέντσα. Μαλάκα Ντολερέντσα. Λες και είναι Ιταλίδα μαλάκα φόβος. Είσαι μισός Ιταλός, μισός Αλβανός, θα ξέρεις. Δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να είναι Αλβανίδα Ντολερέντσα. Μπανάνας έχουν κρυφτεί άλλοι ρε, ο Ντέι παίζει, όχι δεν παίζει bro. Ναι ρε Φετσίλη άκου, εγώ έκανα κάτι με μία γκόμενα, αυτή είχε πάρει συμπούτ σε έναν φίλο μου και τώρα ένας άλλος φίλος μου παίζει να την άφησε έγκυο και της έλεγε να το κρατήσουν.
For this tournament, but the question is, in day 2, will they be contested? Will the change in zones cause them to not do as much damage? There's so many factors that come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. And their worst game was a 42nd, and it was when Haijo and Belusi rotated rotating from that west side, it kind of made things a little bit difficult for them because they had so many teams in the area already. Of course, we have no Rayleigh there as well. It's very, very difficult for them to all be there.
Μαλάκα το επίθετό μου έχουν πει πως είναι από τη Σικελία. Είναι 15, το γάμισα ρε παιδί, 15 ρε μαλάκα. Τσίλι δεν σαν το Μαομόγκρα.
Standing by right now with Acorn and Edgy as they prepare for the competition.
Thank you so much, Zeke. I am joined by Acorn and
Χθες είχε
Edgy.
πιο πολλά ρε
Make
bro.
some noise for this team right
Ο Μόγκρα χθες είχε πιο πολλά, όπως και το Fortnite είχε πιο πολλά. Το Fortnite είχε 90.000 κάπου εκεί, 100.000.
What is that like to be in the top 5?
It feels pretty
Κάτσε ρε
nice.
μαλάκα
We're
Κέμι.
the only NA teams up here, but it's not over till it's over.
Όσο είναι εκεί πέρα μικρό τους ηλικία, ο μικρό τους ηλικία θα είναι 14 ρε φίλε.
Been playing 1 second place, 1 third place. What's standing in your way from grabbing that VR?
Honestly, we just need to keep getting
Κάτσε ρε ακόμα δεν άρχισε bro, ακόμα δεν άρχισε.
refreshes and stuff, and if we just get maps.
Σήμερα θα είναι double τα points, τελικά τσίφτης νομίζω όχι bro και αυτό είναι πολύ cringe.
I mean, good luck to you guys. You have 6 more.
Αν ήταν double points, θα ήταν μαλάκα τόσο ωραίο τουρνουά ρε φίλε. Φάση ακόμα και ο τελευταίος θα μπορούσε να βγει πρώτος.
As always, but it is almost that time to kick off the competition. So why don't we go hang out with Monster, D-Face, and Jacob PR.
Σαν το Μανώλο είναι ο Acorn, μαλάκα ισχύει. Τώρα που το πες. Μπήκαμε πρώτο game, πάμε hype, μάγκες όλοι like. Μάγκες πραγματικά ρε φίλε. Πάμε όλοι ένα γαμμένο like που είναι δωρεάν το μπουρδελο κουμπί. Και όποιος γουστάρει να γίνει πράσινος, να πάμε 5 members σήμερα. Fucking go, ok, πάμε. Κάντε ένα like. Να φτάσουμε τα 500 likes. Και μεμπεράκια όποιος γουστάρει, έτσι, πάμε λίγο. Θα σου κάσω 10 ευρώ, Brickwood, όχι, θέλω αν θες να μου κάνεις donation. Να μου κάνεις την PayPal πρώτον και δεύτερον, αν θες να κάνεις donation στο YouTube, κάνε καλύτερα member. 1,99, όχι 10 ευρώ. 1,99, πάγαμε τα 10 ευρώ. Ο Μόγιον και ο Μπούγκα πως δεν πήγανε στα FNCS, πήγε ο Μπούγκα ρε μαλάκα, τι λες. Η Μπούγκα παίζει ναι, μάγκες. Εσένα να πω 22 χρονών με μουσια, τους λέω είμαι drug dealer. Τους λες είμαι drug dealer. Ναι, βατή. Φίλοι, ποντάρουμε το στοίχημα μας στο FS Oni. Bro, ο FS Oni πρέπει να έχει κανονικά είναι στοίχημα μάγκες και πρέπει να έχει απόδοση τώρα στις αναφέρει.
But hey, that didn't stop ZND and Joe from doing well. That did not stop other teams that land in those southern areas from performing well. It is all a matter of how you...
Φίλοι, ποντάρουμε το μαλάκα έτσι και ανακοινώσαμε μόνο FNCS format για next season να καλά ρε. Παραστάσεις περισσότεροι Αλβανίες τέρμα μορφωμένοι οι περισσότεροι από αυτές τις δουλειές στο χωριό μου δεν θα γυρνές και ειδικοί μου ξέρουν τόσο γερμανικά, ελληνικά, αγγλικά, wow. Μαλάκα αυτό που είσαι, multilingua.
That's right, a great job there, early tags.
Αμπιλουλάς, ο Τσαλάν. Τι λες ρε μαλάκα. Τι λες ρε μαλάκα σκέφτηκα.
This fight here for Larson and Smite didn't
Περιμένετε λίγο chat, περιμένετε.
Although they did manage to end inside that top 10 window, it was still very much a competition for them. And I mean, this is the most room we've actually seen them have.
Yeah, yesterday you seen like a 4-2 in Smite and Larson's favor. Over here towards Vico and Moran. Vico has been going off as a solo all day long yesterday. And you can already tell, it looks like they're on the hunt, trying to catch somebody off guard. And that's a lone player that they're surrounding.
The first thing Vico told me was, did you see me pop off last night? I was like,
I think we all did.
You were going crazy. And we get to see how they're feeling. And you can tell the confidence is there. Look at the surging confidence to walk in with no builds and really try to make this a play here. But that build from Grawls is going to go ahead and discover that there's an opponent down here, and up he goes. Yeah. Oh! It finds the player on the other side. What a read! And they just cut him off. That was beautiful.
That was a perfect read. He checked him out of a book of the library. It didn't even return him back. That is huge, and you can see Vico and Moran, the only team currently in the top 10, playing in their first finals together. That is natural chemistry. That goes to show these are two fantastic individual players. So you combine those powers, you get one dangerous duo, just like Cold and Scented. They had one of the victory royales yesterday, a couple of top placements, and that put themselves in contention to take the title.
And lucky for Cold and Scented, they've managed to go ahead and find themselves a little bit of room to play the drop there, and that's why we're noticing them in the endgame. And
Just think about the dynamic that's playing out right here for Larson and Smite. They have a huge decision to make. Do we go ahead and risk it all and take the fight for Muzz and Looter, or do we allow them to have a piece of this drop spot so that we play smart, play safe, and earn points?
Yeah, I think both of these teams realizing how dangerous it can be, and Smite and Larson, they're in the top, and you gotta imagine those 2 games that they got taken out off spawn, how much that could have changed things, and 96 players alive. This is the same passive style gameplay that we saw in game number 1. That only leads me to think one thing: Storm Surge is going to get chaotic.
It's gonna be a tough one, but hopefully not for Mr. Savage and iDrop as they kick things off very nicely here. It seems like the engagement against On1 and Baka, this is what we've been touching on this entire time, right? The fact that there are different ways to play the Chrome Jam Junction. Usually whoever gets the high ground is the most benefit. Hold up. Savage stepping up to the wall. Let's see how quickly he can
Ποιος θα νικήσει πιστεύεις?
Like the aggressor is off this ball. Oh my god. Mr. Savage.
Μαλάκα την μπουφλά έφαγε μέσα Savage ρε. Πω μαλάκα τον ξεφτύλισαν.
Continuing
Χριστός και Παναγία σας.
putting iDrop on the back foot. He's just trying to stay alive right now and stabilize the situation.
And if you didn't respect NAOS before, you have to now. On1 and Baka have truly shown how their preparation has come into play here, putting down arguably one of the
αξίζει να επενδύσεις στη Ρόδο, Πέπα.
to show up here this
Τι
weekend.
αξίζει
They smell the fear right now.
Ξέρω μαλάκα. Τουριστικό. Κάτι τέτοιο, δεν ξέρω. Όχι τουριστικό μαγαζί σαν ξέρεις και να τουριστικά μαλακίες. Πέπα, αυτά δεν πρέπει να τα λέμε on streamer μαλάκα. Πρέπει να μιλήσουμε για την business μας. Τελειώνει. Άμα θες να κάνεις κάποια επένδυση, στείλε κανένα DM να το δουλεύω εγώ το μαγάζι. Θα μείνει το live Vipex. Το χθεσινό το άφησα σαν κύριος. Λογικά θα το πείσω μέχρι αύριο μεθαύριο max. Τι κάνει ο Φλουμπάκα! Φαντάσου να πεθαίνεις έτσι σε τέτοιο event. Θα ήμουν εγώ αυτός, πιστεύω, τσάτ. Χωρίς μαλακίες, κάτι τέτοιο μπορούσα να το κάνω εγώ. Series play? Θα μπορούσε να μου συμβεί αυτό, σίγουρα.
Luckily for us, we get to jump on over to Janice and Vadil here at the Reality Falls. This has been a very interesting position for them to play out of because Vico and Murat have found so much success, and Vadil and Janice are such a great team. It's unfortunate they're being contested.
Θα μείνει το live. Μαλάκα Vipex δεν απάντησα πριν από ένα δευτερόλεπτο, ρε φίλε. Σύλληξες ότι υπάρχει ακόμα το clip στον τρόπο που κάνεις twerk. Έριξ, τι λες, μαλάκα. Δεν καταλαβαίνω τι λες, bro. Δεν καταλαβαίνω καν τι είναι αυτό το τρόπο. Τι είναι. Τι είναι αυτό, ρε. Σοντά, στο site. Μην γράφετε τέτοια μαγκές.
And that's going to be Larson and Spike's job right there to try to disengage. But they don't disengage far. They just continue.
Άμα πέθανες έτσι θα πέταγες μπουκετρί στην οθόνη. Αν με πούσαραν μετά εννοείται. Τώρα αν πέθανε έτσι και μετά με έκανε revive ο άλλος, όχι.
Players we have actually seen.
Yeah, he's not backing down.
Looter's like, what's up? You guys want to do this? I play better. Box to box. Come see me.
Ωραία, έλα να σου κάνω τώρα ή όχι. Νίκο, τι λες ρε μπρο? Σήμερα μάγκες να ξέρετε, στο τέλος λογικά θα έχουμε και ένα πολύ μεγάλο announcement. Μιλώ σε ένα τσίλι, οκ, κατάλαβα. Για τα λεφτά παίζουνε, εντόν τσάπο για τι παίζουνε ρε μαλάκα. Για πλάκα νομίζεις παίζουνε. Δεν πατούσες μάγκος με ένα 300 ευρώ donate θα θέλω. Συνέχισε να γράψει μόνο ελληνικά για λίγο ακόμα και θα σου πω. Δεν καταλαβαίνω ρε μαλάκες, αλήθεια. Σιγά μην κάνουν announce, αρέστε βλάκες. Θα κάνουν announce, το έχουν πει 1000%. Chrono phase. Phase Chrono.
But more importantly, it's going to be about some of these Southside teams that are, again, going to be finding themselves making a huge journey towards those North Polling zones. Joe and Z Andy specifically.
Και αυτό παιδάκι, OnlyFans, ναι μαγκές, το σκέφτομαι για το OnlyFans αντικειμενικά τώρα, πώς μαλαγίες. Σκέφτομαι πολύ άσχημα μαγκές, ανεβάζουμε και εκεί πέρα content. Μα δεν είναι ντροπή δουλειά, έτσι. Like, χαμονιό. Τι έγινε ρε, Crash!
Thank you so much for that breakdown there, Taco. It really does give us the full picture about Joe and Zandy's
Πόσο το μήνα θα είναι ακριβά, ο Μάγκης θα είναι ακριβά, αλλά θα έχει ωραία. Θα πληρώσετε ρε φίλε αυτό που θα πάρετε, καταλάβες. You pay the price. Θα είναι ακριβά, αλλά μαλάκες θα έχετε τρελό content ήδη, Μάγκες. Μπορεί να ανεβάζω ένα... Τις μέρες βίντεο, ξέρω εγώ. Ναι ρε, γίνει και εσύ ένα λιτσόπο, μαλάκα από τα 19 όλοι. Μαλάκα φόβος. Όντα κι αυτό. Ό,τι πιο αστείο. Το content θα είναι spicy, πολύ spicy. Πάρα πολύ spicy. Με τα μπλουζάκια τι παίζει, κάρε με τα μπλουζάκια αδερφέ. Κάτσε πάμε 60.000 subs πρώτα, επειδή έχω πει στα 60.000 subs θα βγουν τα μπλουζάκια. Και μιλάμε γιατί έχω μπλέξει λίγο με τα μπλουζάκια. Τα μπουρδέλα. Αλλά όταν βγουν θα βγουν insane. Δεν θα υπάρχει ούτε ένα λάθος, όλα θα είναι πινελιά με πινελιά. Unique, 300 κομμάτια, and that's it. Κωνσταντίνε, κάνε ό,τι κάνεις σωστά, Πέπα, καλά τα λες. Γιατί λέει Game 7 και κάνει stream μόνο μία ώρα. Κουρού, και χθες παίξαν αδερφέ. Sugar Babes, όχι Βέντι, δεν πάω Sugar Babes, bro, θα κάνω solo καριέρα εγώ. Αν πάω ποτέ κάπου μάγκες θα πάω στους Brothers, αν πληρώνουν καλά ρε. Σκέφτηκα με το fucking memberάκι, let's fucking go baby. Γιατί δεν μετράει ρε μαλάκα με τα γάμισο. Μετράει. Γιατί λέει ότι έχω που πάρει ένα. Κάνε αυτό ρε μαλάκα, γιατί δεν μετράει ρε. Σκέφτηκα ήσουν ήδη member ρε φίλε. Στον μπούτσο ρε. Για πάμε ένα member μάγκες, κάποιος που έχει κάνει. Εδώ λέει 2 ρε φίλε, γιατί εδώ πρέπει να γράφει ένα. Κλέβει. Κλέβει.
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
Γεια σου Τσίλι Ρέιλι 21 δεν κάνουμε φίλε. Αλλά κάτω στο chat του Benji τους παμάρουνε να δείτε FNCS. Ήθελα 5 games χθες και 5 games σήμερα. 6 games χθες και 6 games σήμερα. Ανέβηκε, πάμε, let's fucking go. 3 ακόμα μάγκες, 3 ακόμα members. Τι ώρα τελειώνει, bro. Δεν ξέρω, δεν θα πω ακόμα ώρα που τελειώνει. Θα δούμε το Q-Time. Αν έχει Q-Time και γαμίσαμε. Fucking γαμίσαμε. Chinon και εμείς, κανόνισε bro.
They got the zone that you talked about, and you look how they're setting up right on top of the blimp. They're not necessarily together, that way they can continue to maximize their opportunities.
Δεν έχουμε τώρα. Θα πάει ο Σάββατς. Εδώ πέρα βλέπουμε τους πρώτους. Βίνο πρώτος, 184 points. Thomas HD τρίπεν δεύτερος. Bill Seti, Kami τρίτη. Τέταρτος Akon και FSG. Τον πέμπτο δεν τον είδα. Όταν κάνεις OnlyFans θα έχει και collabs με members. Κάτσε βρε μαλάκα. Καλησπέρα Σκούμπα. Άκουσα σήμερα. Έχω θέμα με το σχολείο αδερφέ γιατί... Τι έκανες χάρε, σε γάμισαν. Απουσίες τι.
And that VOD review actually paid off, but we've seen this rotate from Cammy and Seti. Everybody's hitting that VOD review.
Νόμιο Ολυμπιακό. Ευτυχώς έχασα το στοίχημα που έπαιξα από πριν. Αλήθεια. Αν το έχανα από Ολυμπιακό στο 0-0 με την ΑΕΚ, όχι ότι η ΑΕΚ είναι κακιά, αλλά κάποια έπρεπε να σκουλάει. Αν νικούσε η ΑΕΚ θα ήμουν ok, φίλε, να έχει σπάσει το διάλογο. Το έχασα έτσι. Αλλά αν έχανα το στοίχημα μου από 0-0 θα είχα σπάσει όλα.
And of course, hiding out where they can. Another team that is seemingly interested in playing as individuals here.
Τι ομάδες σε Τσίλι, δεν ασχολούμαι μάγκες. Είμαι ό,τι παίζω στοίχημα. Ξαναλέω. Δεν παίζω στοίχημα γενικά, απλά είμαι τώρα που 2 μέρες που παίζω, είμαι ό,τι ομάδα να έχω παίξει. Έχουμε καμπιάρα μαθηματικό αδερφέ. Κάνε μακριά για αγαπημένη μπρο. Εκτός αν είσαι 18. Ο Μπένας σου έδωσε στημένο σήμερα. Όχι, Ροξ, δεν ξαναπέζω τον Μπένα, μπρο. Δεν ξαναπέζω τον Μπένα. Παίζω τα δικά μου. Ρόξι είναι στενά μέσα στο Twitter, μαλάκα. Που έχασα 1.000 ευρώ για μια ομάδα, ρε φίλε. Λογικά θα παίζω στοίχημα, σύστημα. Άκουσε το μαλάκα το Χρήση στο στοίχημα του να μην δεν ξέρει τι λέει. Ούτε νέο Σομ Τσίτο. Κάτι ανέβασε εκεί πέρα στο Instagram, είδα, δεν ξέρω στο μπούτσο πότε θα γίνει. Πάλι 4 ώρες θα τελειώσει, αν 12 η ώρα, ύπνο μάλλον, μάγκες, ξέρετε, άμα δεν τελειώσουν γρήγορα τα μάτς. Announcement θα το μιλήσουμε όταν ξαναλήξουμε stream. Εν τω μεταξύ chat, να ξέρετε, μέσα στο μήνα εδώ πέρα αυτόν, Σάββατον, με challenge, άμα χάσω fucking κουρεύω με καράφλα on stream. Θα φέρω τον κουρέα μου να με κουρέψει εδώ καράφλα. Τελευταία φορά τον πλήρωσα 50 ευρώ, by the way, για να έρθει σπίτι μου. Τώρα έχω 5 ευρώ στην κάρτα μου και 10 ευρώ του PayPal. Δεν κλέβω, ό,τι donate έχει γίνει το έχω πει. 10 ευρώ στην PayPal, 5 ευρώ στην κάρτα. Πάλι Σάββαθον, Πέπα, θα γίνει αυτό το μήνα και τον επόμενο πλέον δεν θα γίνει, ρε φίλε, καταλάβες. Δεν θα γίνει ούτε τον επόμενο, Ιανουάριο δεν ξέρω αν θα κάνουμε. Βλέπουμε. Οπότε καλύτερα να γίνει τώρα, Σάββαθον. Και βλέπουμε για τον επόμενο μήνα για αυτά. Ούτως ή άλλως τα Χριστούγεννα δεν θα γίνει. Τι να παραγγείλω, ρε φίλε, παρήγγειλε πίτσα, ρε φε. Και εγώ πίτσα παρήγγειλα. Εδώ, κάτσε να μην τελειώσει κιόλας. 50 ευρώ για τον Ρόις, ρε μαλάκα, 50 ευρώ μαλακατσίτη. Για τον Μάρκο Ρόις. Falcons πάει νεκρός. Ο Middle East Pro που κυνηγούσε από το Coral Castle στο fucking 20 cents. Και φαντάζομαι με vlog μας κάθε μέρα στην πίπα. Κάρε, έχουμε τρελές ιδέες γενικά. Η step sister μου έχει βρει τρελά content βίντεο. Γενικά αυτό με τη step sister πάση τώρα που τέλος πάντων κέρδισα μια αδερφή, ρε φίλε, που έτσι λόγω του ότι ο πατέρας μου το κατάλαβες. Θα βγει τρελό content, μάγκες, να ξέρετε. Βίντεο να... Σκούπα OnlyFans, αδερφέ. Εγώ νίκησα στοίχημα 100 ευρώ το προηγούμενο σουκούλα, μία βόλο διπλό. Ωραίος, έρεις. Άρα έτσι τους έχεις φτιάξει όλους αυτούς. Τους έχεις καταστρέψει κάθε χιλέα γάμισα τα ευρώ. Όλους αυτούς εδώ πέρα που παίζουν αυτή τη στιγμή. Μάγκες, να ξέρετε, έναν προς έναν νομίζω, εκτός από τους ξένους, τους έχω φάει. Tripper, πουτάνα μου, Thomas HD, πόρνη μου σε εκείνο το Dooms. Ποιος θα θυμάται το Dooms, ρε. Πόρνη μου στα τρίος, Beavers Chili's Chrono, πουτάνα στο αρένα. Tripper, μη μιλήσω αυτό το παιδί. Tayson, Shitten, Region A, Shibuki, στον άλλον ρε μάλλον. Βαντεάλ Νοαρέλ έχω φάει. Βαντεάλ δεν ξέρω αν έχω φάει. Ο Βαντεάλ με έχει ξεφτυλίσει μια μέρα νομίζω. Μόνο Βαντεάλ νομίζω δεν έχω φάει. Τον Κάμιν τον είχα κάνει πουτάνα ρε. Τώρα πρόσφατα. Όνειρα τσίλι, τι όνειρα ρε χασίλα. Facts μιλάμε τώρα. Όποιοι ξέρουν δεν ξέρουν, πάνε να δείτε τα highlights μου. Τι νομίζεις εδώ πέρα, δεν είμαστε fake shit μαλάκα. Παλιά μαλάκα έκανα βίντεο μόνο με pro παίχτες, χασίλα. Suck my cock ρε, τα έχω σε βίντεο. Suck my cock ρε, suck αλλά το Σάββα μάγκες τον έχω κλιπάρει on stream, off stream, on stream, ξεμούνιασμα. Τσιμπούκι, κούτσα. Ρε μαλάκες, εδώ τον Day, NRG Day, τον έφαγε ο Σκούσκου. Τον έφαγε ο Σκούσκου. Το καταλαβαίνετε. Παίξαμε Nate Cup και τον έφαγε ο Σκού. Τον Day, το κανονικό. Ω μαλάκα, ό,τι καλύτερο. Μπορούσα να είχα ένα fucking FN career, αλλά προτίμησα τον Chrono Joy, Lovely, Rob Fight. Και εγώ το ίδιο ακριβώς drop μαζί σου, bro. Θα μπορούσα να είχα ένα πολύ insane career στο Fortnite, αλλά προτίμησα Beavers και Kronjoy. Μόλις μπήκαν αυτοί οι δύο στη ζωή μου, και Αγγέλος. Μόλις μπήκαν αυτοί οι 4 στη ζωή μου μαζί, με κατέστρεψα. Και τώρα μου έχουν παρατήσει και οι 4. Η πουτανάζγη.
They did get some early eliminations, they did get some early damage, so they don't have to worry about Storm Surge, but oh my god, how are Thomas and
Θυμάσαι face noisy, μαλάκα αυτός ο controller. Καναδίμ, κάνεις, άκουσέ με, έχεις 1 λεπτό να πάρεις την κάρτα της μαμάς σου ή του μπαμπάκα σου και να κάνεις member. Το κατάλαβες? Δεν θα μιλάς στο chat μου άμα δεν είσαι πράσινος. Εσύ συγκεκριμένα. Περιμένω 1 λεπτό. Αλλιώς τρως σπέρμα ban, να το θυμάσαι αυτό. Ξεκινάει ο χρόνος από τώρα. 59, 58, 57. Δεν έχω ήχο.
Lobby is going to become more and more difficult now as the seconds rage on. This is game 7 of the FNCS Invitational. The action is really starting to pick up now.
Yeah, Pam Stu went down early on. Batch left by himself.
Tell me, what did I do wrong?
He is 17 below the damage threshold.
Όχι, 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 βγάζω τον μπαν. Τι είπε ο μαλάκας? Τι είπε ο μαλάκας? Καλά, Δημήτρης, που βγάζει και γλώσσα από το σκουπίδι.
We know Edgy was a solo, now we have Thatch as a solo as well. A tough position to be in.
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
Ήσουν ήδη. Γελάει ο Καραντίν. Αν πάνε το Καραντίν, ωραία. Καραντίν περιμένουμε, μπρο. 30, 29, 28, 27, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Δώσε μια ώρα στα King, πάω να κάνω pay to... Τι μία ώρα ρε μαλάκα, τι μία ώρα ρε μαλάκα, έλα. Θα πάρεις μπαν για 5 λεπτά με τη μαλακία που είπες μόλις μπήκες στο live και τα λέμε. Τα λέμε σε 5 λεπτά, Καραντίν. Είπες ο μαλάκας ο New News, εντάξει. Εν τω μεταξύ το Nightbot για κάποιο λόγο μπανάρει τα emoji, μαγκές. Μην σπαμάρετε τα emoji. Μουσική ρε, fuck, την ξέχασα. Πάγαμε copyright χθες ρε μαλάκες, δεν ξέρω αν αξίζει να κάνω μουσική. Γαμίστε με. Νομίζω έφαγα copyright και δεν το δείχνει. What? Ναι, δεν δείχνει το live stream. Έφαγα strike, δεν τους γάμισα τη μάνα. Δημόσιο, πού είναι? Τσάτ βλέπετε το live μου, το δείχνει. Όχι, εντάξει, οκ, πάμε να βάλουμε ένα. Απλά έφαγε, τι έφαγε, γιατί έφαγε copyright το μπούζα. Προβολή. Είναι αυτό το τραγούδι, για να δώσουμε μου λίγο τα μία χωθώνα.
He was right there trying to chop down, and that was tantalizing him to go for that shot right then and there, and he went for it. That was a huge opportunity. Unfortunately enough, it didn't pay off, but for Acorn and Edgy, making it this far, get knocked a few times throughout this game. That was where Edgy finally went down, but for Acorn, he was one of the biggest damage.
Δεν τρώω πειράτε το πουτάνα δυο ρε, από το αντισυπασιόν. Κάμω τον πελά μου γάμο. Like όσοι δεν έχετε κάνει. Λοιπόν πάμε. Late game, BL Seti και Kami. Fucking goats. Για να δω ποιος είναι high ground. Πάλι ο Quiz είναι high ground ρε. Ρε πως το κάνουν αυτό ρε μαλάκα. Ρε chat πως γίνεται να είναι πάλι high ground το Vino και ο Quiz ρε μαλάκα. Δεν είναι καν fan του watch, όλοι high ground είναι συνέχεια.
This time around, they're going to have that flexibility because they're 141 above the damage threshold this time, so they don't have to go hunting. They can stay ahead of zone, try to get themselves in a good spot.
And what a beautiful way and usage.
Εν τω μεταξύ σε τι Kami μαλάκα τους βλέπετε έτσι, mid ground και τους γάμ. Δεν ξέρω αν θέλω να δώσω στο μαμά αλήθεια. Δεν ξαναπιάνω άτομο στο στόμα μου.
Up and down these mountains. These players are going to have to figure out what they're going to do, especially Tripper, who is out of builds. Him and Thomas have to figure out something, but they have been through the ring.
Μαλάκα είναι το Chili's Curse. Το Chili's Curse. Αν κάνατε κλιπ κάθε φορά που μιλούσα για κάποιον να σε FNCS και πέθαινε μετά από δευτερόλεπτο, θα είχα ένα insane βίντεο, μαλάκα. Κάθε φορά που έκανα αυτό το πράγμα. Όλα αυτά τα χρόνια. Αλήθεια. Sendit με τον Gold, πολύ καλό ντουο για αυτή. Πάλι κλατσάρει ο Thomas HD. Μάγκες, τελικά ο Thomas HD, ρε φίλε, απλά είναι crazy. Δεν το περίμενα. Easy. Πάλι high ground ρε, μαλάκα, είναι ακραίοι ρε μαλάκα. Είναι ακραίοι που τα ναζί. Πάλι win ρε φίλε. Είναι ο μόνος πέναλτι και η μουσική ταιριάζει τέλεια. Πασχάλης Gaming, Θωμάς μαλάκα είναι τρελό το παιδί.
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
Ο Θωμάς μαλάκα είναι πολύ καλός.
Κάτω Παύλα Gaming has donated 2 ευρώ through Super Chat. Thomas MLK είναι η τρέλο του Πάιδη.
Ποιος δεν θα το πάρει? Wizzy Vino, μαγκές. Wizzy Vino είναι σήμερα. Και ο Λάρσον πάει πολύ καλά. Τζάνις Μαντεάλ ζουνε Vortex, είναι πίσω-πίσω. Εντάξει, Τζάνις και Quizzy και Vino έχουν κάνει το Game 7, σίγουρα 1000%. 1000%, αποκλείεται το χάσινα.
That feeling of deja vu comes in yet again, picking up where they left off from yesterday. But this time, Janice and Vidil, the team from Greasy Grove, making it this far, and it's come down to a 2v2 situation between two of the top teams in EU. With Janice and Vidil feeling the pressure of the high ground, running out of builds.
Σαν το Μαντεάλ και Τζάνις. Για να δούμε. Όχι, δεν έχουν μάτς. Όμιτζι. Όμιτζι. Μαλάκα. Vino Quizzy the winners. Ωραίο. Ωραίο ματσάκι. Ωραίο ματσάκι. Let's fucking go. Να βγει το Fortnite. Ωραίο game. Ωραίο game. Μπορώ να πούμε και GG's. Vino και ο Shrek οι winners του πρώτου game. Μ' άρεσε. Έπεσε ο Vino, έκανε εκεί πέρα τη μαλακία του, τον περισπασμό. Πέφτει μετά ο μαλάκας ο Shrek. Παίρνει μια σφοτσάρα στο Giannis, μετά hits με το AR. Πέφτει και ο Vino, τρώει τσιμπούκι από Μαντεάλ και τελικά σκοτώνει ο Quizzy επειδή είναι μέσα στο zone. Let's fucking go. Άρα όπως θέλουν πάντα high οι άλλοι, κάτι κάνουν με τα zones, bro.
What an incredible way. We talked about this only a short time ago about coming in at like a strong start here, Vino, and you have done exactly that with an incredible endgame finish.
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. Hopefully we can still close it out. We're feeling good. Maybe we should get a bit more kills. 4-kill win, but we're feeling good.
We saw some of the teams around you managing to score a lot of points as well. Were you going through it? Were you focused simply on the task at hand, which was seeing that out and getting the victory royale?
We're just focused on playing our own game and winning the game. That's it. Like, brand new day, brand new everything.
Well, it was a great start to proceedings and a great start to this competition on day number 2. Let's get back to Zeke and the desk.
Shout out.
Thank
you so much and massive.
Επειδή συμβαίνουν πολλά πίσω από το Fortnite, π.χ. χθες τα zones, οι pros αυτά τα βλέπουν πιο καλά. Εμείς τώρα είμαστε random mass, δηλαδή βλέπουμε σαν θεατές. Οι pros θα κάνουν analyze κάθε φορά. Ωραία. Το τι γίνεται. Τα χθεσινά zones όλα πουλαραν πάνω στο Θεό. Όλο το high του map. Καταλάβατε τι εννοώ. Και για κάποιο λόγο ο Quizzy και ο Vino ξέρανε ότι τα zones παίζουν πάντα πάνω. Δεν μπορώ να σας πω κάτι παραπάνω, δεν θα καταλάβετε, αλλά ναι. σε τέτοια LAN τουρνουά τα zones είναι scripted. Δηλαδή κάποια zones θα είναι συνέχεια τα ίδια. Καταλάβατε τι εννοώ? Ελπίζω καταλάβατε. Αν δεν καταλάβατε δεν μπορώ να εξηγήσω κάτι παραπάνω. Sorry. Δεν είναι τυχαίο ρε. Καλάξε όχι bro. Καλάξε σε τέτοιο τουρνουά LANs τα πιο πολλά zones είναι scripted. Scripted σημαίνει θα τυχαίνει κάπως να παίζουν πάντα στο πάνω μέρος του map. Κάποιες φορές θα μπορούν να παίζουν στο κάτω μέρος του map. Καταλαβες. Όπως με τον Booga που είχε γίνει. Ο Booga όταν είχε νικήσει στο World Cup τα συγκεκριμένα zones ήταν όλα scripted στο κέντρο του map. Αυτό Ζεν. Εν τω μεταξύ άσχετο χώρισε ο Σνίκ με την καμπιάρα τη Γιώτα. Μετά Ζωτός. Για πώς και έτσι ρε. Μετά από τόσα ταξίδια, από τόσα λεφτά που χάλασε μαλάκα και χωρίσανε έτσι. Άσχη αυτούς νόμιζα ότι ήταν τέτοιο ρε μαλάκα. Θα παντρευόντουσαν κιόλας. Μαλδίβες ήταν πριν λίγο καιρό.
Solo clutch from Thomas HD, who is synonymous with solo clutches. Consistency is what this duo is showing.
Μην αργήσει μισή ώρα μαλάκα πάλι, please.
Top 15 in every single match, and today they're looking to do the same.
Θα τους γαμίσω αν θέλει μισή ώρα, bro. Στυλοκλής που είναι, να είναι ένα μαλάκα τελειωμένος. Λοιπόν, μαγκές, ένα καπα likes check. Ένα καπα likes check. Ερώτηση. Ένα καπα likes check. Check.
Another northern zone. Now, I wanted to kind of explain why some of these pro players are having such a hard time with this. Well, first of all, it's going to be all about tilted towers and the blimp that we can find.
Αν δεις δεν έχουν καν follow ο ένας τον άλλον και έχουν να επανούν στις story εβδομάδες. Ο Σνίκ γενικά νομίζω να έχει follow τώρα κάποιον. Αν δεν κάνω λάθος ρε φίλε. Επειδή βγάζει άλμπουμ. Ναι, δεν έχει follow κάποιον ρε φίλε. Αλλά ναι, όντως η Γιώτα δεν τον κάνει follow. Εντάξει, ξέρω εγώ.
There they do take that victory route. Congratulations to them. That being said, let's kick it back over to the desk.
Αν σκάσω 20 μπάλο δεν κλείνεις, οκ. 20 μπάλο PayPal, πρόεδρε όμως. 20 μπάλο PayPal. Μαγκές, πραγματικά όποιος θέλει να κάνει donate, ξαναλέω, καλύτερα να κάνει PayPal.
And fall in 5th place. Now remember, we don't need the victory royale to climb the standings. We just need to be consistent.
Κλικς τελειωμένος, κουβαλάει ο Dukes μόνο. Κλικς μαλάκα, έχει ξεφύγει ρε, είναι τώρα αλλού ρε. Τσίλ τι πάρτς έχεις στο PC σου. 270, i9 στο παλιό. Θέλω αναβάθμιση, οπωσδήποτε.
Being an all-star champion as well to now on the main international stage performing, you love to see it.
Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the show, right? Can these teams pick up where they left off after day one? And Zeet and KBR were one of those teams that ended the day.
Ναι, μαγκές. Λογικά έχουν break πάλι.
3 games yesterday. They had one of the most points out of all of the teams, and they're picking it up once more.
That's right, another duo, PH Zin, Kitos also there in the top 15. So real Brazil, they're showing up huge today. I feel like another duo that we
Πέτα με Ιά και Ρίγαν Ζεν, ό,τι καλύτερο.
Kind of still under the radar. Vidil and Janice, they've been relatively quiet, but they did make top 5 in this last game. So what are we kind of hoping to see out of this duo?
Look, they adapted. I saw Janice on social media yesterday. He was like, I don't know what to do. I'm landing in an uncontested spot. The zones are pulling north. I don't have time to get enough surge. I don't have time to get enough damage. I need to change something. And clearly, Janice and Vidil changed something because they got second place now going into today. It's a huge match for them.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of vault reviewing as well, and he's really making changes.
Man, a lot of these players, they know today is the day
to
bring it all. But as we prepare for game 8,
sponsored by Mama
and Jacob to get things started. Thank you so much there, Zeke. Yeah, we really get to pick things up. It's looking like we're closing into a runaway train potentially.
Focus γάμισα τα μπρο, πάει κοιμηθώ μαγκές και τα λέμε σε... Οπα! Όπα ρε, γρήγορα! Το φτιάξανε! Πάμε λίγο hype μαλάκες. 10 λεπτά ήταν αυτό.
Hey, let's slide on north. Let's play the upper side of this early rotate. How do we get to those general areas sooner rather than later? Well, now we get to find out, folks.
King μου έτοιμος, τι έτοιμος, μιαού.
Kicking off.
Got a little bit of a different bus path yet again. I'm liking the little bit of variety that we are coming out with. And for some of these teams, we're going to see a little bit of Fort Jonesy, Clicks and Duke, Peak and Anas. Almost all day yesterday, they completely split the POI, went their two separate ways. And that's how they were able to get the spot they did on the leaderboard.
That's right, and also Jamper and Peterbot on that coast having a tough time.
Yeah.
Contested pretty much for very little loot, not much to work with. And that is the difference maker sometimes. When you have your route being imposed on, it's not all about taking...
Prince of Meow is back! Prince!
There is 7
Πρίγκιπας!
being represented right now. Some of these guys are the top dog in their...
Thank you so much, αδερφάκο μου. Te εκτιμώ πάρα πολύ. Μη σε φιλήσω.
As Cammy and Seti yet again trying to get that early surge down as Larson and Smite taking control of the entire house over at Grim's Gables. A split spot coming out for Muzz and Looter.
Πρόκο, δεν ξέρω αδερφέ.
For being this split against a team that is active in Larson and Smite.
I did not expect Miro to fall.
Κοιτάξτε τα δόντια. Το σκέφτομαι. Ο Καραντίμ έκανε με έφαγε πέρμα. Ο Καραντίμ έχει χρόνο μία ώρα, όπως είπε.
The rotate out for Aqua losing his teammate right now. Reason is down in Aqua.
Όπο, ο Aqua ξενέρωσε του Πούστη. Μάγκες δείτε τον.
The look on his face tells it all, man, as they are communicating with one another. What went wrong?
You can see Seti and Cammy join Aqua and Nyrox as the only players with multiple VRs in an international event. That is absolutely...
Ναι, σκουπά, γάμισε τα μπρο.
Two teams closing the gap between each other. They want that off-spawn exchange, and for Muzz and Looter, they want revenge. They want redemption for what they've been going through the past 7 games.
That last game was a great one for Smite.
Αν και πιστεύω ρε μαλάκα ο Μύρο, αν δεν είναι γκέι, θα είναι σίγουρα fuckboy.
If Muzz and Looter play spoiler here, it'll be a huge landslide moment for Smite and Larson. They can't afford that. Lovely for them to disengage and play this one out. Tripper and Thomas HD so far. For me, the play of the day has to go to them. They have managed to turn that last game around with nothing. Arguably, probably one of the worst positions we'll see.
Σήμερα πιστεύω θα πάει μέχρι τις 4 μαγκές. Είναι πιο γρήγορα τα μάτς.
And they had one of the most performances yesterday, almost 20 points in all 6 games. No other team had even 10 points in every game. So you got to imagine how that really puts them on the confidence scale coming into day number 2 is Joe and Z Andy.
Focus, το άλλαξαν bro. Βάλανε να μπορεί να έχουν το FNCS pickers αυτοί που έχουν πάρει FNCS αυτή τη χρονιά. Καταλαβες. Κρατάνε ένα χρόνο ολόκληρο το pickaxe.
I'm happy we have to jump in with KBR here because Z is down. We saw that exchange happen in the feed there. Remember, they are not completely clear here at the Lustrious Lagoon in this general area. They do have tons of players that land in this general area. Runa and Peppo being a few. Chimp up at the north side alongside Scram being another set of duos, right? So that is very much a contested area. And now he has to play for the save.
Yep, on board. Queasy and Vino. One of 2 teams in this event that has 2 victory royales so far in this tournament. And you're seeing how they're getting the job done. Going from
Meow is back με το δίπαλο. Ευχαριστούμε αδερφούλη μου. Το έχεις σηκώσει το stream, ευχαριστούμε πολύ αδερφέ.
A little boy to me, I'll kiss you on your forehead, you a little boy.
Είσαι αδερφός brother μου, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Meow is back donated 2 ευρώ through super chat.
Meow να ξέρεις όταν μπω Fortnite, Insta, που σε κάνω ad. Και όχι Παρασκευή. Τρίτη. Όχι. Βασικά Τρίτη νομίζω. Τρίτη θα παίξω με members μάλλον. Κάτι τέτοιο. Οπότε να μπεις και την Τρίτη, bro. Και γενικά όσοι είστε πράσινοι, you know. You know what time it is.
I don't have the heart to risk it. Bailey and Alex in a box fight right now versus Yusri and Ju. This is a long-awaited fight. It's been happening all weekend long. They're one of the few teams that have been contested, but not have
Το YouTube μέσα από σου θα παίρνει 50%, ναι.
winning fights into anything big in the end game, right?
Όχι, λιγότερα παίρνει, ρε. Δεν παίρνει 50, παίρνει 30 κάτι. Γι' αυτό μάγκες καλύτερα, άμα θέλετε donation ή το οτιδήποτε και μπορείτε PayPal. Ταπαστικό PayPal.
But Alex and Bailey, I was kind of talking to them. Anybody in this tournament, realistically, including them, can pop off at a moment's notice. You just have to find a way to do it while staying consistent at the same time, and they want to go ahead and get this elimination. They want to go ahead and fight this.
Mayweather vs. Deadzy, ισχύει συμπλήν. Αλλά δεν ξέρω ρε μαλάκα. Dragmon με το member, welcome αδερφάκι μου. Welcome back βασικά μαλάκα, τι welcome. Κάμισε με εσείς μαλάκα σε 2 χρόνια member εσείς μαλάκα.
Pressure kicking in. I had a lot of time to kick up, really catch up and get to know Alex and Bailey in the lead up to all of this. And what they've managed to tell me is they were winning most of their creative head-to-head. So I think when it comes down to raw skill, Alex and Bailey might have
Σκούπα ρώτησες την μαλάκα, τι είπατε. Γιατί πάντα σπιράρατε.
duo in final style settings. That's kind of what's happening here. Let's go and catch up with Miro though. What's going on with him down south?
Yeah, him and Booga, I've been wanting to see more of. This is a legacy style event for them. And already they're switching it up as Miro finding an early elimination onto Bebies. And that was a thing for them. They North Poles, they weren't able to get the surge, so they had to go hunting just like so many other players in the lobby. And you're not really able to control your game if you're just forced to go for surge game after game.
That's right. But luckily for him, he does find a little bit of success there. An elim is huge, especially considering he can go ahead and rotate sooner rather than later. Thomas HD, Tripper, taking their destiny into their own hand this time around, really turning up the action. This is learning from your previous game. They do not want to find themselves in another Storm Surge position where they have to fight for Surge.
You can see that Thomas having more points as a solo than any other player in EU, but to me that's not too surprising because we talk about his accolades, we talk about how legendary of a player he just needs to seal that deal with an FNCS championship, and he could really cement himself as one of the best players of all time.
And you can see he also led all damage on day number 1, really earning that respect there. You didn't believe it before, seeing him do it in person.
A little boy to me, I'll kiss you on your forehead, you a little boy.
We can speak to the same accolades. What a great duo here. Just really
A little boy to me, I'll kiss you on your forehead, you a little boy.
So far, and continuing the trend. Last game, not so bad, right? They did enough to maintain the pace there in 3rd place.
Όχι ρε μια back, δεν υπάρχει κανένα θέμα μπρο, απλά λέω όποιος έχει την ικανότητα να κάνει member. Όπα, sorry bro, peace lamb, sorry. Όποιος μπορεί PayPal, αυτό εννοώ bro. Appreciable παντού τα donates, μαγκές. Απλά PayPal είναι το καλύτερο δυνατό. Ρε τι έγινε στο YouTube. Δεν μπορώ να πάτσω πάνω. Αν πάτσω πάνω σας, μου βγάζει να κάνω time μόνο.
Jumping onto all the loot. Some of it was already scavenged through, so Nada should have the reboot card there.
Τι κάνω ρε μαλάκα. Γιατί τους κάνω πάνε ρε. Ωπα ρε, μαλάκα μου έχει μπαγκάρει ρε. Τι βλέπω. Κάτσε. Δεν βλέπω chat μάγκες, περιμένετε ξανανοίγω. Τι φάση ρε.
Trying to stay alive right now on the edge of zone as well, so it's not even going to be a storm fight when it comes down to it. So Chapix and Taste can do exactly anything they want, and you can kind of see KBR, Zeet, 4th place. They go down in this one. That's not where you want to be.
το member από τη είδα.
It's doing a absolutely fantastic
job
against
μάγκες.
one of the best teams in the region of EU.
Peace, αδερφέ, sorry. Έλα πικίνει Άλεξ. 22 μήνες μάγκες, by the way. Shout out στον Κωστή το ψωλά. Ευχαριστούμε. Θα είσαι μετά μέσα γιατί παίζει να μπω code μου. Σήμερα έχουμε μεγάλο stream στο Fortnite. Οπότε λογικά μετά πάω για ύπνο ρε. Καλά ρε Άλεξ, εσύ πώς είσαι?
Been a lot of action taking place over in the Tilted Towers area as well throughout this game, but absolutely wanted to highlight the way that Acorn and
Σου χάλασε και το YouTube, μαλάκα μου χάλασαν τα πάντα ρε, Πέπα. Τα πάντα.
Acorn just spending all of his time securing the loot, securing resources for this duo. Meanwhile, Edgy, he's taking sure.
Έχω να μπω και το YouTube που έχω ακόμα το όνομά μου Bikini, γάμισε τα μαλάκα. Γάμισε bro, assets.
Everywhere he can for as many tags as possible so that their rotations can be as free as they need it.
And those are the strengths of Tilted Towers. Center location, it doesn't matter where the zone goes. They have a strategy that has been so solid every single time. And again, as we give you guys the updates, top...
Bro, Greek, παίζει με κάποιον που δεν τον νοιάζει το game, bro. Ο Μύρο χθες έκανε tweet μετά το event ότι λογικά είναι το last event του. Και απλά πάει πολύ άσχημα.
Look at that, gets eliminated there by Wax and Robob, and the reaction, that's a tough one there because again,
Now is back, μάλλον ότι ώρα τελειώσει, bro.
Yeah, just hopefully right now mentally, they realize that they can still do very, very well. They can still jump up a ton of placings in the next couple of games. You just have to buckle down. You can see the TSM duo far below. But now I want to go over to Larson and Smite.
Σμόκι ο quiz με το βίνο, bro.
One of these teams have not only been alive, but been in Grim Gables as well. But at the end of the day, they want to fight. And that fight they will get. And between Larson and Smite, they have a little bit of that high ground. They're only team contested in the top 5.
At this point, I don't even know if they know it's Looter and Muzz. How do they? You really... Like, how do they? It's been happening for so long. Maybe they walked away, came back, said, hey, is this another...
Και μη, είχα μάθει ότι βρωμούσε ο Ρόψιν, bro. Αλλά στο game αυτόν δεν βρωμούσε τόσο.
And now out of material, Larson trapped up. Box like a fish, almost. Smite turns it around, though, 2v1. They try to swing in, and it's not looking good. They are hurt. No HP, low material count. It's down, goes Smite. Larson sneaks out the side there.
Σκούπας, τα φάγανε πουτάνες, bro.
The first elimination and the siphon is enough to get some mats there.
That's huge. That's huge for them, for their comeback attempts. As many placements as possible, but there's a couple other teams that are stacked up here as well, and it does look like the surviving member of that duo got out alive for a moment.
Μαλάκα πάρει, άμα έρθει δίπλα σου κάποιος θα το μυρίσεις ρε φίλε. Όχι να το μυρίσεις έτσι. Δεν θα μυρίσεις ρε φίλε το οτιδήποτε.
3 points for Thomas HD and Trippin, who are on the heels of Vino and Queasy, but now
Παύλος. Θα έχει παίξει ο Παύλος.
the top 3 have more of a runway to start ramping up here. King and Ed though under shots here. They are making.
Πώς μπορώ να κάνω gift sub, ξέρει κανείς.
Low on material count as well. King has to box.
Πας στο δολάριο. Α, τα βγάλανε νομίζω. Δεν ξέρω, bro. Το τρόπο Άλεξ απλά δεν πληρώνει, bro. Αυτό. Δεν πληρώνει, έχει κλείσει τα συμβόλαια, χάλασε. Ζητούσε υπερβολικά πράγματα. Οπ. Πώς μίλησα έτσι, γάμο το σόι.
They're continuing to find the tags, trying to get themselves above, just like that it appears. They did just enough damage, but for them, that's not a feeling of comfortability at all. They know their job is not done just yet, and that's why they keep surveying the field.
Ρε μαλάκες.
Tags here, Scepter is going to find down low. This is where you need to really hit your shots when your team is just on that line.
Και ο Βόσκερ πρέπει να βγάλω ρέψιμο μαλάκα και πήγε το ρέψιμο μαζί με τη λέξη και βγήκε γάματα. Πρέπει να είσαι σάπια να κάνεις gift sub. Όντως. Βέβαια τότε μου το βγάζει π.χ. Και στο δολάριο. Μου λέει super chat και super stickers. Σόμπεν. Μυρ.
Yeah, and they're actually one of the teams that have some of the best performances when rebooting a player. They got a 25th place.
Μαλάκα, zero build World Cup, μαγκές. Πούτσα μου. Θα ήταν για τον Μπούτσο. Κινέζοι. Ξεφτύρισαν τον fucking Νεουαρέλη και Bad Sniper. Μάλλον όποιος είναι πράσινος μπορεί να κάνει με gift subs. Solo World Cup τα αγαπημένα σου, ναι ρε, γαμάει. Αν κάνουν Solo World Cup παίζει να πηδήξει από το... Οκ, Alex.
But historically, when it comes to Thomas HD and Trippin, I will say they're a second half team. They're a second day team. Historically, they just perform better when their back is up against the wall. And hopefully, for NA East, hopefully for North America altogether. Acorn and Edgy can have that same fire. You talk about them being in 4th place on the day. It was only because they had a bad game 2. They had a 0-point game 2 yesterday. Other than that, they were among the top 3 in performances at the second half of the day.
Εσύ λοιπόν γιατί δεν συμμετέχεις σε αυτό το event του FNCS, έχασα την πτήση μου. Έχασα την πτήση μου για μερικοί μαγκές. Θα έπαιζα μαζί με Clicks, τον Dropper τον Clicks. Μετά μου ζήτησε να παίξουμε μαζί αυτός ο Κινέζος, ο Alba Merem. Και του λέω bro, δεν μπορώ. I can't.
4th, they slipped way on down, and this time it seems like the Storm Surge has ran a number on them. Now let's take a look at their current game leaders.
Σου λένε ένα DM-άκι. Για να δούμε. Για να δούμε το DM-άκι.
Now remember, if there's any zone you want to be in the middle, it's zone 3, as it gives you the highest odds to pull that.
Πού ρε μαλάκα.
Beyond that, it's anyone's ball game.
And the interesting thing about Cammy and Seti and the way they're playing this weekend is historically, we've talked about it in the desk to kind of start the day yesterday, they're not an aggressive team. Even though they're in a top placing team, they're usually on the low, but right now another top placing team on the leaderboard. Joe and Z Andy trying to get busy. Malibu goes down. Merstash is by himself, trying to live with just a sliver of HP as Joe wastes no time trying to get to the box, but Z Andy goes down to the storm. 1v1 situation. Peace Control goes right back over to Merstash. He peeks through at the wrong time. Huge tag, back to back by Joe to get the double elimination.
And we love to see it. It's usually your friends that turn on you, Joe. See Andy against Malibu.
Άνοιξε Cam. Τι εννοείς bro, δεν καταλαβαίνω τι εννοείς, αλήθεια.
They will be the EU team on top in that engagement.
Ήμουν στείλει στο πουλί σου, please. Σκούπα, ήμουν έτοιμος. Μαλάκα ξαφάγα πολύ τώρα. Πού ζέσκασα.
Taking down Clicks in the feed. And that's what we want to see. We saw Miro getting a little bit busy earlier. Now we're seeing Booga start to get active. This team is beginning to come online. And for a team as dangerous as they are, they have never...
Στείλτε σε εμένα, Τζίλι, και μη σου είπαμε 500 ευρώ, αδερφέ. Με 500 ευρώ στέλνουν τα πάντα. Ό,τι θέλετε. 500, θα φτάσουμε το... Όχι ρε μαλάκα Κινέζακο, πέθανες. Μαγκές, 500 στην
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
Καρά Δημήτρης. Δεν τρώει τον μπαν, κύριος. Ένα member ακόμα για 5 μαγκές. Το daily goal το φτάσαμε μετά από 2 χρόνια. Πάμε. Daily member goal. Πάντα φτάνουμε εκεί πέρα στο 1, πάμε 2. 5 δεν έχουμε φτάσει, πάμε 5 members. Let's fucking go. Αν δεν είναι Σάββατο, member μου, νόπανα δεν πατάτε ρε. Μόνο στο Σάββατο που θέλετε να με γαμάτε. Μόνο στο γαμμένο Σάββατο. Ψάρι το φεκάς κάσε ρε μαλάκα, τρώω ρε μαλάκα. 500 με δόσεις γίνεται με δόσεις αλλά με τόκους. Άμα αργεί η δόση θα πηγαίνει παραπάνω. Και άμα φτάσει σε ένα σημείο τόκος... Άσε δεν το λέω, δεν το λέω. Θα έρθω σε ευρώ.
Overcommit here. Shield bubble comes down to protect themselves. This will allow the builds to get to max HP, and now they can start to read.
Έλα, Λευτέρης, τι κάνουμε, bro.
That's not an easy duo by any means.
Μαλάκα, γκάξιος. Γαμώ το σπίτι μου. Δεν το διάβασα αυτό το comment, ρε μαλάκα. Γαμώ το σπίτι μου. Το νιώθω. Μαλάκα, ο άλλος λέει: έχω βίντεο που κάποιος κόβει το πουλί του. Στα αρχή διάβασα, μαλάκα, γκάξιος. Πω, το νιώθω τώρα, μαλάκα, δεν μπορώ. Ανατριχιάζω μόνος μου. Χαμώ το σπίτι μου, το νιώθετε εσείς αυτό το chat. Πω πω μαλάκα. Γάμω το σόι μου, γάμω μαλάκα. Γάμω το σόι μου, γάμω.
King and Ed. You see Epic Will, a player that usually is lighting up the leaderboard.
Μαλάκα δεν ξέρω. Πω πω μαλάκα, ανατριχιάζω γάμω το σπίτι μου, ανατριχιάζω μαλάκες.
Fuck. Might have found some points there. That is huge, but no, it's just going to be taxed. Oh, actually, yes. Edgy will get the Elim credit there. That's going to effectively push them.
Κάστε ρε μαλάκες, please ρε φίλε. Ωπω γάμω το σπίτι μου. Θα κλείσω το stream μάγκες τώρα πλέον, δεν μπορώ να το ζαλίζω. Γάμω το σόι, δεν βλέπω chat στην πούτσα μου. Τι ωραία που παίζει ο Μύρο. Τόντο! Φτάσαμε με τον Daily Member Goal. Ο Χριστός και η Παναγία κάνουν το σταυρό μας όλοι μαζί τσα. Δόξα σοι κύριε των λαών σου και ευλόγησαν την κληρονομία σου μαλάκες. Daily Member Goal achieved 5. 5 στα 5, τσιμπούκι. Let's fucking go baby. Welcome back Τόντο. Στο Σάμπαθον κούμπος και Dragstream. Greg Mon, στο Σάμπαθον θα γίνει... Το κάθε Σάμπαθον θα γίνεται ακόμα πιο crazy. Γι' αυτό τώρα θα γίνει ένα Σάμπαθον τώρα και το επόμενο θα γίνει ούτε τα Χριστούγεννα το Δεκέμβρη, ούτε Ιανουάριο. Από Φεβρουάριο και αν στριμάρουμε. Οπότε αυτό σημαίνει το επόμενο Σάμπαθον που θα γίνει αυτό το μήνα θα έχει κούρεμα ελκαράφλο άμα χάσω. Μέσα στο stream κάτι τσαλεντζάκια ενδιάμεσα με το ένα και το άλλο. Θέλεις και drag stream? Θα έχει και drag stream. Και τα αρχίδια μου. Και OnlyFans. Και σκατά, χέζο. Τα πάντα ρε.
This lobby with is now down and out, but you know who is?
Step sister in the building. Whatever, μαλάκες, whatever, you know. Βιντεάκια, step sister. Step sister. Όχι. Θα τα σπάσουμε όλα με τη step sister. Λοιπόν, Peace Slam. Peace Slam 13 με το member. 6. Σταμάτα, δεν θέλω άλλα member, μαγιές, τέλος. Φτάσαμε το member goal, κανένα member άλλο. No member. Πάση άλλα στη στέψη. Τι λες ρε μάλακα, Greg Mon. Αυτά στο OnlyFans. Και καλά ρε, τρελά ρε. Δεν σταματήστε ρε μαλάκες. Box με τη step sister. Όχι. Φακτικά ναι. Why not. Κάτσε. Περιμένετε λίγο. Δώστε μου ένα λεπτό. Δεν είμαστε ίσοι. Άντρες γυναίκες. Ακριβώς. Θα μπούμε σε box μαζί με τη step sister. Σε ring σε box. Σκάσε.
Back-to-back games, 6 moving zone. They take the high ground with a well-paced launch pad, but scented and cold. They find two.
Όταν χέζεις, βάλε μια GoPro μέσα στη χέστρα για καλύτερη απόλαυση. Hot up stream πότε, hot up stream μαζί με step sister. Σκάστε τώρα, μιλήσουμε λίγο εδώ πέρα. Σκάστε! Queasy και Ερβίνο στο high ground. Του λάνταρε.
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
Donation? Στον Μπούτζο, remember? Τσάπεξ και Τέισον στο high ground. Πήρανε το high στον Queasy και τον Vino. Μόνο ο Τέισον θα μπορούσε να το κάνει αυτό. Τελικά το δελτίο χθες το έπιασε με τους Nets, ασάς είναι όχι bro. Πούτσες. Με κορυδεύεις τα παιδιά, είναι step sister λέει ο άλλος. Step sister μαλάκα Μαρία. Έχω δει ταινία να ξεκινάει με hot up stream μαλάκες. Crazy hot up stream. Πάρω μια... Χωρίς το πέρα μαλάκα. Το βγάζουμε ρε hot up stream. Θα πάω στο... Έχω crazy hot up stream. Έχω τρελό μέρος. Σκάφος. Κλείψε κανένα αυτάκι. Αυτάκι είναι μαλάκα, τι λέει ο Greg Mon. Σέτι και Κάμιτ στο low ground συνεχίζουν να σκοτώνουν τον Μύρο και τον Μπούγκα. Θέλει καμία Λατίνα να πω. Στείλουμε στο OnlyFans. Στο OnlyFans σου με τις steps είστε τα βιντεάκια θέλουν να ξεκινάνε με ιστοριούλα μπρο. Παύλος όπως θες μπρο, θα μας λες και τι θες ακόμα. Άμα θες ειδική παραγγελία μας στέλνεις ένα donation, you know, θα κάνουμε ό,τι θες. Ποιοι είναι όλοι αυτοί οι άκυροι ρε μαλάκα, ποιοι άκυροι ρε μπρο. Γιατί έχω βίντεο που κάποιος βάζει, ας μαλάκα εγώ τι θέλω να πάρει. 5 λεπτά. Ο Τσιμπεράτε, δεν ξέρω κάποιο, ναι υπέρτης είναι αυτός. Δείτε όμως είναι ο Τσιμπεράτε. Call και send it. Πάρα πολύ καλά, στο low ground, top 3 αυτή τη στιγμή. Top 3 αυτή τη στιγμή, ξαναλέω.
here trying to squeeze out as many points
High
as
ground.
possible, and he works his way on up to the top. Meanwhile,
Oh, Glow.
Cloud playing upset in Chappix and tasting her down. Watson Robab managed to find 8 eliminations, and it's just Wops on height.
This is going to be a big opportunity for Wox to try to pick up as many placement points as he can as a solo. Same could be said with Seti. Chrome Splash, Bobifying himself, dashing, trying to take the high ground, but a misstep by Golden Scented as well. They both go down to hand. He is putting on a show to bring them to the top of the leaderboard.
It only takes one game to jump back into this top 10 here, and you're watching players
Mila.
for it.
Hey guys! Κάνα takeover πάλι.
Ήθελε να μιλήσει ρε μαλάκα, αλήθεια ρε φίλε. Έλα, για πες μας τι θέλεις.
Λοιπόν, θέλω να μου πείτε αν σας αρέσει η ιδέα μου. Θα κάνουμε series με step sister, συγκεκριμένα δηλαδή, και θα σας γίνουμε τα λεπτά δράματα, μην τρέψετε.
Όπως ο Πάντζι που μας είπε πριν αυτό με την κόμενα που γάμισαν και ήταν έγκυος και μετά έμεινε και το ένα τ' άλλο που της βγήκε από τα αυτή. Έτσι θέλει.
Θα κάνουμε react και θα γίνουμε τα λεπτά
Αυτό που κάνει όλο Red, να ξέρεις.
Εμένα δεν το έχεις κάνει.
Dr. Chillis.
Εμένα δεν το έχεις κάνει.
Είναι already in, ξέρω εγώ, in the make. Καταλαβες. Απλά θα μπεις στο πρόγραμμά μου. Οκ, είναι πρόγραμμα τηλεόρασης δικό μου πρόγραμμα τηλεόρασης και απλά θα πάρεις ένα έτσι.
Hello, I am joined here by Vortex and Hen after that incredible game. How you feeling, man?
Pretty pumped. Just gotta keep it up.
I mean, obviously grabbing what 8-9 eliminations in that game. What's the next step for the next game?
Νικητές ο μαλάκας ο Vortex και ο γαμημένος Hen. Μπορεί κάποιος να μου πει το announcement, ακόμα δεν έχει γίνει αδερφέ. Τι λες να κάνεις παιδί? Δεν τι λες ρε μαλάκα. Δεν το έχουν πει ακόμα fancy M, ισχύει. Μαλάκα κάμπλωσα λέει ο Λεγκάκης. Λεγκάκης κάμπλωσες με τη φωνή.
Search and rotation.
I love it. I mean, thank you guys so much for joining me here. Congratulations on your win. Can't wait to see what you guys do next game. Let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you
Ο
guys
Tayson χωρίς
so
τσίτ
much.
σκουπίδι.
Hen
Εντάξει, George, καλός είναι.
picking up
Πήρε το high από τον Quiz και τον Dino. Κάτι κάνανε.
9 eliminations. This is kind of what we talked about yesterday at the end of the day.
Λεγκάκης Παρθένος είναι ο Τσίλις, μην νομίζεις, εννοείται ρε φίλε. Ο Λεγκάκης θηλυκό μόνο στο τηλέφωνο του. Άμα κάνεις OnlyFans με step sis, στέλνουμε και κολλάπια, τρίο με και...
This is a really good jump start.
This is where they have to shine, right, Zeke? And they did exactly that in this match.
Το Project Car που είναι... Εντάξει, στο Project Car bro θέλει και λεφτά ρε φίλε. Το λάβες, εμείς δεν έχουμε φράγκο.
Yeah, they already did. And what I
Oh,
noticed
Scott
in that interview, they were saying, of course, they had surge issues yesterday. They had some positional issues, and this is something that I thought might happen with this.
Εν τω μεταξύ, chat, ποιος βλέπει UFC ρε?
That lead. They don't have that IGL. I think Hen is trying to take on the role at the moment, but they're two fraggers by heart. And I think that overnight sort of VOD viewing session that they must have done has really helped them fix those issues.
Μαλάκες είδατε ποιος έχασε ρε φίλε.
Dominant leader in the game. They've been able to look back at their games and think, okay, we're fixing this, we're fixing that, and clearly it's working out.
Μαλάκα είδατε ποιος έχασε ρε φίλε. Και νίκησε ένας random ass παίκτης.
Except this duo. They just kind of held out, right? They're saying, we don't know why, but everyone's fighting all the way around us. Let's just wait it out. Top 3, here we are. Oh, it's a 2v1. Yeah, let's close it out. 9 eliminations, no big deal.
Look, Queasy and Vino, we're looking for high ground.
Random ass ρε μαλάκα, Ζενέλα, γάμισε με ρε φίλε. Ο Drake, πόντα ρε μαλάκα 2 million στον άλλον ρε φίλε. Ήταν gold, δεν ήταν gold ρε φίλε. Και εγώ να πω την αλήθεια ρε φίλε, στον άλλο τα έπαιζε.
They were looking good, right? For a moment, they just, well, for most of the game, they were actually low on build. And then we kind of blinked, and I was like, hey, there's someone in there. And you guys were like, oh, it's them. Like, no, someone's above them. It's Tayson, it's Chappix. Where did they come from?
Σκάσεις κούπα. Ραντομάσε, μπρο, ραντομάσε ήταν ρε φίλε. Κανείς δεν το περίμενε αυτό, να νικήσει ξέρω εγώ. Καταλάβες. Να νικήσει ήταν ο άλλος ρε φίλε.
A little boy to me, I'll kiss you on your forehead, you a little boy.
Ποιος πιστεύεις να κερδίσει τα FNCS με το member για τους 2 μήνες ο Ice Thanos? Βίνω και Aqua, μάγκες. Το πιστεύω πολύ άσχημα τώρα πια. Βίνω Aqua.
I mean, it was interesting, but what I also find interesting is kind of the duo in the mist and the shadows, right, that are making their way up that leaderboard. Seti and Cammy, the consistency with the drop spot, it's looking dangerous.
Ρε μαλάκες, για τον ίδιο μιλάμε. Εγώ μιλάω για έναν έχρονο τέλος πάντων παλαιστή τέλος πάντων του UFC που ήταν ο GOAT ρε φίλε. Που έκανε κάτι Naruto και τέτοια, Science.
Amazing stuff. I'm joined as well by their translator, Gabriel. Gabriel, I'd love to ask Zeet firstly. Currently 6th position in this competition.
Πάρη, τώρα αυτό δεν σηκώνει η φρεσιά μάνας μέχρι να σε γαμίσω. Απάντα μου λίγο ρε φίλε. Απάντα μου ρε φίλε. Δεν πρέπει να σε βρίσω μέχρι να σου γάμει μάνα σου. Α, εννοείς τον Ουσμάν. Ρε, θα με τρελάνετε στις μαλάκες, περιμένετε. Περιμένετε.
Let's go Brazil. And lastly, to KBR as well, can we ask what's it been like representing Brazil in front of these amazing
UFC
fans?
12-11.
Pra você, como foi representar o Brasil aqui nesse torneio?
Τον Αντεσάνια έλεγα εγώ ρε φίλε. Τον Αντεσάνια με τον Περέιρα. Τόσο είναι αυτό σου λέμε, ναι ρε μαλάκες γάμο τον πελά μου. Ο Αντεσάνια δεν ήταν φαβορί. Αυτός και καλά δεν είχε τη ζώνη. Τον λες πας απέ, κάτσε να δω λίγο τα highlights ρε φίλε. Να δω τα μπουνίδια που φάγε. Σαν UFC στημένο ή όχι?
I tell you, this corner right here, they're going absolutely ham. My goodness. Let's kind of focus back up now after this game is done. I want to talk about Sammy.
Πάρε θα σου γαμίσω κανένα μουνί που σε πέταγε ρε. Άλλη μια κουβέντα να διαβάσω που να είναι έστω χλεβαστική από το κολοστόμα στο βρώμικο, το άσχημο, το πατσαβόρικο, το γύφτικο. Θα πας παίρνω πάνω από το κανάλι μου. Μας έμαθε και UFC ο παππούς, πάνε Κώστας Παπαχρήστος. Πέρα από UFC που έμαθα, πρέπει να μάθεις και εσύ ότι σε λίγο η μάνα σου θα μπει στο OnlyFans μου. Ξέρεις. Και εγώ με ειλικρίνεια μιλάω. Ξεκάθαρα. Πουτανάζγι, βγάλατε όλη γλώσσα, σκουπίδια. 15 χρόνων μπόμπινες που μάθατε όλοι UFC και τα χέρια με τα δυο. Άντε γάμηθείτε ρε. 15 χρόνων. Έλα. Στο διάλογο λέγα, μιλάνε όλοι μιλάκι πουτάνες. Σκάσε Πάρη, τότε δεν θα μιλάς. Πάρη, δεν θα μιλάς τότε ρε μαλάκα. Ούτε εγώ βλέπω UFC, ρωτάω. Πουτανάζγε. Ό,τι γαμηθείτε μαλάκες 15 χρονών παλικάρια μου. Έχετε μάθει όλοι professors ρε. Professors UFC, ο άλλος παίζει λογικά. Ο 15χρονος λογικά όπως εδώ πέρα ο παπαπούτσος μου. Παίζει στο UFC ρε, δεν παίζει μαζί με τον άλλο, τον Ιντισάνια, το είχε στη ζώνη. Ο Καμπίμπο. Βασικά μαζί με τον τι θα παίξει. Πώς λέγεται ο άλλος? Ο μικρός λέ. Πώς λέγεται ο άλλος? Fuck, πώς λέγεται ο άλλος?
Look, they also have time now after they study a bit more of the exact paths that their opponents have been doing around them and how they can adapt to maybe take those engagements. Janice and Vidal, they were having trouble finding Storm Surge being uncontested, but now
πλημμυρίζει το σπίτι μου και δεν μπορώ να κάνω τίποτα. Ο άλλος λέει πλημμυρίζει το σπίτι μου και δεν μπορώ να κάνω τίποτα ρε μαλάκα και κάθεται και γράφει σε ένα τέτοιο στον αγαπημένο YouTube chat. Χάμω daily reminder σου έχω γαμίσει τη μάνα και βγήκες εσύ, οπότε παρθένος δεν είμαι, το υπόλοιπο είμαι. Πουταναζιέ, έχεις βάλει γλώσσα 15 χρονών πουταναζιός. Τίποτα δεν με λέτε ρε. Όπως τα πες χαμό, απλά ξέχασα ότι σου έχω γαμίσει τη μάνα. Οπότε δεν είμαι, αποκλείεται να είμαι παρθένος. Ο Μαγκρέγκορ τώρα κάνει ζωάρα, σε έβαλε τα μήλο και τελείωσε. Ο Μαγκρέγκορ νομίζω θα ξαναπαίξει μάτς μαγκές. Χάμω, φαντάσου πόσο 14. Μαλακιά είπα, δεν είσαι 15 ρε φίλε, είσαι 14. Μπαίνεις στο stream και μου λες PR check ρε μαλακα και λες κάτι για 30 χρόνια στην αρχίδια με τα δυο. Πρέπει να είσαι από τα παιδιά εκείνα εκεί πέρα που έχουν, ξέρεις, που από κοντά παίζει να μην μπορεί να μιλήσουν κιόλας, να είναι, ξέρεις, antisocial. Άσε, δεν θέλω να πω παραπάνω πράγματα, αλήθεια ρε φίλε.
Was the longest it has ever taken, in my opinion, for any team off spawn to finish a fight.
That's right. It was a drawn-out battle for Smite and Larson. A tough result from that as well, as they were one of the first contested duels to actually, which is, again, that is how things change here. It starts affecting the standings and the leaderboards in general. They came in around that.
Τι βλέπω στο chat, ρε, αν τους μαζέψω όλους αυτούς εδώ πέρα, σε ηλικία παίζει να κάνουν ένα άθροισμα των 30 χρονών ρε φίλε. 10 και 10 και 10, 30. Χίλια για κάτω.
What's super interesting is now our top 16 from 4th to
Αλεξούκος,
has become
δεν μπορείτε να καταλάβετε ρε μαλακές.
amongst those standings and those positions from first through
Ας και τι ασχολούμαι ρε μαλακα, οι άλλοι είναι 14 χρονών, ρε αλήθεια ρε φίλε. Άντε πουτάνα αζί που μου κάνετε και γλώσσα μαλακα. Στο διάλο.
It really shows us that teams and duos, regardless of how good you are, you have to put up the numbers, you have to perform.
Καμιέται η θεία μου. Κάσετε Τζαράς. Είχα μιλήσεις. Είναι king και τα αρχίδια με τα δυο, έλα. Τα 15 χρόνια σιγά σιγά πάρουν το... Βασικά όχι τα 15 χρόνια, τα 15 χρόνια το 2022 θα πάρουν τον πουλο. Όσοι ήσασταν 15 το 2017 καλώς. Τώρα μάγκες δεν έχει 15 χρονών το 2022, sorry κιόλας. 14 εκεί πέρα, 13 δεν είμαστε για τώρα να βλέπετε live. Κάνα βιντεάκι θα σας αφήνω να βλέπετε. Για live stream και να κάνουμε συνομιλία δεν μπορούμε, συγγνώμη. Αλήθεια. Μου έχετε σπάσει τα αρχίδια μερικοί. Έχουνε καβαλήσει το κανάλι τα 15 χρόνια να γάμισε τα μπρο. Ξύπνησα και τα αρχίδια μου να μιλήσουνε. Έλα μαλάκα, είμαστε σοβαροί. Και δεν μιλάω για άλλα τα 15 χρόνια by the way, μερικά παιδάκια είστε τύπος και ο γραμμός, όσοι είστε πουτάνα γη και μιλάτε. Δεν ξέρω, απλά δεν σας έχουν δώσει χαστούκια οι γονείς σας. Αυτό τίποτα άλλο. 15 χρονών, όλη μέρα Fortnite, σχολείο Fortnite, ξύλο από το γονιό επειδή πήγε πολύ κακά στο μάθημα. Back to Fortnite, κοιμήσει, σχολείο πάλι του Fortnite. Αυτό τίποτα άλλο. That's it.
You know, high placing as them actually try a new strategy, and already they have had a pretty clean start to the day, but they've also slipped down a little further than they would have liked. As you jump on over to retake versus Vico here.
Όπως δεν έφαγε φάπα δεν... Ρε πλαγά, μάνες, γιατί βρίζεις. Τα συγκεκριμένα θέλουν να βρίσκεις, bro, δεν βλέπεις τι γράφουνε τζιμάκος. Τυφλός είσαι. Τζιμάκος, τι το παίζεις εσύ τώρα. Ιστορίας. Έτσι μάκος. Είσαι και καλά με το λαό τώρα εσύ. Δεν βλέπεις ότι βρίζουν τα παιδάκια. Και θέλουν να ακούσουν από μένα την βρυσία για να βάλουν λίγο μυαλό. Εμείς σε γάμισε και σε ένα μαλάκα που μας το παίζει εδώ πέρα τώρα. Τι. Μερικοί θέλετε πολλά χαστίκια ρε μαλάκες. Μερικοί θέλετε πολλά χαστίκια ρε. Κάνουμε εδώ πέρα το χαβαλέ μας, τον Ατάλο, οκ, μέχρι εκεί σκάστε. Οι υπόλοιποι που είστε random μας που απλά μιλάτε και θέλετε να πείτε απλά τη μαλακία σας έτσι για να μας τσιγκλίσετε, σκάστε. Όσοι κάνουμε πλάκα, κάνουμε πλάκα. Και το ξέρουν και οι ίδιοι ότι κάνουμε πλάκα. Ξέρω το τσάτ.
It is heating up in the south zone. It's heating up on the west zone. We have a lot going on right now.
I don't know if they just saw, but Macron could not have jumped.
Member chat, όχι ρε Κέμι, γάμισε τους ρε μαλάκα. Στην πούτσα μου, δεν με νοιάζει καν ρε. Απλά όταν κάνουμε πλάκα, όταν δεν κάνουμε πλάκα και μιλάνε τα 15 χρόνια, κάντε ρε μαλάκα, αλήθεια. Έχω φτάσει να στριμάρω 4 χρόνια συνεχόμενα, non-stop. Αυτή είναι η main δουλειά μου. Και να έχω τώρα αυτούς εδώ πέρα τους μπομπίλες να μου λένε τις μαλακίες. Έλα, ξαφανίσω το chat μου ρε μαλάκα. Εντάξει, δεν είμαι καινούριο streamer. Θα τον πουλώ.
Buys him some time here, and this is why he took those zip line out the side there, trying to find these new angles.
Όχι, δεν κάνουμε member chat ρε, πάτε καλά, μια χαρά.
Watching high tier players navigate the map.
Το πρώτο είναι όχι, είναι το τρίτο game, μαγκές. Ευτυχώς τουλάχιστον τα games σήμερα πάνε πιο γρήγορα. Φαντάζομαι ήταν ο παλιός και αυτός πάνω σε αυτό το θέμα θα γινόταν focus, τώρα θα είχαμε φάει banner μάλλον ήταν ο παλιός με αυτός. Αν ήταν τώρα, αν γινόταν αυτό το πράγμα το 2018, ο φιλαράκος μας εκείνος θα έχει ακούσει σίγουρα Ευαγγέλιο. Τσίλι, τι γίνεται ρε, έχω να μπω, καμιά εβδομάδα έχω πηγαίνει σχολείο front και τα λοιπά. Δεν τι να κάνουμε μπρο, εντάξει τώρα έχετε διακοπές λίγο. Αλλά τα φροντιστήρια είναι τα πιο γάμισα τα μπρο, δεν μπορώ, τα φροντιστήρια με γαμούς να είναι γάμους. Μαλάκα, θυμάμαι που είχα φροντιστήριο μαλάκα μετά το σχολείο Insta, ρε φίλε. Σαν σκύλος.
But it almost looks like they left TSM duo trying to go ahead and still put the damage onto Muzz and Looter as he, Andy, and Joe floating in all the way from Synapse Station trying to put the team
Χασίλα, δεν μπορείς να το λάβεις, bro.
disappearing right before our very eyes, but ultimately enough, the Cloudy Condos teams who lack damage very early on beginning to put in their own tags.
Τζιμάκος, δεκτό αδερφέ μου, όπως λες μπήκες αυτή τη στιγμή στο live stream, οκ. Άκουσέ με. Όταν μπαίνεις κατευθείαν στο live stream, δεν μπορείς να πιαστείς από μία λέξη που είπα. Αν βρίσω κάποιον, να έχω λόγο που τον βρίζω. Δεν θα μου καβλώσει μία μέρα και θα πω γαμώ τη μάνα σου που ήταν άσγε. Καταλάβες, ποτέ δεν θα το κάνω αυτό. Έτσι. Είπαμε. Όσοι χαλάνε το vibe του stream θα τρώνε το βρυσί της Παναγίας, τέλος. That's it ρε φίλε, that's the stream. Δεν είμαι family friendly streamer, το έχω αποδείξει εδώ και πολύ καιρό. Δεν μπορώ να διατηρηθώ family friendly. Εντάξει, τέλος. Δεν είμαστε παλιοί streamers, δεν είμαστε καινούργιοι streamers. Κουράζει αυτή η φάση, τέλος. Θα φάει το βρυσίδι του, θα φάει το μπαν του, τελείωσε η συζήτηση. Πάμε next, τέλος. Δεν θέλω να μένουμε εκεί πέρα. Αυτό. Αν πω γαμώ τη μάνα σου σκούπα π.χ., ο σκούπας θα καταλάβει ρε φίλε. Καταλάβες, το σκούπα το δέχομαι, καταλάβες. Ξέρω τον μάνα και ο άλλος. Τώρα δεν θα έρθει ο Χάμο να μου πει γαμώ τη μάνα σου 40χρονο. Τον 13χρονο. Θα το πιάσω το αυτί για το κρεμάσω πάνω από εδώ πέρα έτσι.
Having such a fantastic day number 2, but that should be no surprise to anybody. Like I said, the history shows the day 2 team.
I'm a bit concerned about this position here, though. This is very much reminiscent to the Game 7 positioning where they took their time, played high ground. Yes, it's more
και μη τίποτα, bro. Σκάσει.
Professional players are very much not willing to rotate through those open areas.
Τζάρας versus Φακ. Δυστυχώς όμως είναι απαραίτητο το φροντιστήριο για πανελλήνιες, χωρίς το ισχύει, bro. Όποιος θέλει να δώσει πανελλήνιες και να περάσει, όντως, ή πρέπει να είναι διάνοια, τουλάχιστον στις χρονιές μου, ή πρέπει να είναι διάνοια και να μην κάνει τίποτα άλλο εκτός από τον διαβάζει, ή απλά να είναι ο Einstein, ωραία, ή να πηγαίνει φροντιστήριο. Για να περάσει στη σχολή, ξέρεις, ψηλές, να γράψει καλά στις πανελλήνιες, αναλόγως και τι σχολή θες να περάσει, έτσι. Άμα θες να γίνεις γιατρός πρέπει να είσαι διάνοια. Πρέπει να είσαι 19, είναι πολλά νομίζω. Πρέπει να είσαι... Πρέπει να είσαι χασικλής για να γράψεις τα γένια.
Such an important fight. We have to see if Moran can actually clutch up for his teammate. Yes, he will drop.
Είναι μεγάλα βαρετά οι πανελλήνιες ρε φίλε, πας ένα EX και τελείωσε. Μήπως θα επιστρέφουμε όντως στις παλιές καλές μέρες με τερματισμένα βρεσίδια. Σμόκι, ξέρεις γιατί δεν θέλω να το κάνω αυτό ρε φίλε. Γιατί πια, επειδή ας πούμε αν είναι δουλειά μου αυτό σε εισαγωγικά, δεν μπορώ να το έχω αυτό στο stream, κατάλαβες, δεν μπορώ να βρίζω τους πάντες. Εσείς έχετε το ελεύθερο να βρίζετε τα άτομα που βρίζουν χωρίς λόγο. Καταλάβες. Ή άμα θέλετε κάνετε inside jokes. Εγώ δεν μπορώ να το κάνω το σχολείο αυτό. Πια.
Everybody really trying to prove their own path. They don't want to have anything other than their own decisions really find out.
Shadowban, Smokey, reports από τον οποιοδήποτε και το βλέπει το YouTube, copyright strikes, copyright, ό,τι να είναι ρε. Βεσίλη, εσύ δεν έχεις πάρει κανένα ποσοστό από κολλήμιση, είχα πάρει ρε. Απλά έγραψα πάρα πολύ καλά.
What can they do? What can they earn? Jamper's gonna get hurt there, but he does close out in the end versus Malibu.
Σίλη, θυμάσαι που σου είχαν ανεβάσει TikTok που έβριζες. Και από κάτω λέγανε κάτι παλικάρια. Πω, μα λέγα ποιον βλέπετε, ξέρω εγώ. Είτε εδώ τι βρίζει. Πάλι παίζει Fortnite και βρίζει. What? Και τέτοια. Γαμώ το σόι. Σύλληση της δουλειά κάνεις, έχω πει Γιωργάκης, εδώ και 4 χρόνια από το 2018 πες, 22 είμαι full time streamer.
This is our first place current team leaning into game 9, taking an extremely risky battle close to the edge, but he is not.
Που είσαι fight, με τον Μaz, πολύ καλό τέτοιο. Η σχολή την άφησες, σχολή αδερφέ είμαι τέτοιος, σχολή είναι στη Γερμανία, την έχω ακόμα στο Open, έχω άλλον ένα χρόνο που μπορώ να είμαι έτσι. Αν δεν γραφτώ επόμενο χρόνο μάγκης, νομίζω με κόβει και η σχολή.
Camera peeks, he's playing it very smart, taking his time, he knows what he's doing. Take a look at how he's trying to control the terrain as well. Muzz doing just that as well. But Muzz is playing off his left side right now.
Γιατί δεν πας Twitch, Βέλος, για να πάω Twitch αδερφέ θέλουμε κάτι πολύ μεγάλο για να γίνει αυτό, bro. Το κατάλληλο για streaming είναι το Twitch αυτή τη στιγμή, το YouTube, απλά δεν μπορώ να το αφήσω τώρα το YouTube streaming. Στρατό έχεις πάει, είχα πάρει παράταση μέχρι το 2020 κάτι, μάγκες, το 2023, δεν ξέρω τώρα αν μπορώ να ξαναπάρω. Πόσο χρόνια είσαι ακόμα άρχοντας, έχω ακόμα νομίζω 1,5-2 χρόνια να πες. Έκανα τα πρώτα 2 εξάμηνα. Τα πρώτα 2 εξάμηνα και στο μισό εξάμηνο δεν πήγαινα και σχολή καθόλου. Σκύλη σκέφτεσαι να τελειώσει σχολή, GG Killer, αν στην τελική ρε φίλε, για να τελειώσει τη σχολή ρε μαλάκες πρέπει να παρατήσω πολλά πράγματα, καταλάβες. Σμόκι, ισχύει αυτό bro, ισχύει αυτό και πρέπει να το κάνουμε σιγά σιγά, αλλά θέλω πρώτα να ανεβάσουμε κάπου στο YouTube γιατί δεν θέλω να μιλήσω, δεν θα πω καν ονόματα. Ωραία, κανονικά το Σάββατο εγώ θα πρέπει να είχα βίντεο. Ωραία, δεν είχα βίντεο. Κάποιοι απλά είναι για τον Μπούτσο. Χαρακτήρας μπορεί να το πει για τον Μπούτσο. Δεν ξέρω πώς θα το πω ρε φίλε. Κάποιοι είναι απλά για τον Μπούτσο παιδιά. Ωραία. And that's it. Θέλω λίγο να οργανώσω τα βίντεο μου, πότε θα βγαίνουν, πότε θα είναι το ένα το άλλο, πότε θα κάνω live και τα λοιπά. Την μπουφλα έφαγε μαλάκα από νουάρε. Παναγία μου, τι είδα μαλάκα τώρα. Και μετά να γίνει όλο αυτό το και καλά switch, άμα αξίζει να κάνουμε switch και τα λοιπά. Τι λίγο δόκιμος θα πάω και λογικά θα μεταφερθώ Ελλάδα. Αν μείνω μόνιμος μου στέλνεις ότι όταν μπεις τι μονάδα θα είσαι. Ναι και μην αγχώνεσαι. Άρχοντας, αυτό κάνουμε τώρα το σκερό ρε φίλε, προσπαθούμε να κάνουμε το οτιδήποτε, καταλάβες, να βγάλουμε εμείς τα... Τέλος πάντων, τον μήνα μας και γενικά τις μέρες μας καλά, παίρνοντας καλά πάντα και κάνοντας τη δουλειά μας αυτό που μας αρέσει, το όνειρό μας στην αγωγία. Αν μπορέσω ρε μαλάκα κάποια στιγμή να το κάνω full time αυτό εδώ πέρα για μακροχρόνια, θα είναι το ιδανικό για μένα, φίλε, γιατί αυτό εμένα μου αρέσει να το κάνω αυτό, κατάλαβες, γουστάρω να κάνω live, γουστάρω να κάνω content creation, γουστάρω να κάνω βίντεο, γουστάρω να κάνω το οτιδήποτε, κατάλαβες, που έχει με τα social media. Δεν είναι τόσο απλό να αλλάξει πλατφόρμα, το ίδιο και με τον τρόπο. Χρήστο, ισχύει αυτό που λες και γενικά δεν το έχω σκεφτεί να ξαναλλάξω πλατφόρμα, σας πω την αλήθεια, γιατί είπα από την τελευταία φορά, άμα είναι να ξαναλλάξουμε πλατφόρμα, ο μόνος τρόπος που μπορεί να ξαναλλάξω πλατφόρμα είναι αν πάρουμε κάποιο contract, που να είναι σίγουρα λεφτά. Κατάλαβες. Δεν θέλω να ξαναπαράτησα το YouTube, γιατί μαλάκα μου το είχα αφήσει περίπου στα 2 χρόνια το YouTube, έτσι στην άκρη, και ανέβαζα ό,τι μου κάβλωνε για τον Μπούτσο κτλ. Θα μπορούσαμε να είχαμε πάει 100.000 subs, αν όχι 100.000 subs, 80.000 τουλάχιστον. χαλαρά, με τόσο grind που χάρη στο τρόβο. Άμα θυμάστε streams του τρόβο, 12 ώρα, 8 ώρα, 10 ώρα, τα αρχίδια μου, τα πάντα όλα.
This southern area is looking dicey.
Yeah, tilted towers, there's majority in there. You can get different elevations. You got to be careful when traversing through that. As KBR.
Και μη λες ονόματα, bro, αλήθεια. Δεν ασχολούμαι. Αλήθεια. Απλά μερικοί άνθρωποι είναι για τον Butcher. Εντάξει. Δεν γίνεται να σου έχω αναθέσει μια δουλειά, ρε φίλε. Να σε πληρώνω λεφτά, ρε φίλε. Όχι σκατά, λεφτά. Και στην τελική να μου λες τελευταία μέρα δεν έχω το βίντεο. Εκεί σου έχουμε και έναν θαν. Όχι, Ποιο υποστηρίζεις? Υποστηρίζω τώρα Quizy και Vino. Σε βλέπω αφού στο YouTube μετά από το τρόπο, ναι, λίγο κράτησε. Το τρόπο κράτησε 2 χρόνια ακριβώς. Μετά απλά έκανε μια γκέλα τον τρόπο. Γενικά τώρα ξεκίνησε να λέει, ξέρω εγώ, θέλουμε donates, θέλουμε το ένα, επειδή η εταιρεία που έχει τον τρόπο έπεσε σε bankruptcy και ξέρεις, δεν δίνουν λεφτά και τώρα και τώρα.
They do know that the body was eliminated there though, so although no tags, they will find some heals, and that is going to be a difference.
Καλά ισχύεις μου και ισχύει μαλακα. Θυμάμαι πρώτος... Καλά τα λες μαλακα. Θυμάμαι πρώτο stream είχαμε 1000 πλάσα άτομα δεν είχαμε chat. Στο τρόπο. Ή 800 είχαμε. Από ό,τι θυμάμαι. Ήταν εκεί πέρα στα τέλη της καραντίνας που πιάναμε χιλιάρες, όχι τη χιλιάρα. 1500, 1200 εκεί πέρα.
They just need to play defensive and not let this team get any chances. And it was crazy smart of them not to break the chrome builds in front of them. They know this team cannot edit, so they start to turn the focus to the other duo in the distance. But now
και με την καραντίνα streams κάθε πρωί. Ναι, μαλάκα, εντάξει. Αν έδινε στον κάθε πικραμένο, λογικό να χρεοκοπήσουν. Πάρει αυτό λέω και εγώ, μαλάκα. Δηλαδή, παιδιά τα οποία έγιναν streamers μέσα από το τρόπο και αυτή τη στιγμή δεν κάνουν καν stream, εγώ τους μισώ. Καταλάβες. Τους μισώ. Καλό, οκ, αρπάξαν την ευκαιρία, δεχτώ. Ο καθένας να βγάλει τα λεφτά του. Αλλά πουτάνας γε, άμα τελειώσει το τρόπο και έλεγε στον κόσμο σου ότι θες να είσαι streamer κτλ. Συνέχισε το streamer πουτανά. Γιατί δεν κάνεις stream? Πού είσαι τώρα, γιατί δεν κάνεις stream? Καταλάβεις εννοώ. Αυτοί που είναι streamers, οι κανονικοί streamers, συνεχίζουν ακόμα και τώρα. Να ξέρετε. Ωραία. Στον καραντίνο το λέει Παναγιώτη, στην πούτσα μου το λένε. Με αυτή τη λογική ο Κάτα αυτό έκανε. Και ο Κάτα είναι μέσα στη λίστα, ρε μπρο. Άσχετα που είναι φίλος μου. Τι ακούω? Γνώμη για πρόεδρο, πρόεδρος GOAT. Είναι τα παιδιά, ο Κρίστιαν και ο Ανδρέας, τους ξαναλέω, τα παιδιά τους είδα πριν από 2 χρόνια περίπου στο τρόπο με 50 άτομα, 30 άτομα. Το βράδυ να παίζανε FIFA, καλοκαίρι. Τότε που ξεκινούσα και εγώ τρόπο. Τους είδα εκεί πέρα, λέω εντάξει, μπήκα σε ένα stream τους, γάμα τα παιδιά. Και από εκεί και πέρα ξεκίνησα να τους κάνω raid και γνωριστήκαμε. Γενικά το FN έχει πέσει τσίλι, εννοείται έχει πέσει το FN bro, δεν έχουμε πει, δεν λέμε το αντίθετο τώρα. Χθες πικάραμε 800 άτομα, ήταν το hype, έριξαν το hype λόγω των Q-times. Ήταν ακόμα και ξαναλέω, τα 800 άτομα που είχαμε χθες, πολύ W, ok, αλλά αν ήταν ανεβασμένο το Fortnite αυτή τη στιγμή θα είχαμε at least χθες σε peak viewers, at least 2.000 άτομα θα λέγαμε. At least, άμα το Fortnite ήταν καλά. Τσίλης ο Δελφίνης, ξαναπες το άλλη μια ρε μπράδε μου, αφού βλέπεις ότι σε ράπω στην πούτσα μου, τι νομίζεις να με ενοχλείς αυτό που λες, το ξέρω και ο ίδιος. Τρελή φάση Geeku Brothers είναι φίλοι, είναι τα μόνα παιδιά που ρισπεκτάρω ρε φίλε στη φάση. Και τον... Και τον... Βασικά όχι, είναι αυτοί και άλλοι 2-3 streamers. Ναι, αλλά και πάλι Chili, don't know, αν δεν έχει βγει game θα πάρει τόσο hype όσο έχει το FN αρχικά. Αλλά μη λες ποτέ μαλάκα. Εντάξει, και πριν το Fortnite δεν το πιστεύω να θα βγει κάποιο hype game. Τώρα το GTA 6, το 6 μπορεί να βγει και να είναι καλά. Τώρα video editor πάπαλα. Βρήκα έναν editor, απλά θα έχω λογικά ένα καλό edited video, ένα βίντεο το μήνα. Ρε μπρο, 800 είχες με το να πατώσεις live, go live και άκουγες φενήρ, απλά πρέπει να βγει κάτι με ενέργεια όπως ήταν το FN να αρέσει στον κόσμο, ισχύει, δεν ισχύει. Γενικά αυτό το streaming ρε φίλε, εγώ το έχω βασίσει σε gaming. Θέλουμε ένα ωραίο game. Υπάρχουν πολλές άλλες εναλλακτικές λύσεις για streaming και να έχουμε άτομα. Π.χ. ο Τζόγος. Ο Τζόγος ρε μαλάκες, αυτή τη στιγμή είναι το content που βλέπουν οι περισσότεροι, ωραία. Εκεί πέρα να βλέπεις τη ρουλέτα, να χάνεις τα λεφτά σου και τα άλλο. Εγώ αυτό θα το κάνω και το κάνω, ξέρετε, μόνο σπάνιες περιπτώσεις. Σε κανένα γενέθλια, καμιά μέρα έτσι, σε κανένα Σάββατο κτλ. Για να περάσουμε καλά, κατάλαβες. Δεν θα το έκανα ποτέ εκτός και αν έπαιρνα sponsor από κάποια εταιρεία. Τι πιστεύεις είναι το announcement? Μακάρι το announcement να είναι World Cup, κάποιο άλλο event που θα γίνει σύντομα. Ή δεν ξέρω τι στον Μπούτσο ρε φίλε, αλήθεια κάτι καινούργιο ρε μαλάκα. Να πέσει μια βόμβα και το map να αλλάξει ρε φίλε, κάτι τέτοιο. Και να μπει πάμε κάτι τέτοιο. Αδερφέ μπορώ να σου στείλω 2-3 κομμάτια τραπ δικά μου να μου πεις γνώμη, λέει ο Ματέο Μακίση. Στείλε αδερφέ, στείλε. Αυτός ο editor που βρήκες είναι ο Σίβερ. Πας καλά ρε. Το announcement θα γίνει μόλις τελειώσει το τουρνουά Φιζή. Τώρα τι είναι, άλλα 3 games είναι chat, εντάξει, οκ, φτάνουμε. Άλλα 3 games είναι. Wheezy πάλι στο high ground ρε μαλάκες. Fuck ρε μαλάκες. Όχι, άκυρο. Μπελούς και high joy στο high ground. Άμα γίνει ξανά FN World Cup θα πιστεύω θα ξανά είναι το Fortnite. Θέλει pump, θέλει τρίος, θέλει late game arena, θέλει τουρνουά cash cups και όχι elite cups. Μην το ξαναδώ αυτό το elite cup, πραγματικά άμα βάλουν elites και challenger και τα αρχίδια μου τα δυο είναι ό,τι πιο fail. Αυτά. Γιατί δεν κάνεις κανένα stream FIFA? Βλάς, όταν κάνουμε stream FIFA ρε bro, απλά τελειτάρα τον πάτα μου, δεν μπορώ να παίξω εγώ FIFA. Το 23 δεν μπορώ να το παίξω. Το 22 μ' άρεσε, ήταν λίγο πιο γρήγορο, ήταν πιο fast pace. Γενικά μ' άρεσαν τα fast pace games. Τώρα το FIFA 23 δεν είναι τόσο fast pace. Ο Χεν και ο Vortex θα πάνε πολύ καλά, chat. Νοαρέλη ζωντανός σκοτώνει τον Vortex. Σμακ που σκοτώνει τον Yusri. Πάλι τον Revscar τον Bevis. Για να δούμε, chat. Κάμι και σε τη ζωντανή ακόμα. Consistency full μαλάκες αυτή. Βαντεάλ σκοτώνει τον Not Bad Sniper. Όπα. Βαντεάλ θα σκοτώσει μάλλον και τον Νοαρέλη. Ω, Κόλλη σκοτώνει τον Vortex. Ο Pink Z.
Sentiment Cold are so live. 5 elims for them. This is where they play best, the low ground.
They have to be careful though. That's going with an elevation change. They gotta start it now or never, and a good shot by
Νοαρέλη μαλάκα, ο Νοαρέλη πάει τάπατς τώρα, Ω, καλά, ο Pink πως πέθανε μαλάκα. Θα σου απαντήσω σε λίγο, Χαρίς. Χεν, το σκοτώνει ο Revscar. Και ο Clone. Wheezy και πίνω στο high ground μαλάκες πάλι. Απίστευτο ρε μαλάκα. Ρε δεν ξέρω, είναι different ρε η πουτανάζγη. Πόσο καλή είναι ρε μαλάκα. Μαλάκα Μπίνο δεν τον έκανε. Ρε ο Μπίνο αλήθεια ρε φίλε. Είναι απίστευτα καλός. Μαλάκα δεν ξέρω τι όμως. Μαλάκα. Και ο Savage ζωντανός. Και λέει ένα βιδίο ο Savage ρε, το high.
opportunity to stagger himself to the backside of zone. Spots eye drop up.
Bro, τι κάνουν. Κάμι και Σέντι στο high ground. Επειδή δεν έχουνε μάτς. Βίνο νεκρός. Quizzy σκοτώνει τον eye drop.
Excellent now. Cammy and Seti have a chance here to close the gap and take back first place. They started it off that way and they want to remain. But Quizzy is still here. Don't count him out. Another set of points.
Top 3 μαλάκα ο Quizzy,
Versus Cammy and Seti.
Μαλάκα. Και ο Νοαρέλη πήγαινε πολύ καλά. Σέτι και Κάμι, Μαλάκα, Σέτι, Κάμι, Νοαρέλη, όχι, Σέτι, Κάμι, Βίνο και Quizzy, μαλάκες. Κανείς άλλος δεν έχει πάρει, δεν ήταν τόσο dominant. Η Πολωνή και ο Quizzy με τον Βίνο. Και ο Σέντι και ο Κόλ πάνε πολύ καλά, αλλά ο Σέντι τώρα είναι solo. Άμα το κλατσάρει τσάτ 1v2. Impossible, man. Για να δούμε ποιος είναι πρώτος, μάγκες. Για να δούμε ποιος είναι ο winner, μάγκες. Λοιπόν, να σας απαντήσουμε στον Χάρης που μας ρώτησε πριν. Λέει, πιστεύεις άμα δεν ζούσες Ρόδο και έμενες σε μεγαλύτερη πόλη π.χ. Αθήνα θα ανέβαινες πιο γρήγορα? Δεν πιστεύω ότι θα ανέβαινα πιο γρήγορα, αλλά πιστεύω θα είχα παραπάνω content. Αυτό. Αφού είπαμε Σέτι, έμαθε από τη Λιμπάρη αυτό, Χριστός. Είναι το Chili's Classic αυτό, έπαθε Chili's. Ο Άννας τι έχει πάθει, ρε. Στεναχωρημένος. Θα δούμε τώρα τα... Τι βλέπω, Παναγία μου.
We've spoken so many times the last few days. We're almost approaching getting matching bracelets time. This is crazy. Congratulations. What a great way to head into the halftime. Another victory royale.
Yeah, we need to get more.
You need to get more?
Yeah.
This guy's confident. Looking at the last few games as well, you wanted to start this strongly. Said you've done exactly that and you're managing to manage your games exceptionally well. You're managing your games exceptionally well.
Yeah, thank you so much. We just have to be confident going into the last 3 games and yeah, good luck to everyone.
Now, looking at the leaderboard as well, obviously we have Quizzy and Vino who are very close as well. We now know that this is coming down very... We love a battle going into the last few games. Quizzy and Vino are there, a few others too. What are you guys really doing in this right now in terms of a strategic point of view to prepare yourselves for the last 3 games?
Just chill and wait for the games.
Just wait for the games. So, is it going to happen? Could you be FNCS Invitational champions?
Yeah.
Of course they could. Guys, give it up for Cammy and Seti! Let's head back to the game. Thank you so much, Adam. Congratulations to Seti and Cammy. I mixed up their names last time because my brain does crazy things. A massive victory out here in game number 9. So right now we are heading into a little bit of break period. Our duels will be...
Αδερφέ, αυτό που σου πω είναι να κυνηγάς τα όνειρά σου, έτσι, ξεκάθαρα. Και μπορείς και σίγουρα καλύτερα σε ένα καλύτερο Mixed Master. Άμα ο όνειρός σου είναι ρε φίλε να γίνεις rapper, γίνε. Γιατί οι άλλοι που έχουμε τώρα είναι καλύτεροι, εντάξει. Δεν είναι κάτι που δεν έχω ακούσει, αλλά ναι, αυτό. Μετά από αυτό, το match JB Geka... Τι λέει ο Άλντορ, μάλλον. Ένα game ήτανε... Όχι μαγκές, δεν ήταν το πρώτο game, ήταν το... τέταρτο, τώρα πάμε πέμπτο και έκτο, έχουμε άλλα 2. Έχουμε άλλα 2 και μετά έχουμε το announcement. Leaderboards που είναι, δεν τα έχουν βγάλει ακόμα, δεν ξέρω, λογικά τώρα που θα τελειώσει αυτό, για να δούμε.
Just casually go throughout the game, but no, ending this game with 5 eliminations, which yeah, that's not too many, especially when we saw Scented and Cold get 10. But again, you know, just realizing that, hey, listen, we're on the international stage and people are and we have to go for the higher ground.
Ρε μαλάκα, Γκρέγκορη, Fortnite έπαιζες όταν ήταν το FNCS, έπαιζες, από το θυμάμαι, και διαβάζεις ας πούμε τώρα τον τίτλο και λέει ο τίτλος FNCS Invitational 2022. Big announcement for 2023, 1 εκατομμύριο Prizepool, Day 2. Τι μπορεί να είναι ρε μαλάκα. Ωραία jersey, σταμάτα ρε. Πόσα games είναι συνολικά? 12. Polska Gora, τι λέει ο Σβερμόρ. Ναι, γιατί είναι Invitational, γιατί είναι καλύτερη από την Ευρώπη ρε φίλε, είναι κάτι σαν παγκόσμιο ρε bro.
They only had 27 builds, I believe, when they first took control of Hype, but sometimes it's all it takes.
I love that they were talking about confidence, right? Finding that opportunity.
Τι λέει ο Γκάρσης ρε μαλάκα.
Oh, Chili's fishy, bro. This kid was the cracked one.
Is he cracked?
I think we got 2-2.
Αλλά εσύ Τσίλι δεν είσαι εκεί. Μάλιστα για πόσες days είναι 2 μέρες αδερφέ. Έγινε χθες και σήμερα. Να μας έτσι λίγο, πάμε.
It was something I talked about on the desk. These guys had a little bit of a problem, right?
Σε δύο game είναι, έχει άλλα δύο παγκές, άλλα δύο που δεν είναι το announcement.
First moving more often than not, and it was down to Surge. But look at this, they have the balloons to give them that elevation in the center of the map, even staying back into the storm to take advantage of the fight that was going on.
Με αυτό το ένα μύριο ο άλλος φτιάχνει τη ζωή του. Δεν είναι ένα μύριο, Χριστός. Δεν είναι ένα μύριο, είναι 200.000 ο πρώτος, είναι split ένα μύριο. Αλλά πιστεύω το πολύ ακριβό είναι το Σβαρόφσκι τρόφι ρε μαλάκα. Αλλά αφού είναι ντουο ρε μαλάκα, δεν ξέρω το μπούτσο. Αν ήταν solo θα λέγαμε ok ρε φίλε, αλλά αφού είναι ντουο, πώς το μπούτσο γίνεται ρε μαλάκα να μπορείς τα δύο το τρόφι. Και το τελευταίο ποτέ είναι όχι μαλάκα, δεν μπορώ άλλα ρε φίλε, αλήθεια ρε μαλάκα. Για απαντήσει τι ερωτήσεις ρωτάνε. Λέω υπάρχουν άλλα δύο games ρε. Πότε λες να είναι το τελευταίο. Γαμώ.
Thank you so much, Miniminer, joining me here. I have Thomas and Tripper, and I want to start talking about yesterday's games.
Games, όχι ρε, δύο νομίζω.
That's what you showed off, ending off the day with back-to-back fourth place finishes. What was the key to that success?
I don't know, we just played consistent, we had our search, and we just played in game, and it was easy from there.
So, obviously game 9, not the best. Was Surge the issue for you guys there?
Yeah, we didn't get a really good spot, and we couldn't see a lot of players, so we just had a really bad game and we didn't get enough search.
Well, obviously you guys have 3 more games to go here and you have a little bit of a break. What's going to be the preparation for the second half of the day?
We were just too slow off spawn.
Για να τελειώσουμε, εντάξει, προβλήμα. Επειδή πες δύο νόμιζα και ένα τελευταίο, ναι Χρήστο. Τελικά είναι 3 bro.
I don't see a reason to go for dumb kills, so we just play our game and try to get placement.
Ο Τόμας έτσι δίνει κακάσιμος, ο Τόμας έτσι δίνει σαν...
Even with a rough game 9, you are still in 4th place, so still doing a great job. Thank you guys for joining me here, and we're going to be head on back to the desk.
I haven't watched all of them, only a few.
A fantastic interview there, of course, the raw emotions from the players. We have a very special guest joining us here on the desk. During a little bit of a break here, it's none other than Somerset. Welcome.
Thank you.
How have you been enjoying things?
Oh, it's been great.
It's
just
so
nice to be able to see everybody just together and watching people competing. It's been
yeah, I mean, it's a very different atmosphere, right? Like when people are getting eliminations left and right, you're just hearing the fans go crazy. Have you heard the Brazilian corner of the venue right up here? They're right up here. Anytime you see Kitos,
I have actually. I'm all the way on the other side, and I can hear them all screaming. I love
the
support. You love to see it.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the Somerset, you're one of the best to do it. I mean, one of the toppest tier competitive players. Don't act like we don't watch, because we all know. I want to kind of just get your thoughts here. When we look at this top 10, is there anyone that kind of stands out to you that you're maybe thinking, like, I would really like these guys to do well, or maybe even I want these guys to do better?
For me personally, I've been watching Queasy a lot recently. They've been absolutely dominating. But also I have a couple of friends on the board, like Tripper and Thomas HD. I really want them to do well. And they're all such good players, and there's always something that makes them stand out. So every game, it's just a surprise to see how they play against one another after they've been doing it for years.
Yeah. How do you especially like in a situation like this?
I mean, at this point, you just have to know that when you're in the game, you're in it to win it, and you have to be so focused on the right things, because whether you're an IGL or you're a fragger, there's always a role you're needing to play, and being able to communicate with your teammate properly is so important, especially for moments like these when you're trying to get those impact frags and to just win the entire game, because it takes a lot. There's so many different steps.
Yeah, what all goes into that? Because I know, like, I've watched a lot of you in recent tournaments especially. Like, what role do you play? And then, like, what are maybe just a few things you kind of have to be mindful of when you play that role?
I'm personally a fragger, but I'm always having to make sure I'm calming everything properly, being as quick as I can, constantly staying close with my teammate. Because if you fall
Yeah, 100%. I know recently.
That,
of course, Somerset was in. How are you feeling about all this? And of course, Somerset now being here.
I mean, I think it's awesome. Somerset, you had an incredible performance with your team, and I think Vanessa especially, she's got to be feeling awesome with everything that went down. You guys didn't walk away with the win, but at the same time, I still think that it was really a strong indicator of the fact that you know exactly what you're talking about.
Thank you.
I don't even stop. No,
I don't know, like, I'm just like, stay humble, you know? Like,
Μπορεί να πούμε μαλακία, αλλά ο Τέισον που είναι.
Like seeing all the fans here in person, they're all running around, they're losing their minds. Like, are they just running up to you like, oh, Somerset, I know you, what's up?
It's so surreal because I'm trying to like walk 10 feet and I've got all these people like, like, it's like I'm the one that's more excited than you know what I mean? Like, it's a complete opposite experience for me. It's not what I'm used to. I'm used to streaming at home, looking at the chat go wild, and now I get to put like a people that I've known for years in my community that's just been so supportive over the years.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy all of the action. Kelly, I believe you're standing by. What you got?
Τώρα αν ο editor ο άλλος μπορεί να
δουλέψει
για
κάποια
decent λεφτά και αν σιγά σιγά ανεβαίνουμε με τα βίντεο και τα λοιπά, ανέβηκε η πληρωμή του, καλώς. Αλλά δεν μπορώ να βρω έναν τέτοιο, οπότε θα τα κάνω εγώ μάλλον.
We're just gonna start double kicking everyone.
I mean, it seems even when you guys go
Να
down a
θες
little bit
stickmans,
early, you're still
μαλάκα δεν
able
ξέρεις
to
το πούτσο,
grab
bro.
those elims. So what is the part that you're able to do so well there?
All we can do is just get kills. Like, can't get any placement points. Just gotta keep running across the map.
So obviously there's a lot of people watching, hopefully being able to learn from you guys, wanting to be pros like you guys. When you do have these far polling zones, what is something that could be a good piece of advice for these people watching?
You just need to make sure that you have enough stage to survive and then go to dead side and farm your meds.
Dead side rotation always works, or it works sometimes. Guys, thank you so much for joining me here, Joe and Zandy, and can't wait to see how you do in the second half of the game. But guys, it looks like it's time to head back to the desk.
You love to see it. Kelly, thank you so much. And again, I'm always going to shout out the players. See
how
they're doing, see how they're feeling. We have another special guest lined up. Nick A30, my boy, it is so good to see you. How I don't know if you can hear it, but the venue is actually losing their minds. You're here with us.
I can't hear too much, but actually that's one of the best parts about those events, like the crowd reaction and the hype. Like, I was just looking at the crowd when they were showing it on the broadcast, and there was people dressed up as Peelies, there was people with signs. Like, that is the best part. I love it.
That is so awesome. Nick, welcome. With the A team, the A squad, all of the homies out there. How are you enjoying the competition so far? What's standing out to you?
So I love it. I mean, I tweeted about this, but like the walkouts were epic, and the commentary from Monster and everyone was just phenomenal. It was on point. It was crisp. The quick stats are so cool. They add such another element, and I think the spectator so much. I mean, there's no lag. Phenomenal. Production quality is great. Zeke, you're looking good, and you're killing it too. You guys got some nice setups. Like, I just want to say. And you know, it's been interesting to watch a lot of people like Cammy and Seti, Queasy and Veno. I'm reading the clicks from the Savage. There's so many. It's like you just can't. I don't know who to root for now.
That's right. Yeah, we just had Somerset on, and we kind of got her like thoughts and insights.
Especially,
I mean, you've competed in these tournaments as well. What kind of goes through your mind in these situations, in these like high intensity, like obviously we get to see everything. But your vision is a lot smaller.
Yeah, and I'm like, I get really nervous too, but I'd say the way to get not nervous is to practice. When you're practicing, you become more confident. When you're confident, you're thinking right, and you can actually like make those calls. I was really impressed with like Cammy and Seti because they popped off early in day one, and they're still showing up.
No Polski,
I
no
also was
Polski.
very impressed with
Seti
Queasy and Benno. Like they're so calm, completely opposite of me when I'm in that situation. Like they're always on height, they're always finding it, and actually Game 7, I want to like call out that like they did a fantastic job when they dropped down. So I think it was Venno who dropped down first, and Queasy was waiting, lurking from above, and the duo on the bottom drew their attention to Venno, and then Queasy comes in from behind. He stalled after Venno drew their attention. It's just such great teamwork, and like this is what it's all about, Zeke. Like you're seeing the top level plays like that you don't see in like public matches, so it makes it so fun for hopefully everyone watching, and you know, it's just great. I love it.
Thank you so much, Nick. We love hearing from you, and of course that insight next level. We hope you have a continued awesome watch party. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Once again, massive shout outs, Nick 830 and Somerset. We love you guys so much. Why don't we check in with our casters, Monster D Face, Jacob PR, what you got?
You know what? I like Nick A so much. I might actually just take his jacket for you, Nick. I got you. I'm gonna take Zeke's jacket. We're gonna split it in half though, and we'll go ahead and send it out. But let's talk about some of our favorite moments. Dude, Thomas HD Tripper.
Insane.
We agreed, right? We agree on this one?
Absolutely insane. We were surprised they even stayed alive as long as they did, and that was absolutely important because them staying alive throughout all that chaos is the reason why they are still in contention, and that is just amazing on a stage.
It's moments like this, especially in game 1, when they can just pull out against all odds. But we have so much unfolding.
Και μετά, για να βγούμε δεύτερο game, περνάει 45 λεπτά. Πες μου, ποιος θα κάτσε το δει ρε μαλάκα?
Yes, thank you very much. Jacob. I'm joined by the almighty Vanessa! Vanessa, welcome to the wonderful audience here at FNCS Invitational. How has your time been here so far?
It's been absolutely incredible. After seeing World Cup all those years ago, I've always wanted to go to a LAN, and I'm way into Fortnite more now than I have been, so it's really insane to see all this in person.
It really is. I mean, you guys are fantastic. Yeah, amazing. I mean, obviously, you play competitively as well. What has it been like for you seeing all the top 200 of the top players from around the world here to compete? It's been incredible.
It's been insane. I'm trying to steal some of those strats. I keep doing little things. I'm like, yeah, let me do
also, I mean, community-wise as well. Obviously, World Cup, now here Invitational years later. How great has this been for everyone watching at home and these audiences as well?
I can only imagine how good the broadcast looks just on the laptop or phone or on the PC because it's incredible in person.
Για το EU, για την Αμερική είναι μια χαρά μάλλον. Τώρα η Αμερική είναι μεσημεράκι, αλλά 4,5 ώρα.
It really is. Any particular duos you think to look out for? You think could go all the way? Who kind of sticks out for you? Anyone in particular? Or do you think it's still very much an open race at this point?
I think it's kind of an open race. I mean, there's still 3 games left, but with Bino and Queasy close with Cammy and Seti, that's like honestly what everyone's looking out for right now is who comes out on top.
Yeah, who will be on top of EU or a dark horse will come through? You never know. There's 3 games to play. One more time, give it up for Vanessa, everyone!
Thank you so much, Adam. And look, we just talked about Somerset, paired up with Vanessa. There was Vanessa, way over there. I don't know how we pulled this off. It is absolutely crazy. Now, we've had a couple moments throughout both of the 2 days of competition to do a little bit of a listen-in, right? To catch these raw moments from the player in those high-intensity elimination moments, or even just like, what are we going to do next? Let's take a listen.
We can use that, maybe. I got 2 gotchas and like I got nothing, bro. I'm a broke here. 3 gotchas, bro. Nothing, bro. We got zone, by the way. We need to get early search. Yeah. I'm gonna look towards thingy. Gotcha, promise you. I see one. 26, 39.
Looked there. He's southeast. He's coming towards us and he stopped.
Μαλάκα θα κοιμηθούμε αριστερά. Όσοι υπάψε νύχια, ναι, το μιλάμε από χθες. Αυτή είναι μια μέρα το reception τηλέφωνο και μας είπαν ότι κάποιος πούλησε το... Άμα εντάξει, τι λες ρε μπρότα. Ρε μπρότα είναι 11,5 ώρα ρε μαλάκα, πάει κοιμήσου.
Not bad. Yeah, drop it. Yeah. Hit me.
Μαλάκα σύμπλη θα τον ακραίο μπρο.
Watch me. 9!
Yeah, let's see where zone is in 30 seconds. If it's far, keep the bubbles. Yeah, drop your bubbles.
I'm chugging. Come on.
Look as well. A dead 200.
Nice.
I got
chugging.
chugged.
Yeah, you need to go.
More chugged.
No mats.
Hey, come here.
Just go. Get ahead. We just play for placement. Get all the
150.
Yeah. 150 on height. I'm coming down though.
That on me. I got buddy.
Yeah.
Adding. Jump in. Go box. Get it.
Nice, bro.
Second. They padded up. I dropped. Team padded up.
Okay. Go down. Position.
We hope you enjoyed that. Now guess what? We got a really special interview from Adam, who is on the stage. This is Around the World.
It certainly is. Thank you very much. We have two phenomenal players here on the stage. Please, big round of applause for Pars and Jace. All right, guys. Good to see you. Obviously, what a fantastic experience it's been. Pars representing NA West here. What's it been like being here in North Carolina with these beautiful people here and competing against this stacked lobby?
It's been an amazing experience. Honestly, it's my first LAN, so I didn't really have any expectations going into this, but the whole thing's just been incredible.
Has it made a big difference playing in front of the audience, knowing, I mean, as well, being the player hotel, being around the other players, has it really added to the experience for you?
Yeah, just the atmosphere in general is just incredible. It's electric.
It really is. And Jace as well from OCE. What's it been like for you as well? From Australia. North Carolina competing in front of the crowd and everyone at home.
No, it's been cool. It's a new experience because I've never been at LAN before, but yeah, it's been fun.
What do you think you'll take away from this? Obviously, the community have been absolutely loving this as well. What do you take away from this experience as well?
Just experience for more LANs in the future, hopefully, and hopefully next time can win and not come last. But yeah.
Don't be such a pessimist. Always have hope. One more time, give it up for Pars and Jace. Thank you, fellas. Back to you, Zeke.
Thank you so much, Jace. Listen, you're gonna go far. All right, believe in the me that believes in you. Okay, we still got 3 games. Ain't nothing. Come on, Jace, you got this. Fantastic to see now our players way back onto the stage. A little bit of a break to collect themselves, talk amongst their duo, potentially a coach. What are kind of some of our expectations? We only have 3 games left to go, Vivid. Now, more than ever, it is vital for these people.
It is, yeah. There's only 3 more.
Tomorrow
when we started the day, it was like, oh, there's a lot of games left. 6 games.
Άνοιξε
No.
stream ρε
Now
αύριο.
the
Και
half
κάναμε
time, as
raid.
mentioned, is over. Only 3
Να έχω stream λέει καζίνο. Και έχω τα γενέθλιά μου.
On the top of the
Να μου το
leaderboard
κάνεις
right
σαν
now, they
δώρο.
are pulling away from the rest of the competition. So not only do you have to perform, but you also have to stop them from gaining points if you want to break into that.
It's two things from how I look at it, because as far as the top 3 to 5 are concerned, you don't want to start hitting that autopilot region. And what I mean by that is you don't want to start thinking about, oh, well, this is what it looks like to be first place. You start thinking about yourself, having already won. Cammy and Seti, Queasy and Vito, these 2 are just duking it out nonstop, back and forth, between who's actually going to stay in that first place position. And I want to see the bottom as well. Those teams, I don't want them to check out necessarily, because there are still 3 games. There is still a substantial amount of prize pool money up for grabs and some pretty significant jumps if you can get just 1, 2, 3 more placements.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my key takeaway as well when we watch things like the FNCS from the respective regions. It's not over until game 12. Anything can and anything will happen, right? So for all of you here in the venue, for all you watching at home, if you have a favorite duo that maybe isn't where you want them to be, continue to cheer them on, right? Until that last game, they can find that refresh. They can make it into that top 5 and get the victory out. Anything can happen. You can see these players are zeroed in. They're focused, vivid. The pressure is on. You've been in situations like this.
Oh gosh.
What is going through these guys' mind? Do you think some of them are maybe racing? Are some of them trying to calm that storm? Are some of them just like, yo, I'm the best, let's keep that going?
I can tell you right now, for probably a lot of them, the end result, right? Every single possibility is running through their minds. Are we gonna end up on top? What if we get 7? What if we lose by 1 point? What if we lose by 2? That one elimination in the last game. All of it right now is racing.
Jake, we got a mic.
A little bit of a break. But the ones, there are a couple of them out
Come
there
on,
that are
pussy
still
ass.
taking
Get out
strategy,
here,
that are
cuz.
still
Let's go.
holding
You
their
fucking
position,
suck at
their
fighting.
rock
Let's
to the
go.
team,
Pull
and those
up.
are the ones
Pull
that have
up.
the edge.
Pull up.
And look, I know I just mentioned
Yeah,
about
let's go,
how
bro.
we are primarily
Come here.
looking towards Queasy
Come
and
here,
Bruno
all of
and
you.
City in that first
All of
competitive
you.
position,
Come
but
to Papa.
hold incentive,
Come to
by the
Papa.
way.
Come
Each
to
of them in that
Papa.
last match
Come to
with
Papa.
5
Let's
elims
go.
apiece.
Yeah.
That's
Come
elims
to
collectively,
2-2-2.
and
Jake.
at 20
Μα λέγω
elims
Jake Paul είναι
on their
αλήθεια ρε
actual
φίλε δε.
scoreboard. So
Αυτό
as
το
far as the
παιδί
leaderboard is
ευτυχώς είναι
concerned,
millionaire.
these guys
Αλήθεια.
have just been
Αξίζει.
steadily climbing. I believe they're actually third currently in that leaderboard
They
position.
are, yeah.
And if we're talking about a dark horse entering the race, I'd say these two are the ones to keep an eye out for.
It's incredible because I think that they were, expecting themselves to be contested actually, and I don't think that they have been getting contested pretty much any of these games, which is why we can see them rising up. But then even coming into today, right? Like we were talking about, there was 5 EU teams in the top 10 and 4 NA East, and Acorn and the Edgy were that top NA East team, whereas Cold and Tinted, I believe, were in 8th coming into today. But now in 3rd place as well, so taking that top NA East spot, and they're on a hot streak right now. Like they're coming for top 2.
Yeah, man, and I think one of, I guess a reminder for us as we watch these games, remember these players only have their perspective, right? So to us, when these players are possibly making what we would consider a mistake, they don't have
εγώ είμαι ok, offside, αλλά το penalty στο Μπαγκαμπαρού,
we have the bird's eye view, so we can see a lot more. So I think for a lot of these players, to go back last night, spend that crucial time to say, okay, let's VOD. What happened? What actually led to us ending the day the way we did? I'm happy to report a lot of these players, pretty much all of them, were back at the hotel reviewing every little thing.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? Like we talked about it on day number 1, hey, listen, some of these teams are going to go back to the hotel, they're going to reset, they're going to watch the VODs, watch some of the mistakes. I was there in the room. I know Acorn and Edgy, they were working hard as well. Like I mentioned earlier, they did come into the day 4th place position. They were still VOD reviewing, working hard, even though they did get that top 4 spot. So the hard work is being put in for sure.
And it's also just awesome seeing the amount of dedication as well, because it is quite the grind, both physically and mentally, I think, to just sit here playing through those 6 matches, go home, sit through more VOD review, and you're still staying mentally honed in. That's not an easy accomplishment by any means for all of these duos that are here competing. And I also want to just try and keep an eye out in that top 10 specifically, because we talked about Cold and Senate kind of making their way up in the leaderboards, but there has been a whole lot of shakeups as far as 4th-9th placements.
That's right. I mean, here, the tension is real. Raleigh, North Carolina here, the Raleigh Convention Center. I know y'all have been able to hear this crowd go absolutely insane. We've had 3 games already with 3 left. There was a break between these 3 sets of games, so a lot of these players have collected themselves. And you can just tell, man, anytime we take a look at these faces, they're just thinking like, okay, look, whatever happened doesn't matter. Like, I just have to perform here for the next 3 games.
Yeah, and some of them don't even really care for the break even, right? Like, I know that we had that interview with Cammy and Seti right before, or right after they got that victory royale, right before the break, basically. And Cammy was just like, or Adam asked Cammy, hey, like, what are you going to do on the break? And Cammy was like, I'm just going to wait for the next game. Like, right?
Ο ΠΑΟΚ τον έπαιξε αυτό το μαλάκα να νικήσει. Ο ΠΑΟΚ με έχει βγάλει άσπρο πρόσωπο μέχρι στιγμής.
He's got a big smile on his face all the time, feeling confident.
What I want to see is what the momentum shift is going to be for having this break period, though, because it's not necessarily that the players are going to go cold by any means in terms of their aim.
Ο Κάρα με έχει πάει ταμείο, μαγκές, αντικειμενικά. Ταμιάκι το Παοκάκι.
It's got to be an invigorating
Οι Βούλγαροι.
feeling, but
Οι Γάβροι με έχουν πάει λίγο, στο μπάσκετ με πάνε ταμείο οι Γάβροι. Οι Βάζελοι με έχουν ξεφελέσει λίγο.
There was a moment with Tripper and Thomas HD where Tripper literally challenged a box fight in a 1v2 situation, gets a trade, and essentially forces out on and back while picking up an elim in the process. And from that moment on, we kind of saw Thomas HD.
Τι έγινε ρε? Στριμάρω εγώ. Είμαι live. Έπεσε το stream του Fortnite.
Storm Surge was rampant, right? And a lot of them kept kind of saying the same thing.
Μουντιάλ θα δεις, Μουντιάλ έχω παίξει στοίχημα με 15 ευρώ, 5 χιλιάρικα. Άμα το πιάσω αυτό, θα πάω Μπαχάμετς.
Mats or weapons or whatever, we just have to get refreshes, right? We always go into that mid-game zone ready to go. but for some duos, it's still not enough. It's what I'm like.
Θέλετε κάνουν καμιά μέρα stream live στοίχημα.
They're finding eliminations, they're doing all the things, but they have nothing left in the tank.
I mean, that's just Fortnite and Storm Surge in general, unfortunately, right? And I love that you've kind of pointed out that aggression. I feel like Vico has been one of those players that we have seen constantly try to get aggressive off spawn in that early game lane and over at the reality tree.
Okay.
I just feel like
every time υπάρχει και ένα stream σίγουρα μέσα στην εβδομάδα στοίχημα, okay? Γιατί οι τελευταίες μέρες ψηλό...
He has to go get aggressive, but he's also confident in his aggressive. Coming off the back foot of that, a phenomenal game yesterday.
Όχι πρώτα, δεν υπάρχει καζίνο. Καζίνο, κανένα καζίνο. Sports betting.
So energetic, so excited, and the one
Και
thing
να παίξει
I
στο
remember
Dial,
distinctly talking
δεν λέω
about
μαγκές.
I'm
Το
aiming
συγκεκριμένο
for
θέλω
that
να
third
πάει,
position at a minimum.
να μην μου το ματιάξει κανείς ρε. Αλήθεια, αν πάει το συγκεκριμένο,
everybody there was aware of the
στον
fact
Μπόμπα
that he
Χάμες.
is doing everything in his power to try and
Κερδισμένος.
elevate himself from that 9th place position where he started
Ισλάμ.
today. And I believe
Αν πάρουμε σαν win το ότι κοιμήθηκα ενώ μπορούσα να κάνω cash out 800 ευρώ, είμαι κερδισμένος κανονικά, αν δεν κοιμόμουν. Αλλά in real life, ναι, είμαι χαμένος.
And one of them that we have to talk about, Zeke, it's Vino.
Yeah, man, just take a look at these stats. I mean, Vino, I will always continue to talk about
Αλλά και μπορούσα να κάνω cash out 770 ευρώ ρε.
Ever since he hit the competitive scene, he was always known as just the guy that could do one thing. He will not lose a fight, ever. You put him on any team, you got a problem, you send him in. He takes care of the issue, but now he's evolving, right? He's understanding, okay, maybe I can kind of do both. And we see many players not capable of doing that.
Αν το πάρει η Πορτογαλία, κάνω 100 ευρώ donate, σημείωσέ το. Παίξει 100 ευρώ να κερδίσει ο Καναδάς στο Βέλγιο, να βγάλει 800.
Vino is one of the very few players that can kind of do both.
Δεν έπαιξε νικητήρια, είναι για πρώτη ομίλων, λεπτά έπαιξε. Έπαιξε πολύ. Ρε, δεν έπαιξε ένα πράγμα, ρε, μαγείς. Δεν έπαιξε ένα πράγμα.
I'm supposed to be the analyst, and he was the one breaking down.
Αλλά έπαιξε ένα πολύ άρρωστο. Έπαιξε ένα πάρα πολύ άρρωστο που θα σας το πω. Το συγκεκριμένο θα σας το πω. Έπαιξαν να μπουν κάποια goals, δεν λέω πώς ακριβώς, να βάλουν οι Βραζιλιάνοι σε όλο το Μουντιάλ. Αν βάλουν αυτά τα goals, εγώ θα ανοίξω νέο σπίτι. Νέο σπίτι, ρε.
Now, but understand fully that when it comes to the competitive environment, especially an in-person event like the FNCS Invitational, you're going to have to be flexible, and that is exactly what they have managed to deliver time and time again.
Chili's mentioned
that they have a third of the Victory Royales out of the matches that have been played so far speaks volumes. And again, I think that as far as Cammy and Seti, they're also keeping in mind we might have 3 Victory Royales, but at the same time, we're still not in first place. That as well, I think,
τίποτα ρε, απλά αν βγει το συγκεκριμένο, σας λέω μάγκες, θα ανοίξω, δεν ξέρω, αλήθεια.
Yeah, that's right, you guys. This insight is next level.
Look what
I'll check with Mini Miner to get his thoughts on the competition.
Δεν είμαστε οπαδοί, δεν μιλάμε οπαδικά, μαγκές.
Right, we're halfway through day 2, game 9 has been completed. I want to talk about how these players are feeling mentally. How strong
είναι σε ψηλοδύσκολο όμιλο η Βραζιλία, θα σας πω τι όμιλο η Βραζιλία.
On that huge stage in front of this incredible crowd to stay calm, stay confident and stay effective in your plan. We've seen so many
teams
we've seen less of that in day 2. We've seen teams that are sort of thinking about, you know what, let's just stick to our guns, let's just stick to what we know and let's try and see if it works, right? We're seeing Cammy and Seti returning to the low ground quite often as well, picking up elimination after elimination. I touched on their Storm Surge strategies earlier on as well, and these guys are looking really, really strong when they are in that position. And I think they can take it all together. These are one of those teams that if they are getting those end games, if they're getting their they could definitely take it all. Of course, we talk about Queasy and Vino taking the high ground, but that is, of course, very relevant and very reliant, if you like, on their material management as well. So it's exciting back here. The hype is real, and I can't wait to see what's happening next.
Thank you so much for that insight.
Έχει δυνατή ομάδα η Βραζιλία, ρε μάλλον.
Once again, we just had a little bit of a break, so if you're just tuning in, you're wondering what's going on.
Απλά φοβάμαι μην γίνει καμία... Ότι έχει φάει 8 γκολ η Βραζιλία, ρε μάλλον. Ποια χρόνια ήταν αυτή. Το φάγε 8 γκολ από την Λεύκια, ρε.
Have maintained this lead almost all day, but Cammy, Seti, they are right there, man. They are waiting for Queasy and Vino to make a mistake. Now, last game, we did see that. They finally said, high ground, we're sick of it. And they pushed them, and it worked. Now, this doesn't go back to the point, though. haven't been managing resources as well as they could be.
Exactly, but I love the fact that you mentioned that, you know, Canada's quote-unquote are sick of the high ground. Because another team that was kind of sick of the high ground, even actually so much so that they love playing the low ground, it's cold and scented, and they were just running through the lobby. Finished that game number 3 with, and they're hot on the heels of that top 2.
And Cold and Scented, I think, has just been working very seamlessly with each other. You can really see this duo's chemistry come to light whenever they're playing through these first and second moving zones. And I think more specifically, Scented as well has really been surprising a lot of these other duos, just taking such aggressive instances that I don't think you would naturally expect those challenges right away, but it just doesn't seem as though Cold or Scented are willing to miss today.
And the teamwork is always there. This is one of the things that I am most impressed by when I watch these two guys play on NA. You can see in almost every single highlight, pay attention, they are always doing the exact same thing. They know what the other person is doing. They know where that other person is at, when they're going to get that shot in. And it seems like they always get that prime shotgun shot off the same exact time collectively. So it's like 2 people just firing that shot at the same exact time every single time, whether it's an edit, whether it's piece control, anything.
It's about that synergy factor, right? This is kind of something we've danced around, I would say, over the past 2 days of competition, right? Some of these duos they've been doing as long as we can remember, right? Cammy, Seti. Some people have come together for the first time in this competition. They are basically the same person. They act as a single entity, right? When we watch duels like Queasy and Vino, it's like, I gotta take high ground, Vino, go down there and deal with it. For this duo, they're like, hey, we need to accomplish a goal. Yeah. Let's just go put our heads together and take that together.
And it works so well, especially when they get to that high, or that low, I almost said high ground, that low ground position, because Scented has been in it for so long. They're back to when he got multiple second places, so he himself, you know, not to mention he's still chasing that championship title. Right now, I think he's like 54 points behind, definitely within striking distance. That's like one game. If Queasy and Vino and Cammy and Seti go down early, then Cold and Scented are being set up very, very well.
And that's another thing that I love about looking at the top 10 of the leaderboard and even seeing some of the players that are in those 11th through 20th positions is that there are so many duos out here that we see in that top 10 who are chasing the prestige of their first championship title for an event, and to accomplish it here at the FNCS Invitational, one of the first in-person events that we've been able to witness in quite some time for Fortnite. It's just absolutely insane, and I can understand why these players are just so excited to continue the competition, to keep trying to showcase that this is what we've been grinding for.
I mean, just look at these emotions, right? These are just a handful of highlights from every victory royale we've seen. You could just see on their face. Well, unless you're Cammy and Seti, then yeah, Cammy's just like
single clap.
yeah, you know what? One clap, boop, another day in the office. I mean, we're starting to see a lot of familiar faces here, getting back-to-back victory royales or cumulative victory royales. Man, oh man, it just kind of begs the question, what the heck are we going to see in these last 3 games, man?
You know,
Τώρα που το είπατε αυτό, είχα πιάσει όλες τις ομάδες εκτός της City, ρε. Όχι ρε μαλάκα να μην πάει έτσι που πάει η City. Τώρα το δω αυτό ρε φίλε.
Who would have thought? But then they went for it again later on, so the battle was kind of continuing. And that's something that Queasy and Vino are actually known for, so maybe they're stealing a little bit of a strategy out of it. I have seen Queasy and Vino actually lose that high ground on a multiple occasions throughout the Invitational alone, but it's like, a minute later, they're just back on that high ground. So I feel like that strategy where you kind of just let somebody take high ground and you're like, all right, whatever, let me reset, let me go get a more advantageous position, and then just take it right back. That's something that Queasy and Vino love to do. However, like I mentioned, Haijo and Belusi were the ones that pulled it out that game.
And they're not the only duo that's been aiming to try and keep that high ground level suppressed away from Queasy and Vino. It's just another kind of instance where we see Queasy and Vino, they're doing everything in their power to try and maintain, but again, we have seen them encounter some material issues, their builds haven't necessarily been able to match their aspirations in terms of maintaining high ground for games 8 and 9. But in game 10, whenever we do get to that instance, after players get their nice little break, have to keep in mind,
έπειτα χάνω πάλι για ένα Χ2, δεν θυμάμαι ποια είχα παίξει. Αλλά πολλά λεφτά, δηλαδή παίζω πολλές ομάδες. Μιλάμε για πολλά λεφτά, για χιλιάρικα έτσι. Μία ομάδα έχασα πάλι.
names that we have been
Μετά έπαιξα
watching
κάτι safe και έχασα τους Cleveland Cavaliers
making themselves known.
Μετά παίζω πάλι για πολλά λεφτά. 15 ομάδες. Θα τις παίρνω όλες και χάνω τους New Orleans Pelicans.
Right? Thomas HD Tripperin, and now for the first time, Cold Incentive have actually dethroned
Περιμένετε.
And now we still have 3 games. Anything can still happen, right?
Μετά.
But to see them finally kind of have that moment where they're like, oops, we were in top 3, we have to take a step back now to Cold Incentive. What are we hoping to see from this duo, right? Because they got the passion, they got the fire, that's why they're in your top 5. But this is a duo capable of winning it all.
Αυτό το είδαμε με το κουμπά με τη City. Το πιστεύω αυτό μάλλον, το πήγε μόνο η City.
3 points, 4 points.
Exactly. So we consider maybe a little bit of a tie right now, right? Just have to have a good game out of Thomas and Tripperin. I mean, it was just one game, right? One slip up. I want to see them return to the form that they had in Game 7 and Game 8. If they do that, then I think that they're fine in terms of securing that top 3. Unfortunately, for the NA East hopers, it would be an all EU top 3 at that point. But, what can we hope for?
We still have to keep an eye out, though, for Hen and Vortex. It really seems as though Hen is trying to remind everybody, hey, I was considered a kind of go-to player for a reason, and his fragging potential has really been highlighted throughout these last couple of rounds. And I think especially getting 50 points in a single match on top of the Victory Royale, but it is unreal to think that he went back-to-back with strong Elam performances. I don't think that a lot of people really had too many expectations for him. He's been relatively quiet, especially given everything that happened throughout the entirety of the last season into the FNCS Invitational. But here today, he just seems like he's alive again.
Yeah, for a lot of these duos, they're kind of thinking that, right? Last opportunity, 3 games. Let's just play with an open heart. Let's see what can be done. For sure. It is don't forget, watch all the way to the end of the show for some FNCS news for Vanessa, Somerset, Nick, A30. We really appreciate y'all coming, hanging out with us, and giving us your insight. We're going to check in with MDF and Jacob really quickly. I want to hear from them.
Yeah, big shout out to the community coming in.
Γίνεται ρε μαλάκα, θα μπούμε game ρε φίλε, πόση ώρα μιλάμε.
Like, hey, get me on broadcast. I'm like,
3 games έχει ακομασμό και 3 games bro.
But yeah, look, everybody's seeing the biggest stage and they want to go ahead and take part of that biggest stage, but that's exactly what the atmosphere is like. Even everybody in the crowd knows this is one of the biggest moments in some of these players' careers, and it says a lot.
The way I see it is you should have gotten a flight and came out here and hung out and enjoyed this atmosphere because it is nothing like we have ever experienced before. One thing I also want to give huge credits and shout outs to you. Let's just think about how well Europe is playing as a whole. One of the questions I think the community was asking was, why is it that they have been so good? It's the practice. It's all the practice they put in over the last year. It's no surprise that European scrims have just been at an all-time high. And you have to shout out the Noble Scrims, of course, for putting on these games for them because it is showing off that
practice makes perfect. And one of those things that I've said throughout my career in general is you got to do twice the work to stay on top than you did to even get there in the first place. Because there's a thing that some people like to feel complacent. Oh, I achieved first place. I got my FNCS champion. Now it's time to relax and go. That is actually the complete opposite, especially when you get invited to a global competition like this. There is nobody that is really going to give you any single chance.
And it's super interesting when we got to talk to the pro players. A lot of what they say is, hey, the way you improve nowadays, that what we do is actually we just play in creative. We just go head to head on a very frequent basis. But you're seeing now that playing those in-game tournaments, really putting in the work in zone tournaments. That's what we love about creative is you can take it any way. That is some of the best practice you can use to start to hone in and become some of the best.
Yeah, and you can see that practice that you're talking about, Queasy and Vino, time and time again, that 6-moving zone, that's when you can really count on them to really try to go ahead and take some of that height. But we can count on the Des to go ahead and hold us down with more information.
Thank y'all so much. Fantastic. As always, we're getting ever closer to starting game number 10. We're almost there. We're making sure we're checking that battle bus, making sure all players are on board before we kick off the last 3 games of the FNCS Invitational. My goodness, the crowd here has been electric. They've been cheering on the fans. You guys are allowed to be hyped. It's okay. There they are. They're awake. They're focused. Just as focused as some of these players
Άμα τα games δεν τα δίνει έτσι, τσακ πάμε μετά τα 3 games.
You a quick question here.
Στην καλύτερη θα τελειώσουμε 12:50.
We're seeing these players. They think the answer to winning, the answer to solving many of our problems is aggression. Whether that be pushing a duo, whether that be making a single edit and hoping for the best. Even more aggressive, do we need to maybe slow things down for the last 3 games?
You know, I try to remove bias as the best I can. Sometimes, you know, it slips through.
This
right here, this answer is going to be biased because I was like, I'll straight up tell you, I was like one of the most passive players to ever play Fortnite, right? So aggression to me would have never have been the answer. I personally would just be maybe looking at the positions that I'm setting up on throughout that mid game and the early game. Hey, you know, maybe this hill isn't working. The people that are landing around me, they're not rotating towards me. They already know that I'm going to be setting up here. What other positions around can I go set up in? Or maybe I can go get some like, you know, sneaky little beam on somebody that is rotating one of these crazy other rotations and maybe, you know, figure it out that way.
But if the topic's aggression, one thing that I love to see is that we have some of these newer duos, I think, as far as competitive experience is concerned, especially when it comes to playing at an in-person event. But Smite and Larson, they have been a duo that have been very open about how aggressive they want to be. They've been looking for that challenge up against Muslim Leader all day yesterday specifically, and now here today even. I think that we've still been seeing some instances between Smite and Larson, but at the same time, they just gotta be careful to not necessarily go too ahead into some of these engagements, but I think for the most part,
Chili's fishy, bro. This giggle's the cracked one.
It kind of makes sense if you want to go all in.
Is he cracked?
I think we got 2-2 because one of those games I was watching between Smite and Larson and Muzz and Looter. I think
not November later.
It was like going into the third zone. So I don't know how they
Εγώ δεν άδειξα νομίζω ούτε μία ώρα νομίζω.
All of that damage to Smite and Larson. So I have no idea how they're doing so much damage when there's literally only one duo around them.
I'm getting word we have Mini Miner who is standing by with a special guest in the player area. Mini Miner, who you got?
We have a very special guest indeed. We have Blake.
Πω ρε μαλάκα, δεν μπορώ άλλο ρε φίλε, γιατί βλέπουμε ακόμα συνεντεύξεις μαλάκα ρε Fortnite. Έχεις LAN event. Χαμώ τη μουνάρα σου. Έχεις streamers. Από όλο το γαμόσπιτο, τον μπάσταρδο, τον τουρκοαλβανικό, τουρκόσπορο κόσμο να σε βλέπει. Και μου έχεις queue times 40 λεπτά. Πιο πολύ από τα LOL games. Να έπαιζαν LOL τα παλικάρια μου, να έλεγα «ΟΚ ρε πούστη». Μπορεί να διαρκέσει από 25 έως και 3 ώρες το LOL. Το γαμόσπιτο το game του Fortnite Battle Royale, το max που μπορεί να φτάσει είναι 25 γαμημένα λεπτά. Και θα περιμένω εγώ να βλέπω ένα game 25 λεπτά και μετά να περιμένω 40 λεπτά για να αρχίσει το επόμενο. Θα σας γαμίσω ρε, τι κάνετε μαλάκα. Πρέπει κάποιος να τους βρίσει ρε. Πρέπει κάποιος να τους βρίσει, δεν γίνεται αυτό το πράγμα ρε μαλάκα. Πρέπει να τους βρίσει, δες εδώ τι κάνουν πάλι ρε μαλάκα, τι λένε πάλι.
We're gonna need your help because the players need to hear you, the world needs to hear you, so we need to make some noise.
Σίγουρα θα έχουν θέμα, κάποιος δεν μπαίνει στο λόμπι ρε. Σίγουρα θα έχουν θέμα, δεν θα μπαίνει κάποιος στο λόμπι. Δεν γίνεται αυτό το πράγμα, αυτό δεν είναι marketing μαλάκα, αυτό είναι υπερξαρχιδισμός. Αυτό χαλάει το marketing τους. Στην αρχή ξαναλέω, χθες είχαμε 800 άτομα. Μετά μόλις είδαν ότι περιμένουν 40 λεπτά, φύγαν όλοι. Γάμο τις μάνες σας, γάμο μας και τις σπάσει τα αρχίδια.
An FNCS Invitational champion, but we got a few more games to go.
Μαλάκα, μας κάνουνε drain ρε, περιμένουμε μισή ώρα ρε μαλάκα. Να κάνουμε την πρώτη της προκοπής είπαμε ρε μαλάκα, να μην κάνουμε 5 ώρες, 6 ώρες live ρε μαλάκα, να μας φύγει η Παναγία. Απορώ οι παίχτες που παίζουν ρε φίλε, αλήθεια. Για μένα που το βλέπω είναι κουραστικό να περιμένω έτσι και να κάθομαι έτσι θα είμαι. 6 ώρες. Θα μισέ μέρα, ποιος παίζει 6 ώρες.
And it's all or nothing now.
Yeah, big change up of zones from day number 1 to day number 2. But for some of these teams at the top, Trippin, Thomas, Cammy, Seti, include at the top Queasy and Vino. Nothing has really changed. They've stayed consistent through and through, and they are your front runners right now. But like Blake said in that interview, you cannot count anyone out. I bring flashbacks to Chapter 3, Season 3, NA East, where Commander Avery started day number 2 in 9th place, and had an ending of a lifetime.
That is right. Well, there are just 3 more games in front of us as we are now kicking this off. Mr. Savage and iDrop are going for an extremely wide split here.
Quizy εύκολο δεν μισάρει. Quizy χαλαρά νικάει, νομίζω. Quizy είσαι έτοιμη με κάμπο.
If we do say so ourselves, putting up the performance, you can see they've really earned the respect here.
Είναι σπανακόπιτα ή τυρόπιτα. Σπανακόπιτα.
Early on, of course, we got to talk to iDrop and all he had to say was, hey,
βασικά, δεν ξέρω πώς το λέτε εσείς, ρε φίλε. Σπανακοτηρόπιτα, εννοείς σπανακοτηρόπιτα ή σπανακόπιτα σκέτο. Γιατί υπάρχουν σπανακόπιτες οι οποίες έχουν μόνο σπανάκι μέσα και σπανακοτηρόπιτες. Τότε πήγε μπιέρου Σάββατς, μαλάκα έχεις χάσει πολλά επεισόδια. Ζαμπονόπιτα, better, όχι ζαμπόν και τέτοια. Α, καλά.
And have decided they are just going to contest Bugha and Miro. Cut their chances at performing any kind of comeback story here.
Bugha. Μαλάκα, ο Bugha τρέχει από τον Vortexer και τον Bevis.
Things you have to weigh, right? These are the decisions you have to make. There's nothing wrong with getting a side drop, a split
drop. Λοιπόν, καλή νύχτα, τα λέμε drag. Λέγε πολλά αδερφέ. Ευχαριστώ όσους ήσασταν στο live, by the way. Μαγκίδες, thank you so much μας και σήμερα crazy support. Εντάξει, καλά πήγε το... Θα δούμε και τι ανώθουν θα κάνουν ρε πούς. Ναι, Αλέξη, μιλάμε bro.
And you got to imagine Pars was there to follow. Both
of them sent
back to the lobby. The NA East duo starting off game number 10 hot.
That's crazy because we haven't seen them actually
contest. Τι πάει ρε μαλάκες, τώρα έχει κάνει retire. Δεν έχει κάνει πια... Κάνει βιντεάκι για την κάβλα. Δεν κάνει βιντεάκι για Mr. Beast. Έχει σπάσει το YouTube για αυτός. Ο PewDiePie είναι πιο πολύ retired αυτή τη στιγμή. Παρά να κάνεις βιντεάκια. Grand stream, bro. Λογικά θα έχεις το Σάββατο, αδερφέ. Θα γίνονται κάποια donates. Για να λόγω στα donates θα αφήνουμε.
Meanwhile, I saw Vino find an Elim as well in the feed, so our first place team already picking up the pace as well onto Alice. Shots on the other side though, Muzz putting up a great defensive attempt here, but Larson is hurt.
Ρε μαλάκα, Smokey, ξέρεις τι.
Not looking good for Smite and Larson right now, Jacob.
Αλλά ρε φίλε του Mr. Beast είναι πραγματικά... Πώς το πω, είναι βαρετά πια τα βίντεο, είναι τέλεια. Δεν έχει ένα λάθος. Δεν μπορώ να σου εξηγήσω. Έχω βαρεθεί να βλέπω τέλεια βίντεο του Mr. Beast.
Not looking too hot right now from Muzz as he has to reset. Starting to run low on the heels.
Κάνει Σάββαθον, καλύτερα γιατί στο drunk stream μας κλέβεις. Big Nisfa. Σάββαθον και στο Σάββαθον μέσα θα είναι το drunk stream.
Does find himself a set of points. Smite and Larson, one of the few duos from NA that have managed to put up an exceptional performance this week.
Ξέρεις θα δεις πλέον, αυτό σου λέω ρε φίλε.
It is that every region has such
by the way, τρελά σπέκια στον Κόγια για το βιντεάκι που ανέβασε με το πατίνι. Πολύ ωραίο, καθένα το είδα. Μ' άρεσε, μπορούσα να πω. Κάτι άλλο από Ελλάδα.
Trying to go ahead and get their own storm surge, so it's not going to be a worry later on in the game as Larson and Smite trying to fight around, keep control of the pieces. Luda doing what he can. Flashes coming out. A lot of their resources.
Yeah, definitely. You can see they're going to double down, start to farm up some material here. This will make a difference.
Είναι obsessed με το content το Κόγιας. Γι' αυτό κάνει τις ωραία τώρα. Τελευταία κάνει ωραία βιντεάκια. Ειδικά δεν μου πολύ αρέσουν όλα τα βίντεο του. Αλλά το συγκεκριμένο μου άρεσε πάρα πολύ. Και τα
Remember, Ju and U3 are contested by Alex and Bailey, but they have moved out of their drop spot a little early. Smite recognizes what's going on here, and all of a sudden, Larson also doubles down on the defensive maneuvers.
Ο Κόγιας γουστάρει και το κανάλι, δηλαδή είναι η ζωή του, τέλος. Και καλά κάνει εννοείται.
And even then, I think there's an additional team putting their attention into the mix. There it is. Shots from up above.
Yep, that's our team from the Copenhagen Flames. That's Pablo, Wingu, and Swag.
Wow.
Larson, δεν χρόνο παιδάκι, by the way. Dead, νεκρός, Larson.
Number 2. Shots being fired on the Larson. Pablo picking up that elimination.
Θα ήταν πιο πολύ W τώρα, τους βλέπετε έτσι.
Because everybody also still has to rotate south to zone, and Bevy's in the elimination feed. He did take down Bugha.
God of War Ragnarok, μακάρι να μπορούσα να παίξω την πυκνίσφα. Μακάρι να έχω PS5 να το παίζαμε ρε φίλε. Κάναμε και κανένα cosplay. Έχει πολύ πλάκα. Αλλά δεν έχω PS5 μαγκές.
KBR and Zeke, KBR
Μόνο μην το λες.
by himself right now. Our
Οι πιο πολλοί από αυτούς θέλουν burned out.
currently in the back half here.
Μακάρι να συνεχίσει ο Κολλιές, απλά φοβάμαι.
It's making up the points and a much tougher one. We get to see how Bugha was actually eliminated. Bevies and Vortex are just catch him trying to escape.
Donate να πάρει PS5. Αδερφέ, έχουμε άλλες υποχρεώσεις τώρα. Είναι εκεί donate και PS5. Το Σάββατο το συγκεκριμένο, το επόμενο έχω πει σε κάποια άτομα για ποιο λόγο θα γίνει. Άτομα που ήταν στο Twitch, 5-6 άτομα που είχαμε.
Their early game aggression on the back of Vino already net themselves one elimination, but they know how stacked it has actually been. But Sentin goes down. Sentin goes down for the duo from OCE.
Αν ξέρεις ρε μαλάκα ότι από το βίντεο τα λιγότερα που μπορείς να βγάλεις είναι 150 ευρώ, θα το κάνεις. Κατάλαβες. Αυτό το βίντεο ο Κόγιας έβγαλε ένα μηνιάτικο. Σίγουρα. Ισχύει μουσουλμάνα. Οι πιο πολλοί περιμένουν τέτοιο ρε. Περιμένουν το announcement μαγιές. Εντάξει τώρα μην βλέπετε εμάς ρε φίλε. Για εμάς είναι η χειρότερη ώρα για τους Έλληνες ειδικά. Σχολείο αύριο, μανάκια, το ένα τ' άλλο, ψιλοκατάλαβες.
At this point in time, with how stacked the top side of the leaderboard is, you cannot afford to have any sort of bad game.
Thatch, Pam still fall there too. Joe and Z Andy just looking around. NA East is getting chopped out of this lobby.
Oh, Chili's fishy, bro. This kid was the cracked one.
Looking very well.
Is he cracked? I think we got 2-2.
Entice someone to take a fight against them.
Μην βλέπεις και εμένα, bro. Απλά δεν έχω ακόμα την όρεξη για να γίνω YouTuber. Αν μου έρθει η όρεξη, bro, θα δεις και πιο ακραία πράγματα. Μην αγχώνεσαι. Αν είμαι και εγώ ακραίος, απλά δεν τα έχω κάνει ακόμα.
When it comes to positioning, they're not in such a bad spot, but they're also not in a spot to really find tag after tag. There's only such few teams near them actually in Tilted.
It's one of the best things we've seen from Thomas HD and Tripper in this weekend is that they
have
been probably the most malleable team, the most flexible team. Great tags here. Tripper manages to land on a rotating duo.
Ναι, αυτός μόνο και π.χ. δεν θα το έκανα ρε φίλε. Για το μόκρεας και για τα μελέτητα του άλλου.
There is no same strategy.
Μακριά και αγαπημένα.
Executing all day long.
Αλλά το συγκεκριμένο θα το έκανα, ναι.
Consistency is key, and right now, see Clicks and Duke going over towards Shimmer's Shrine. They got a knock-in elimination onto one, trying to hunt down that solo. Jace is going to be that guy. And on the other end of him is Pink and Nas, the other team from Duke gets the piece control, going right in, trying to take down Jace, who's trying to play the defense right here, backs down just enough to buy himself some more time to try to stabilize, but we talked about the pressure of multiple teams looking to get this elimination.
And it's crazy. Their average placement has been around 22.6. It shows us that they are making it far every game, but they are just having a tough time around that halfway mark in the competition. Getting beyond that point is some of the most difficult parts of Fortnite. And if you're not executing perfectly, one mistake will cross you out.
Yeah, and you got to imagine.
Το game δεν έκανε αυτό μάγκες και μετά έχουμε άλλα δύο. Αν τα άλλα δύο αργήσουν τόσο πολύ, θα κόψω. Το αλλάζει season 3 Δεκεμβρίου.
Spotting out the tags coming from the bush, tries to fire back, not being able to connect with anything, but Duke, once again, trying to push up. This team is in complete focus mode, trying to take control of their destiny, shoot to the top of the leaderboards, and that is exactly what you have to do as the game is going.
Cold still alive right now, manages to put up a great defensive hold here.
Σε να μην αλλάζει καλά, ναι, σε να μην χαλαρά.
Looks like they might have found an Elim along the way.
Αλλά καλά να τελειώσει, να ακούσουμε το announcement, να πάμε σε τα.
The play to go ahead and get out and play for the reboot, play for the pickup. There's a med kit he's got. Well, timed information of this entire area. Look at that. Sentient will be rebooted. Our third place team having a chance in this game.
The crowd giving them some life as well. Let's see if they can take a page out of Asia's FNCS champion Zagu and Miram. After their reboot, they ended up with a second place finish.
But hold that thought, Middle East has arrived. Falcon Spy and Bravado Focus is just nearby. They will absolutely know there's a player at the reboot. The information was perfectly handed to them. They have everything they need to execute an ambush. There it is. Spy opens up, and now it's his time to shine here. It's his moment. This is the first fight we get to see him kick it off. I've watched him in creative. He is gross, but can he hit the shots when it matters most? A worst case scenario is a scrappy player like Spy and Focus here looking to fight back a huge 100. Cold puts down Focus though in a great fight, and Cold is 1v2ing here as he only has a little bit of loot, set to find something in the distance, comes back to support, and he's here, and they turn it around.
Make some noise for NA East. Scented and Cold do it again. They have an entire region on their shoulders. We show them some love every single time, but for KBR, doing it for Brazil, 138 below the damage threshold for him. Getting that reboot to try is not going to be enough because so many teams are around. He needs to get damage all at the same time.
His options are slowly closing.
That was so impressive. I haven't let it down just yet, but let's look at KBR here. He needs 160 damage
nice.
to get safe here. He's only found 30. You need big tags. You cannot miss these. That's huge. There it is. Very nice. Very nice. He sees another team in the distance. And look at this. Turning up when it matters most.
Doing just enough. Just enough. Tag by tag. Not getting too greedy. This is huge. 29 more. Only 28 below. Top of the med miss. Just trying to top himself off. The shots continue to get landed. KBR doing everything that he can, but you can see the numbers jumping, lowering in this lobby. Everybody taking part. But finally, the dust settles.
This is gonna be a long night.
That is the miracle KBR needed for now.
Now imagine if he hadn't found any tag, he would be hundreds below the safety line here. But instead, he gets out if he does enough. Cammy and Seti in a zone fight. This could be a defining moment. EU versus Asia now. Peppo and Runa. Absolute savages. You know,
Marcelo Malaga is
that Asia can hang with the best of the best. Do not count them out.
Can't count them out. Can't count them out at all, but it almost makes me wonder, are they suffering the surge? The Jace out of nowhere. Basil was lost long ago, but Jace finally goes down. Peppo's going to be able to clean that one up. But Sammy, Cammy, and Seti getting the top once again. 657 finally leaving their drop spot. Literally on replay right now after every single game.
And this is what they do best now. They will play extremely passive. They don't need to do all they have to do is focus on position. And also, let's just talk about finally, we get a little bit of a mix up here. The zone pool south. There are new teams in this general area that need to step up. Vino doesn't care where it goes. He finds an Elam in the feed, showing us that you can pull south, you can pull north. He's going to make the best of the situation.
Yeah, no Riley. And Bad Sniper knows somebody is under pressure. Hear the storm surge. Getting fired off in the distance. Ed, that's a revive, and I think King is at least going to try and go for it. But Noah Riley and Bad Sniper are keepers for them if they're trying to
What's crazy about that is Noah Riley and Bad Sniper have no idea that that is Ed and King right there. And yes, you might have assumed he saw the feed. Take a look at how Vino picked up his elimination. Janet, like it's nothing. And
η FIFA, ο World Cup, μου έκανε comment κάτω από το tweet του για το World Cup.
And he made it look easy. If anybody is full of confidence, it is Vino. 100%. You ask him who the best player in the world is.
Άμα παίξει αυτό το τραγούδι στο World Cup, Why So Speed είναι officially ο πιο πετυχημένος streamer στο μικρότερο χρονικό διάστημα που έχει συμβεί ποτέ στην ιστορία του stream.
Scrappy as can be, and that's why I kind of looked at them as a very under the radar team.
What a crazy reaction time there from Thomas HD to defend off Snacky's peak. He saw Thomas HD swinging a little wide there. Here's KBR still alive. remember, he survived the storm surge with just
Plus,
excellent
να σας πω και
tags.
την αλήθεια,
Still, it seems like he may not have
στεναχωριέμαι που η Ελλάδα δεν είναι στο
to
World
save
Cup.
his teammate. And now he has to rotate
Γιατί
out.
θυμάμαι μικρός όταν έβλεπα λίγο μπαλίτσα,
When you actually pick
η
up
Ελλάδα
your
ήταν
teammate,
στο World Cup.
you have, believe it
Είχαμε
or
νικήσει
not,
και την ακτή ελεφαντοστού, νομίζω, κάτι τέτοιο.
as far as the stats go to place higher.
Και εντωμεταξύ, δεν είναι ότι δεν έχουμε παίχτες, ρε φίλε, που κάνουν διακρίσεις στο εξωτερικό.
Lowering your chances. So
Απλά είναι και τον Μπούτσο, δεν ξέρω τι στον Μπούτσο, ρε φίλε.
right now, just playing by himself, play his game, play to the best of his ability.
Yeah, it's all about those solo points that you can get here in Game 10. And Scented and Cold coming back from the depths. That play, Cold, if anybody can do it, it is going to be him. And just hopefully they don't run out of gas, because right now they are in reach. You see it right there, 247 points in third place.
Βλαχοδήμος τέρμα.
And they are doing just that. I mean, they picked up those two Elans.
Παπασταθόπουλος, από ό,τι ξέρω, καλός.
Again, you don't see a
Ο άλλος ο
team
μαλάκας
get
που παίζει
rebooted
Ρώμα,
just fine
πώς
like
λέγεται, ρε.
that. This is an incredible
Ολυμπιακού.
situation that's unfolding for Cold and Sensed, like giving quite literally a second chance in this game here, but
Μανολάς.
you have a zone that's going to start to play out now. Things are going to begin to constrict.
Ωραία.
The zone pulls east, and this is going to favor Cold and Scented perfectly. Cammy and Seti are already here as well. It couldn't get any better for them.
Τσιμίκας, μπράβο Τσιμίκα. Μαλάκα μην μου λέτε μαλακίες, έχουμε παιχταράδες. Αλλά, παπάρια, επιθετικούς δεν ξέρω αν έχουμε. Ο Αϊτόρ ήθελε να γίνει Έλληνας νομίζω, στα χαρτιά, και να μπορεί να παίξει εθνική. Είναι παιχτάρα κι αυτός. Αλλά ναι, ελπίζω ρε φίλε τουλάχιστον στο επόμενο World Cup, ο μαλάκες στο επόμενο World Cup θα είμαι
Showing you what that hammer assault rifle can do once you let it
26
rip.
χρονών μαλάκες.
Two of them in hand, big damage.
Θα είμαι 26 χρονών στο επόμενο World Cup.
Vortex in hand. This has been a great game for
μαλακίες
Vortex in
λέω.
hand. We talk about a team that was well
Άκυρο, ναι,
outside
ναι,
the top
θα γίνει 26
and
χρονών.
then just all of a sudden turn online, come in now, earning themselves a 5th place after several rounds today.
Throwback goes down to Duke and clicks.
Κάτσα να πούμε Γιώργο, δεν βλέπω.
That day number 1, trying to
Όταν τους έδιωξαν το βαστροπόλιο και το μαλολάει, εθνική πάει κάπα.
and commandment under pressure. They had a victory royale the day yesterday, trying to replicate that success today, but they become the focus of the lobby. All directions now joining in, but luckily for them, they have so much position here, so much control of these pieces. They can back out and still be safe.
I need someone to send Avery a tweet and just ask him, how does he play leaning with that posture? I'm so
Δεν βλέπουμε ομάδα της Elite στις δεκάδες. Ρε φίλε, μόνο εγώ πιστεύω ότι ο Μαυρομάνος είναι θερμαγραφός.
into the game, but here's Ketos and P8's in.
Θα λέμε τον ντοπλά για το πέρα.
Above the surge and a very long rotate in front of them. Can they find a launch pad? Do they have something to work with here to get out of this spot? Little loot split for them.
Make sure everybody is good. Queasy and Vino looking like they got another elimination onto Alice, bringing their total to 4 in this game alone. Trying to run away with it, trying to build themselves the biggest cushion possible going in to what could be a big game number 12. And even though we didn't see it on screen, but let's see how Vino was able to get that kill.
He just continues to add more and more here. Adding up, Alice is gonna fall there. And it happens once again. Here it is, the half in, half out pulls far east. Cammy and Seti pull half in, half out. Are they destined to take it all
ο
away?
προπονητής του ήταν, ο προπονητής του έχει ξαναπάρει Euro αυτός, με την Πορτογαλία δεν πήρε. Έχει πάρει 2 Euro αυτός.
In the
Τι παραπάνω.
conversation here, Vico and
Πολύ καλός προπονητής, μαλάκα. Ο Τόρε Χάγκελ, μπράβο.
It's not going to be enough. He's going to slide right past Avery and Commandment. This is dangerous territory to be in. We all know you don't want to walk past enemy builds like that, but luckily they do not swing open, not worth the risk.
By the way, chat, ο Ατετοκούμπο και αυτοί κάνουν τον τραυματισμένο για να μην παίξουν στην εθνική του μπάσκετ.
Looking for that piece control. And you see that duo that was once there, they just completely abandon that position. They don't want to risk it all.
Μαλάκα σώκο, μιλάμε για αυτά τα πράγματα τώρα. Τι μου λέει για τους τράπεζες.
This is what we love to see. You know, you put them in a lobby like this, you expect a couple of games, maybe 1, maybe 2, to go this way. This is
μαλάκα, στο μπάσκετ μπορούμε να κάνουμε τρελά πράγματα, απλά δεν παίζω ότι το κούμπο εγώ το
These high ground teams haven't made it. We've only seen Aqua in a few end games, and whenever he is there, he's going for it. We've only seen Kanata maybe once or twice.
Δεν μπορούν να έρθουν από NBA, okay. Εντάξει, αυτό.
And you know what time it is right now. You know what time it is, right? 6 moving zone. got them on the big screen. Queasy and Vino, this is where they typically always, and I mean always, at least try to make a play for the high ground. And I feel like they have the most success in the lobby so far when it comes to making those plays happen. But Sentin and Cold talked about the position they are. Third place on the leaderboard. Thomas and 453 when it comes to that damage threshold for them. The only focus is getting to the next zone.
But their loot looks great. The launch pads in the inventory, they have everything they need. Queasy and Vino are playing such an interesting strategy. Late from behind, they try to swing all the way on in, and that is such an interesting way to play this one out, because what they want to do is allow the zone to pull very, very far, give them room, and then time that entrance. And now it puts them in a prime position to start eyeing. Cold already there, beating them to the punch. Start to look in. Someone lands in the box. Possibly there to defend. Yes, he's there. It's Avery who tries to land in the box. No, sir. That was a mistake.
And they instantly close in on him like a Venus flytrap as Queasy and Vino. They've done it yet again. They have that portion of the high ground. You see they're staggering Vino back, wanting to let nobody get any opportunity to try to steal away. And the only person that does gets taken down almost immediately, adding to their elimination total.
They're making it look easy. Setting Cammy now. Also very much positioned to make another big endgame. 15 duos remaining here. Thomas HD and Trippin still have so much left in the tank as well, but they get broken down. Oh no, a great block there though. They were just one build away from potentially getting taken out the lobby. Too much shot starts to come in now. The focus is here. He has to swing around. This is terrible for a second place team. Trippin is nowhere to be found. Thomas hits the launch pad. He swings blast. High ground and Queasy and crew. And there it is, Trippin falls. Thomas is now by himself.
Tayson's having to do it by himself, but Queasy, he's going to abandon it for now. Vino's going to follow suit. Shots coming in. This is huge. Japix goes down, though. Tayson trying to push into the box, but he goes down. Vino and Queasy will not be denied.
And this is why they're some of the best. He was there to back him up. And it works out so well. Bevies and Vortexer from contesting Booga and Miro at the drop, running them out of Chonker Speedway, now running it up to the high ground here in an endgamer, looking like they want to take home. Down goes one member of the first place team. To the hands of Cammy. A chance right now for teams to try to overtake that top spot, and one of them is going to be Thomas HD as solo. Doing everything that he can, trying to move through the builds. He has enough resources to make it happen.
Αμαγές, το λέω από τώρα, άμα πάρει μισή ώρα, κλείνω κάμερα. Και θα επανέλθω στο announcement.
They have a chance to earn some points here. Cold and Sentin are still alive as well. Thomas HD needs to make up 15 points in order to close the gap here. Sentin needs 30. That's a huge jump up. Cammy and Seti are also still alive right now. On the heel, so close. Cold and Sentin don't want any of it. And they back him up.
There's more than enough points of Sentin and Cold to
keep
up this pace. Pressure for them to have a shot at the last game at the end of the day, but Cammy will not be stopped as well. Thomas HD goes down. Seti gets dropped, but Cammy knows he can't be the hero in this situation. He has to try to continue on without him, but he finally gets dropped. Thomas HD is on a roll.
He's done a lot. You can't find yourself out of that spot there. Clicks and Duke are alive. Sentin and Cold are alive. And on high ground, Vortex and Bevies. It's EU on top. Down goes Cold. And a great tag there from Vortexer. And the finish now, Bevies slides his way down, painting the loot here. Does a couple edits there, but no, doesn't hit the shot. Bevy is so quick, but not fast enough. You're going to get some of the best. A great low tag there from Duke.
Clicks.
This is huge for Duke. They have the high ground right now, but for Bevy and Vortexers, taking out some big names already on the day, using these builds to try to keep that advantage. Duke, he's in a fray. He ends up on top. Clicks, and Duke could take the game with Vortexers going down. Bevy outside of zone. He has the only chance right now, but he gets the down on the Duke. Clicks versus Bevy. He's trying to go for the hill, but Clicks takes the game.
In a 1v1 situation, Clicks does not let us down. What a tag! And a great moment for Clicks and Duke there.
Duke, man. They're gonna win.
Each and every moment, they finally got the chip off their shoulder, taking the victory royale in
Τώρα που μας πάσουν τα χέρια να πάρουμε συνέντευξη.
They gotta be feeling good. They gotta be feeling like they have nothing to lose at this point.
And all that matters is that they managed to show us what they can do against some of the greats. Let's go ahead and get a word from them.
Thank you so much, MDF. I am joined here by Clix and Duke, and my goodness, it is better late than never, grabbing that VR in Game 10. How you feeling, Clix?
We're feeling good, you know. We struggled at the start, but we finally brought it home, you know, so.
And Duke, Duke, when you're watching Clix in that final moment after you go down, what's going through your mind?
I was just hoping that he had more whites because he got the siphon from the full kill, and then I heard a pump shot and he won.
Clix, I don't know if you heard it, but the audience went absolutely insane. Let's do it again, guys.
What
does it feel, man?
Σηκώθηκε εκεί πέρα, ρε. Ποιος είναι αυτός, ράπερ είναι?
I'm the best fans by far. Just look at them in the crowd.
Congratulations, guys. 2 more to go. And let's head on back to the desk.
Ο Clix είναι celebrity, ρε μαλάκης. Ο Clix είναι celebrity.
Congratulations.
Μόνο το Twitch βγάζει 1.2 million το χρόνο.
That moment where it's the 2v2, we are literally sitting here going, this is literally where you want to be, Clix. This is what you're known for, is being put in these situations. Now is your time to shine, and so masterfully handled from Clix and Duke.
Those head-to-heads, they're so easy.
Οι superstars είναι 3-4 εκεί πέρα, μάγκες. Είναι ο Μπούγκα, ο Goat, ο Fortnite.
Ακόμα
και τώρα που πάει άσχημα, δεν φταίει αυτός, πιστεύω. Θέλει ο κουτά να ζήσει ο Μύρο που δεν τον νοιάζει καν. Ο Goat του Fortnite, Μπούγκα. Ο Clix που είναι superstar. Ο Mr. Savas που είναι superstar.
That was just an absolutely disgusting clutch moment, though, from Clix. He saw the work that Duke was putting in as well to take the brunt of that damage, like you mentioned, Vivid. But it was just such a clean finish here, and I think that that's really a moment for Clix, especially, that is going to permanently be in a highlight reel for him.
That's right. We're going to talk about more of these duels
Όμως
in
όχι,
just
bro.
a
Ο
moment.
Thomas είναι ένας
First, we have Adam, who is standing
πάρα
by
πολύ
with
καλός
Cold and
παίκτης, αλλά όχι
Scented.
Goat.
Yeah, thank you guys. Let's give it up for
He's
Cold
superstar.
and Scented! Cole, we're going to talk about the clutch up earlier on. You rebooted, then you suddenly find FKS and Spike coming through. You managed to stay in the game. The crowd went wild. Walk us through that one.
I don't even know. Scented had flew to the Coney vault.
Yeah.
And I kind of they just caught me alone as a solo, and I just kind of tried living. And I had no more mats left, so I kind of just had to fight, and I ended up winning.
You did. And obviously, you know, that now puts you in a great contention now. You're currently 3rd in the leaderboard right now, 44 points off the top. You guys, 2 games to go. You must be feeling
Underrated opinion, αλλά και ο
We're feeling
Command.
good, we're locked in, we're just gonna play our games and see how they go, honestly.
Ισχύει αυτός, αλλά είναι νέοι. Τώρα εμείς μιλάμε για YouTube που είναι superstar.
While I'm here too.
Ο Μπούγκα εντάξει είναι νέοι, αλλά είναι Goat.
Noah Riley, you guys are currently sat in 7th. We haven't talked to you much this weekend, but what an incredible display thus far with 2 games left.
I want to get top 5 at least, and then I'm happy.
Top 5 seems to be the target. Are you feeling the same way, Basil? What do you guys do now with 2 games left? How do you manage the next 2 games?
I mean, we just have to do the same thing we did the last games, keep consistency, and it will be fine.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. We're very chill over here, Zeke. Back to you, buddy.
Hey, you know, just keep it fun. Everything's fine. That's what I like to hear, personally. My goodness, this game, though, game number 10 of 12, was absolutely insane. I think the big kind of overall storyline for me was Queasy and Vino, right? Then their kind of counterpoints, Cammy and Seti, right?
Yep.
And what was interesting to me about this was actually, for a long time I was sitting here thinking, yeah, Cammy Seti versus like Queasy and Vino. It's actually a Cold and Scented versus Cammy and Seti tournament that's happening here. Queasy and Vino are just kind of like happen to orbit around both of them.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, I think that so far, you know, we do have 2 games left, but I
The
put it right there.
bro. Fuck me, bro. Fuck me.
For me, literally keeping their contention for second and first place alive right here. Look at this. FKS and Spy coming in. They're trying to get these sneaky shots in. Cold literally is in a 1v2. If you look at the minimap in the bottom right, Scented is so far away. So this is literally like a straight up 1v2, and Cold ends up finding both eliminations beautifully handled right there.
Oh, look, his name might be Cold, but he just absolutely lit FKS and Spy on fire with that display. I don't even know where they came from, because that was almost, that reboot ban was literally the bat signal for those two. They were full on expecting a prime opportunity to try and snag a quick and easy elim, probably look to clean up the other part of the duo in the process, because I don't believe they had any idea that it was specifically Cold and Scented in that instance. But it's that momentum shift that I was asking for during the halftime break. That was a primary example of one of those instances, because as soon as that took place, you could just feel a change in the venue, and you could definitely see it in Cold and Scented's gameplay. And the fact that they went from needing a reboot onto Scented to a literal third place finish for this matchup, that's awesome.
Absolutely, and if we look at these standings, Queasy and Vino still holding strong. They are the I would say the end game boss of the story we're telling here, but Cammy and Seti are actually the secret boss to this story, because they have been single-handedly shutting Queasy and Vino down for games now. It was in fact Cammy that actually knocked Vino out in that game and kind of put Queasy in that difficult situation of like, okay, what do you do now? You don't have your silver bullet, and now there's two of us.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, Queasy and Vino, I don't know how they do it. It's like every single time we're in that end game around 5th, 6th, or in that first movie, it's like I'm almost guaranteed to look up towards height and see them up there. They have gotten it, it seems like, every single game. And it's not like it's just like a repeat of strategy. It's something different every single time. I beg to question, is anybody even like looking up in the skies for these guys at this point?
I think that that's just an attestment as well, though, to Queasy's IGLing capabilities, and the fact that Vino himself can also kind of fulfill that role, even despite the fact that he's an insane fragger at the same time. But going a little bit more in depth there with Queasy, I think it's kind of cool to see, because he is definitely someone that is definitely a little bit more emotional, but at the player frustration level, mental fortitude becomes so impactful here. And
it's 3 games. This means we have 2 left. Here we go. Let's send it on over. Monster D-Face, Jacob PR, prep us for game 11.
That's right, we have the honor to call all the action. We're starting to get into the final moments now. I do want to give so much credit as well to Avery and Commandment, representing as the last NAE's FNCS finalist champions. But here we have it, game 11, Jacob, it's here.
And the pressure is on for some of these teams that are looking to call themselves champion, looking to get the lion's share of the $1 million prize pool, a trophy that have never been seen like this before in Fortnite, and then that chance to call yourself literally one of the best players in the world after this global competition.
That is absolutely right, and what a better way to kick this game off than a perfect
Παναγία μου, Παναγία μου και
Χριστέ μου, τι Αγία Απόστολε. It doesn't get any better than that. Last game we saw
Φίλοι σήμερα down σε μπρούλι, αδερφέ, Κέμι. Πρέπει να καταλάβεις το... Κάτσε. Έχουμε...
Some of the most skilled players we have in the space.
Yep, you can see already. Clicks living with all the momentum.
Είχαμε αλλαγή τέτοιου.
Business as usual for these teams. Looting up, getting some resources, starting your game off, and trying to
replicate τη λάμπα δίπλα σου. Μαλάκα Αλέξα, έχω ισχύ.
When it comes to Clicks and Duke specifically.
Get the touchdown. Get their loot together, rotate early.
Μαλάκα Αλέξα, πόσο καλό ήταν αυτό που έκανα μπρο.
Bevies and Vortexers were moments away from taking a victory royale before things change. Miro finally starts to clap back, but what you're seeing is just the cold hands. Unfortunate. Hugo does fight back.
Miro πάλι τέντε.
Will be able to save his
Ξεφτύλα.
and does of course get the siphon as well.
Ξεφτύλα σκουπίδι Μύρο.
Because if Vortexer pushes up, he's got everything to gain here.
Really nothing to lose at this point.
No, let's kind of disrespect the goat.
To will themselves back into this one, saving the play for now. Miro still down, trying to hide his body, not wanting to get that one, give it up to Vortex.
Kind of Vortexers. Kind of disrespect on goat.
Fuga doing what he can, backtracking, trying to go ahead and get his shields up as well, trying to get as many mats as possible. He knows the fight is inevitable, and the shot's going to be landed. Booga back to
Ποιος νομίζω ότι σε vortexes?
this one up. All he needs is one more shot. But he's going to find this moment to breathe and stabilize before he goes at it again.
And it looks like we will see all of our faves start to have their moment here. Booga does need to, of course, finish it now, and he does. And there it is. They win back the drop. Talker Speedway swings back to Booga and Mira.
Ο Booga είναι ο GOAT. Okay. Απλά ο Mira αυτή τη στιγμή τον κόσταρε σε όλο το event.
Trying to sneak their way towards the bottom. Catch, retake, and Novice off guard, but Bevy and Vortex is down altogether. 6th place, 212 points. That's going to be a chance for someone
Μαλάκα το κεφάλι μου εδώ, με τα ακουστικά.
of that top 5 to try to jump right in it and outpass them.
And that is crazy.
Fuck.
Because they had such a great game prior, pushing them
Τσίλιφ,
so
ήταν να πεις γιατί είσαι down, αλλά το ξέχασες να καταλάβω. Α, ρε με κάνει drain αυτό. Εγώ θέλω να κάνω stream και να έχω συνεχόμενο, θέλω για 3 ώρες να δίνω content. Okay. Μετά τις 3 ώρες, όταν μου κάνεις τόση ώρα διάλειμμα για ένα αγαπημένο game, 40 λεπτά, άμισε με ρε. Πώς να μην είμαι down. Καλησπέρα Τσίλι, αντέχεια μίσου χρόνο. Κάμω την πουτάνα σου. Είχαμε Deji. Εκεί περίμενες να μαλάκα, μαζί με Floyd Mayweather έπαιζα. Άμα και να μπορούσε να νικήσει ο Deji το τελευταίο για Floyd, σιγά μην χάσει το streak από ένα YouTuber. Αν είχε χάσει από boxers professionals, θα χάσει από τον Deji. Τον Deji, ένα χρόνο να κάνω box, πρακτικά θα σου πάω τα μούτρα. Ναι, ναι, ο Μύρο τρελός σκουπίδι. Και ο Peter Bot.
Before the last 2 games were pretty tight. Now he's fighting all the way and he bucks him up and sends him right back to the lobby. We'll see you later, Muzz. We'll see you in the last game. Smite is here and he's not messing around.
Luder's doing what he can. Lands a good shot, but the angles right now, everything is going to be cleaned up. Larson and Smite trying to replicate that success of day number 1 and bring it here to day number 2 as we check on board. Retake and Novice, they were able to catch Vico out. Enough sneaking around, they tell him.
That's going to slip them down.
Ο Wolfis ήταν different breed, ρε. Διαφορετικό ψωμί. Ο Wolfis είναι ο go-to controller. Και ο Rip είναι καλός.
Meanwhile, Senny and Cammy sticking to the usual, giving us that great update. We thank you for that. Just letting us know.
Ο Peter Bot δεν είναι controller.
First place they're chilling, second place they're chilling. Don't worry about it.
Είναι PC.
Over to Tilted, no Riley, bad sniper. On over to Blip, trying to steal away the loot from Acorn and Edgy. Locks in the feed, taking down Scram, cleaning it up all together. You know him and Robab love to be aggressive in any lobby, let alone an international stage.
Yeah, big shout outs to Bad Sniper, of course, representing for the French community. They are some of the coolest
δεν θυμάμαι πώς λέγονται ρε φίλε.
that we have out there.
Αλλά είναι ακριβά.
Building amazing content, but
Και δεν υπάρχουν εδώ πέρα, είναι σπάνια στις μαλακές τέρπος. Ο Sway είναι GOAT. Αντικειμενικά είναι για αυτός. Είναι στα creative, στα τέτοια αυτός GOAT. Μια φορά που ήθελε να πει, ο Sway, αν έπαιζε στο NA, ο competitive θα ήταν και αυτός GOAT. Νομίζω. Από controllers δεν θυμάμαι και πολλούς. Θυμάμαι το Wolfis, ότι είναι GO, το Rit, καλός. Ο Unknown Army, μπράβο. Αυτός μαλάκα ήταν ο καλύτερος ο Unknown Army. Unknown X Army, που το λέγανε. Ο Letzi πάντα ήταν mid. Πάντα mid. Δεν μ' άρεσε ποτέ ο Letzi σαν παίχτης. Ήταν απλά ένας καλός controller.
Trippin and Thomas not too happy about that last game. They've gone from 2nd to fourth, falling slightly earlier than their counterparts. So everyone else starting to really pick up when they're letting slow down. Meanwhile, picking a Nas still in a fight right now.
Τώρα πρέπει να είναι πολύ κακός.
Seems like they might be giving themselves a little bit of distance as Jason Crew.
Μαλάκα πως παίζει έτσι ο Άννας ρε φίλε. Εν τω μεταξύ ο Άννας είναι και αυτός ταλέντο μαλάκα στα games, ο μπάσταρδος. Είναι challenger στο LoL.
I guess contests here, and Jason Basso are one of the few that have stuck to it.
Αν καταλαβαίνετε τι εννοώ.
Baiting Jace to run away, allowing Basil to get a couple more.
Το τελευταίο game είναι αυτό, ναι, δόξα σε Θεός. Η Παναγία.
Pink and Anas doing what they can to fire back, not finding any success, landing any damage for them. But first you don't succeed, you try again, and with Basil continuously putting out the shots, that's where they're going to try to peek through. He's going to cover Pink while he begins to rotate.
Ο Άννας είναι challenger στο LoL, νομίζω Randian στο Valorant και Fortnite Pro. Απορώ πως θα κάνει αυτά, απορώ πως θα αντέχει. Και λέω τελευταίο 1 hour break, αν γίνει αυτό το πράγμα, 1 ώρα break, εγώ θα πω για ύπνο.
Looking south, trying to figure out what's going on here. Joe will get the save, lucky for him, and take a look at how much loot they have. Excess and much more as they get to double back into Chomper.
Το Dave πάρα πολύ καλός. Αρχίδια μου το Dave. Αμπιούζαρε το μέτα ο μπάσταρδος. Τα SMG και τις μαλακίες. Δεν θυμάμαι καν πότε που πάρε Dave. Νομίζω που πάρε στα έμασες.
We talked about it almost all weekend long, even coming into this contested again towards Loot Lake, but they're not fighting it at all. They want to go ahead and play these games out because right now that's the recipe for their success. And honestly,
One 14 ώρες την ημέρα παίζει να είναι στο PC. Τι 14 ώρες ρε, θα φτάσω στο Challenger για να πας Challenger στο LoL.
Finding his own here. What a story it has been for that player there, but Vino chilling in shiny sounds, no sweat.
Μάγκες, ξέχασα να σας πω ότι μένω στο Hood. Έτσι. Ξέχασα να πω ότι μένω στο Hood.
Now they're gonna go ahead and start moving south there. Back on over to No Riley and Bad Sniper. Belusi and Hydro are here, but someone in the distance. It's Bad Sniper who takes down Belusi. And look at how much loot they get rewarded with as well. Now they have decisions to make here, but they already have 2 launch pads. Acorn and Edgy are still here as well, lurking. And Bad Sniper's much smarter than that. He knows there's a teammate behind him. You can see.
Τέλος πάντων, εκεί πέρα που είχαμε μείνει. Αν ο Άννας είναι challenger στο LoL, θέλει grind. Αν ο Άννας είναι Radiant στο Valorant, θέλει και αυτό grind. Τα games παίρνουν πολλές ώρες. Αλήθεια, δεν ξέρω πώς το κάνει. Και να είσαι και εξίσου καλός στο Fortnite. Εγώ πιστεύω ότι τσιτάρει στο σπίτι του, στο Fortnite. Δεν γίνεται να είσαι και στα 3 game τόσο καλός.
Finally, they get cleaned up. No Riley and Bad Sniper adding 2 more points to their total, getting all that loot, surviving in the storm.
And look for us, we do get a quick update
Τα ακουστικά θέλω να τα βγάλω μαγιές, αλήθεια σας λέω. Ακουστικά θέλω να τα βγάλω να μην τα ξαναπορέσω ποτέ στη ζωή μου, αλλά να βάλω στο πάτο μου.
Storm Surge all day, and you might be wondering how do they have the heals for that? Look at this, Cammy emptying his entire inventory into the base.
Ο Άννας εντωμεταξύ μαλάκα μοιάζει σαν... Μοιάζει σαν πατέρας. Μοιάζει σαν πατέρας. Genetics τσίλι, τι genetics να μαλάκα, τι σοβαρός.
Bringing it up into the top of that, and of course Seti is meanwhile while he's doing this, he's getting his tags. You can see.
Μπορείς να καταλάβεις τι σημαίνει genetics. Genetics είναι σε talent, ας πούμε, σε FPS games. Ο άλλος είναι σε MOBA, σε FPS και σε Battle Royale. Different. Εντάξει, στο FIFA να πας Elite δεν είναι κάτι. Elite το 200 είναι κάτι. Και το top 100 φάση. Είναι καλή παίχτες.
That's how they're getting the surge. That's how they're looking so well when it comes to endgame with all those resources. As Mixon takes down Fatch, Hen's going to be by himself, and I talked about his incredible run. Now he's going to have to really put that to the test with 75 damage.
Εντάξει, άλλαξα το όνομα μου ο Better σε σουκού και δεν με έχεις πάρει πρέφα. Ο Better είσαι, μαλάκα. Ποιος είσαι, ο editor. Θυμόμαι κι όρθες τώρα, Σουκού. Μαλάκα χάιντραξ. Ο Άννας μπρο, δεν ξέρω στον μπουζό. Αλήθεια. Αν εγώ μοιάζω για 32 χρονών, ο Άννας μοιάζει για 40 κάτι ρε. Άσχετα τα μουσια μου, εμένα και τα λοιπά. Ο συγκεκριμένος τύπος μαζί με babyface μοιάζει για 30 χρονών πλάσα. Έλα ρε μαλάκα, γάμι με τεπέτε. Τι μου αλλάζει το όνομά σου σε Σουκού ρε μαλάκα. Πού να ξέρω ποιος είναι ο Σουκού ρε γάμο το σπίτι μου γάμο. Λέω και εγώ ρε φίλε. Να κοιμηθώ ρε μαλάκα τώρα με αυτά που λέω. Άντε τελειώνει το game αυτό στην πουτσα μας ποιος θα νικήσει, να μας πούνε το γαμμένο announcement και να πάω να κοιμηθώ, να κάνω και ένα μπάνι γιατί βρωμάω. Θα έχουμε 4 ώρες εδώ πέρα, σαν το σκύλο, να κάθομαι να βλέπω 20 λεπτά gameplay και 30 λεπτά, όχι 20 λεπτά, 25 λεπτά gameplay και 50 λεπτά interviews και highlights από το γαμμένο του νουά. Κακό ψωχό έφεξε στις Invitational. Δεν να ζει. Να καείτε στα τάρταρα, μπάσταρδε. 50 λεπτά fucking interviews. Χαμό το μουνί σας λες και παίζουνε μαλάκα το πιο δύσκολο game στον κόσμο, αν δεν γάμισω. Και άμα είναι και μαλακία και δεν μας πούνε κανένα World Cupάκι, κανένα Πενσίες τρίος και ακούσω κανένα σόλο, θα πάτε στο Alter 4 στην κάμερα. Αν είναι μαλακία, έχω φύγει ίνστα. Θέλω να σου έκανα 10k ευρώ donate, αλλά δεν σου κάνω γιατί φοβάμαι μην πάθεις καμία ανακοπή. Φαίνεται big νίσφα. Αν αυτή τη στιγμή μου κάνεις 10k ευρώ donate, στορκίζομαι στη μάνα μου. Θα κάνω live stream αυτή τη στιγμή που μιλάμε τώρα. Αυτή τη στιγμή που μιλάμε τώρα και θα πάω στη Νέα Μαρίνα, θα κάνω live από το κινητό. Και θα πάω στη Νέα Μαρίνα και θα βουτήξω μέσα στα σκατά που έχουν αράξει όλα τα κότερα. Θα μπω μέσα σε ένα κότερο σαν ληστής. Μάσα. Όλα αυτά θα πιαστούν live stream. Και άμα δεν πιστεύεις, κάντα. Τώρα, στις 12:59. Αν τους κάνω 20 τι κάνεις, ο άλλος μου λέει για 10k ευρώ ρε. Τι 20 μου λες τώρα. Για 20 πράγματα για τον εαυτό σου. Και μάλιστα για τον πάτο σου. Ναι, SK καταλαβαίνω ρε. Λογικό, με τόσο fucking energy, no?
Next up, it looks like it might be the TSM duo, NA West, 6-time champion.
Έκανα δεν ούτε ο Mr. Beast. Ο Mr. Beast θα μου έκανε 100.000 ρε. Μάγκες κάπως πρέπει να φέρουμε το Mr. Beast στο Steam Chile. Να με κάνει retire. Να με κάνει retire γάμο το σόι μου. Mr. Beast, come to me. Come here, please don't hate me. Mr. Beast, μαλάκα φανταστείς να κάνω το glow στο TikTok. Να λέω, ξέρω να ανεβάζετε clips από μένα και να λέω Mr. Beast, come donate me, I'm a fucking gypsy, you know, like I don't have money. Και τα λοιπά, και τα λοιπά. Όμως σου κάνω 2 ευρώ θα το κάνεις τσίλι. 2 ευρώ, life changing, το κάνω. Τώρα μισό του κάνω DM το Insta να το κάνει. Ναι μπρο, στείλ του, άμα μπήκε μας θα κάνει καλός, άμα αφού σε τζίτια ναι. Και μια αλήθεια ρε μαλακά Κύπρια, δεν μπορώ να σε βρίσω τώρα. Στο Πεζεβέγγι. Το Πεζεβέγγι, ξαναπέχνει μια Πεζεβέγγι. Ένα βίντεο στο TikTok στα αγγλικά με Mr. Beast. Ναι, άγγες λέω να αλλάξω γενικά όλο το content του κανάλι και να πάω στα αγγλικά γνώμη. Hello guys, I'm Chilis and I'm doing a video challenge, like Fidias. And today I'm gonna show you guys η τύρια μου σου έκανε 100k τι θα έκανες. Άμα μου έκανε 100k τι θα έκανα. OnlyFans. Μην το κάνεις αγγλικά, θα έχεις 100 άτομα. δεν είναι σημασία τα κατά του μάλλον. Σημασία είναι το growth, καταλάβες. Το ψόφιο ελληνικό community δεν βλέπει φόρμα. Μόνο φρουτάκια βλέπει τώρα, καταλάβες. Φρουτάκια, φιφάκι λίγο, μέχρι εκεί. Έκανα φρούτες εδώ στο η Ελλάδα. Να βλέπουν την αρχηγό να χάνει στο καζίνο. Μέχρι και εγώ κάθομαι και βλέπω. Εγώ τα χάνει την τρουλέτα και να λέει και να κάνει overreact. Αν και κάτι είδα ότι fake money.
See how it's going to play out. Looking very tough. Let's go ahead and watch how Hen falls there. Because now what this tells us is that things are starting to open up on the standings. Look at this. Hen finds King, walks in, plays for the elimination, and he actually gets that one too. Afterwards, he does go down, so at least he earns some points, but that's going to freeze him in time, lock him in.
Δεν παίζει να είναι fake, αλλά ο άσχετος έβαλα 11 κάπα.
First, second, and third has so much less to worry about. This is by far one of the toughest games Queasy and Vino have had on the day. And it all makes sense.
Είναι ακόμα μαλακίες. Ας είπα, και εμένα μου φάνηκε τρελά εξωφρενικό πόσο να το χάσει. Και γενικά τις προάλλες έκανε τρελό overreact ο αρχηγός. Είχε καιρό να κάνει τέτοιο overreact. Στις αρχές που τα είχανε, όντως πίστευα ότι τα είχαν. Αλλά τώρα τελευταία δεν ξέρω, νομίζω πως είναι fake money. Τον είδε η Novibet και τον είπε έλα εδώ. Όλα χασίλα, είμαι έτοιμος να κόψω και πλάκα χρόνο. Μια χαρά είναι. Περιμένω το announcement, γίνει το 11ο game στην κούτσα μου θες να αρχίσει στην τελική και περιμένω το announcement σαν κυρίως.
The zone could not be better though. He gets the half in, half out.
Καλύτερα καζίνο, βγάζεις και λεπτά και άμα μείνεις στα πει, τα κλαις στο καζίνο και όχι στο PC. Τι είπε? Τι άλλο? Πόσο game είναι? Αυτό κι άλλο ένα. Τουλάχιστον αυτό είναι τώρα στα moving και πάμε μετά στο last game.
Because they don't have to worry about surge. All they have to worry about is getting to the front side of zone time and time again.
It's so crazy. After every tournament, we always look at where was EU, where was NA, who was in the top 10 representation, and we have truly had such a fair balance.
Πώς παίζει έτσι ο Bad Sniper, μαλάκα. Μαλάκα παίζει σαν χταπόδι ο άλλος. Έτσι παίζει. Πώς γίνεται αυτό, ρε μαλάκα.
While all this is going on, Queasy and Vino continue to earn more. This time onto the international duo, the mixed duo of Chimp and Scram. So they knock down Scram, they catch him.
Καλύτερος παίκτης στο Fortnite αυτή τη στιγμή που μιλάμε, full time είναι ο Booga.
Chimp gets caught as well. You can see he just punches his fist there. He says, "Man, I missed that one."
Yeah, and a prime example right there of why you try to use as much as your hard mats.
Εδώ το last game λογικά θα κάνουν break μία ώρα και μετά announcement. Πλάζει. Αν όντως το λες αυτό για το break μία ώρα, ο Chili's είναι out. Good night. Δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση μαλάκα να κάτσω άλλη μία ώρα για το...
Some replicated success into this one as Kanata, Macwood under pressure, trying to take the shot, 693 above the damage threshold. That is not
όπως ο
the slightest
of
a worry.
Clix and Duke had their moment last game. Macwood and Kanata might just be doing it here right now. I have not seen them in a better position yet. They have the mats, they have the launch, they have the positioning.
Σου λέω ξεκάθαρα πράγματα, έτσι. Εγώ προσωπικά, σαν καραγκιόζης που είμαι, θα πήγαινα να έκανα κοντά στον Booga. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Second of all. Μετά το κοντά στον Booga, αν τον έτρωγα έστω και μία φορά, ακόμη μου θα ήταν crazy. Ώστε μετά να γίνει viral και έτσι να πάρουμε, ξέρεις, να έχει και λίγο content παραπάνω. Και μετά όλα τα άλλα είναι history. Σπασάντο.
Macwood saves himself, it's all good. Vidil and Janice are the team closest right now, putting the most
Άστα σου λένε με πανέξυπνος.
Textbook plays here to go ahead and jump down. Position up, poise up. Cold is still alive.
Λίγο νιώθεις που δημιούργησες όλους τους Έλληνες FM players και σου βγάζουν και γλώσσα και λένε είναι self-made αγγελείς κοπού. Να πεις, όποιος έχει παίξει μαζί μου από την αρχή μέχρι το τέλος τον ξέρει μέχρι και Κουτσι Μαρία, ο Αγγελής ήταν πραγματικά ένα τίποτα και το θυμάμαι, κυριολεκτικά ένα τίποτα, με παρακαλούσε, βασικά δεν θέλω τώρα κάτι να μιλήσω και τα λοιπά και τα λοιπά, από παλιά θυμάμαι κάτι παρακάλια να παίξω σε κάτι τουρνουά, κάτι παρακάλια βάλε με τσίλι, βάλε με το ένα, βάλε με το άλλο. Τσίλι σε παρακαλώ, πολύ κούτσα. Γενικά έχουν παίξει τρελά στο σκάμπελα, γλυψοκούτσα και τα λοιπά. Από πάρα πολλούς γνωστούς και αυτή τη στιγμή καλούς παίκτες του Fortnite στην Ελλάδα. Καλούς έτσι, όχι πολύ καλούς, καλούς έτσι.
Trying to get as many points as possible. Clicks and Duke trying to do the same. We talked about replicating the Sex. They're trying to take that high.
Κάμι και σέτι πάνω. Μαλάκα πες να νικήσεις και κάμι και σέτι.
6 eliminations now. High ground looking down. They can get a 4th victory royale. When was the last time you saw up to finals and seen that much? I don't know. Larson is not messing around either.
Τι κάνει ο Λάρσον ρε, τόσο καλός είναι. Μαλάκα πόσο μικρός είναι ο Λάρσον. 10 χρονών είναι ο άλλος ρε Κινέζακος.
To rise out of this last year, and I'm so happy we get to see it play out on the big stage.
Yep, no Riley taking some damage, sacrificing that so he can get that clean pad, trying to get in the zone, but 19 HP in a dream. Has to find a way to stabilize here, pop those minis, get as much shield as possible as players are continuing to drop towards the low ground. Janfer gets dropped, Clicks versus Peterbot here towards the mud. They're trying to do everything they can to stay alive. Larson, we talked about 8 eliminations, but they added one more, 9 total, but Smite gets chunked out, but Larson's there to save the day, taking out Runa.
Already at 10 eliminations, Larson and Smite have fought their way all the way back up. Larson steps the Clicks
Ναι, SK, θα σου πω μετά.
quick drop kick in the low ground, and now we have EU
Βασικά θα σου πω τώρα.
but
Λαζαριάν
Smite are hurt. They're damaged. They're down to low material. It's all or nothing
versus Roberto Atsibutatei.
They've been here before and they have the resources to hold this one out.
Εγώ ήμουνα πάρα πολύ άτυχος και δεν το είδα αυτό το μάτς. Ρομπέρτο Τσιμπούτατέλη versus Λάζαρος. Αλλά γενικά είδα ρε φίλε πολλοί gangsters, πολλοί το ένα το άλλο. Όλοι έχουν γλώσσα, ξέρω εγώ, να μιλάνε και μαλάκα. Ξέρω εγώ, ανοίγει εκεί πέρα λίγο το μάτι του, εδώ σκίζεται το φρύδι του Ρόφι. Ξέρω εγώ... Φάση σκίστηκε επειδή έφαγε κατά λάθος την πουνιά εδώ μέσα τον Λάζαρο. Μαλάκα, φαντάσου. Και ο Ρομπέρτο έριξε μπουνιές. Αυτό είναι το αστείο. Δηλαδή, άμα το παίζεις τόσο ξυλίκι και τα λοιπά και τα λοιπά, δεν θα χρειάζεται τώρα να φάσεις ξυλίκι από Ρομπέρτο. Αυτό το παίζεις.
Smite and Larson put some respect on their name. If you counted them out, now you know why they were brought here to the Invitational. But hey, we got game 4 winners, another win in the win.
Πώς έχουν νικήσει αυτοί 3 games, 4.
Wow. I've gone ahead and ordered the matching bracelets at this point. I think this has been a bunch of times now chatted to you guys over the weekend. And another victory royale going into the very last game. Seti, what a performance there. It went all the way, but could you see as well on the elimination feed that you were the last team in the top 5 there, still in contention?
Oh, I didn't know.
You didn't know?
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see the points here. Things have changed. Currently 360 points, 12 points ahead of second place.
We still have to be confident, keep calm, and focus on the last game.
The zones as well here, I'll ask you, Kami. The zones have changed a lot now, aiming more towards the southern side. How does that affect your play at all?
Like, the south zones are so much better for us because it's so much easier to rotate for us from balloon. So
Μαρατσίλη τι λες και εμείς που είμαστε να δούμε τέτοια επεισόδια. Πολύ άλλα και δεν το είδα ούτε εγώ μαγείς.
advantageous was it?
Τα παιδιά του Κάμι θα είναι χαρούμενα.
It doesn't really matter for us because we play low ground just as
Ωραία,
well
ο
as
Κάμι,
we play high ground. So,
τι να πω.
Okay, well, there you heard it there, folks. One game to go. Cammy and Seti,
Ο
everyone!
Σέτι είναι upcoming superstar.
I'm excited, man.
Και το έχει κιόλας. Έχει και το παρουσιαστικό.
For the first time here
Θέλει άποψη για εκείνον στο Twitter που ανεβάζει ότι πίνει χόρτα στο FN Twitter. Ονόματα δεν λέμε, οικογένειες δεν φύγουμε. Έτσι γενικά, να σας πω και την αλήθεια, επειδή είστε πιο...
Am I ready to say that Cammy and Seti are a high ground team? Is that what's happening right now? 4 victory royale throughout the Invitational. What is happening? This is a team that is so used to just playing consistently from the low ground, from that mid-ground layer. But you heard it right there, Seti. He said he plays the low ground just as well as he plays the high ground. The preparation for this event must have been insane for them to get this good high ground.
And we know how excellent they are when it
Άμα
comes to that low ground display. So to see them here at FNC's Invitational with this high ground debut performance, it has just been
κάνουν δεν τα ανεβάζουν.
but more importantly, it's the composure that Cammy and Seti have just managed to maintain throughout the entirety of these final moments. Especially in this instance, it looked as though Smite and Larson for a moment were about to get the better end of this trade. But again,
Nightmare Chili η ζωή σου έχει τελειώσει ή ακόμα streams δεν τελειωμένα. Nightmare LF. Μπαίνεις στις 1 και 4, αύριο έχει σχολείο σαν τελειωμένο, κοντοστούπης να σου πουτά να ζεις πάνω εδώ, κοντά μου τους χασουλίες χαστούκες πάει μπάσταρδο. Και μιλάει για εμένα. Μη σε πιάσω από το λαιμό και σε πνίξω.
And for 4
Γάμο το
victory
μου έχεις μάνα
royales
σου.
to take place in the same tournament. And they're still maintaining, by the way, because there's only
Μη
one
σε
game left.
φτύσω.
So technically
PFP Fortnite
they had basically
από
closed out
χαμημένο
on
skin και έχεις γράψει Black Knight και την έχεις βάλει.
victory royales.
Take a look at the standings.
Έχεις τραγουδήσει τα Χριστούγεννα ευτυχία, τα Χριστούγεννα αμαρτία στο Ελλάδα, έχεις ταλέντο.
But it's only 12 points. If either of
Και
these
μην μιλήσω για τι άλλα
make
πράγματα
a
να μου έλεγες
mistake,
μαλάκα.
look at the rest of the points, man. It
Μια
will
μέρα μαλάκα που σε έβαλε
absolutely
κατά λάθος ο Prizepool.
Now,
Μην
before we kind of
μη
talk
σε
more
δείξω
about
και
the
μην πεις ότι
duels,
έχεις...
more about this kind of setting the
Μαλάκες,
stage
αλήθεια.
going into this last game.
Αν σας πω τι μου είχε πει ο Nightmare ότι έχει γαμίσει, και αν σας τον δείξω που μοιάζει σαν τον Dracomel, θα γελάει και το παρδαλό κατσίκι για τουλάχιστον 3 χρόνια.
A lot of people just fighting around us. This kind of makes it really scuffed. We did manage to clutch out of the game. Well, at least a decent amount. Setting Cammy won, which is unfortunate. It comes down to the last game. It's competitive.
It's obviously a bit rough after game 11, having first place for so long, going to second, but it's the final game, final opportunity. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We'll see what happens, I guess. Not much more to say, but yeah.
Fair enough. I totally understand you guys wanting to focus up right now. And I believe we're going to be moving on, everyone, to talk with Cold and Scented, the team that is currently in 3rd place right now. Hey guys, how's it going? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good, thanks for asking. You know, you guys started or ended off day 1 in 8th place, moving all the way up to 3rd place right now. How you feeling about that?
I'm excited, I'm happy, I'm hyped. We just figured out our mistakes from yesterday and just didn't make them again today, and now we're doing good.
What's the plan for the final game right now? How are you feeling? What's going through your mind?
We're playing for 3rd. We're playing with sticks and stones, while 1st and
Είναι
2nd
simplified.
have God Luke compared to us. So we're playing for 3rd.
Είναι celebrity.
Just gonna hopefully we can keep our lead on Thomas, and that's about it.
All right, guys. Good luck in the final game, and let's head on back to the desk.
Μαλάκα
Thank
τρελαίο
you
Nightmare.
so much, Kelly, for those interviews, getting those raw emotions, getting the thoughts of the players. Now, we just want to take a moment and kind of remind everyone, of course, we're looking for the duo that's going to walk away in that 1st place. But for everybody else, they still want to place high in this tournament. There's a lot of prize money on the line, so if they can even move up that leaderboard even 1 space, we're talking thousands of dollars in difference of prize money. But let's go back. Let's focus in on these 2 teams. Titans at the top, Queasy and Vino. Now, we can't lie, right? That game was kind of insane for them. Kind of for a moment there. Finding an elimination, being too
Εγώ
hard
πίνω
above
τον εαυτό μου για νιτσά μόνο.
They get put in a situation where in storm they get pushed.
Α, εγώ πίνω για τον εαυτό μου για νιτσά μόνο. Ωραίος Αγγελός.
Against Scram and Chimp. And even after that fight,
Yep.
Ending with
Nightmare, να ξέρεις,
only
παίζω 24/7. Ασταμάτητα, ρε. Μόνο Fortnite κάθε μέρα, όλη μέρα. Full grind, τα πάντα όλα. Απλά όταν κάνω break, γαμώ τη μάνα σου, that's it.
Because the lobby, how it's going to play out throughout these last couple of games, everybody just wants to fight, right? They want to get as many points as they possibly can. Eliminations being worth 2 points, that's how you got to go for it, for sure. So, Queasy and Vino playing well in Game 11. About to see what they got in Game 12.
Είναι λίγο Madden Nightmare. Κάβλωσα, ρε, στις 9 και 20 τώρα. Τον έδιρε η μάνα του και ήρθε εδώ. Announcement?
My, oh my, you heard it here first, folks. You gotta jump into Fortnite December 3rd there to catch the end of chapter event. Now, I'd love to talk more about it, but we gotta focus back in on the competition. One last game. Two duos are sitting there, face to face, neck and neck. 12 points separate Queasy and Vino from Seti and Cammy.
Αυτό είναι το announcement.
Really, for either of these duos, but as far as Queasy and Vino are concerned, a little reminiscent even of yesterday. Granted, it's not the finals necessarily that's on the line like it was in today, excuse me, for yesterday. But anyway, Queasy and Vino did not have a great showing in Game 4 yesterday. And yet in Game 5, they were able to bounce back and find a victory royale instance.
Ελπίζω βασικά να μην ήταν αυτό, bro. Αλλά έχεις please να μην ήταν αυτό το γαμμένο το announcement. Please. Έλα, κοντρολκανό, bro. Chapter 4, αυτό το ξέραμε από πριν πάμε στο event, τα παιδιά.
Any situation that they're given, because despite all the scuff fights surrounding them, they've still been managing to find consistent points. They've still been managing to stay consistently in that top 2 position to now be vying between themselves and Cammy and Seti for the title of FNCS Invitational champion. It's definitely still an incredible performance out of these two.
The dream for the players here, obviously, is the trophy. The dream for me, I want whichever one of these duos is going to win it, I want them on the higher ground and I want them taking the victory out. I think they both have proven that they can play the higher ground. So I want it to be decisive in its entirety through Game 12.
I'm very worried, though, right? We just kind of took a look at them a moment ago, cold and scented. It feels like for these two Titans that are have now, set themselves apart from everyone else. Cold, scented, Thomas, HD, Tripperin, they're looking to isolate these duos and slow them down at all costs. We've seen Cold and Scented fight Cammy and Seti time after time, and then there's times where they walk up to Vino. Vino says, whoa, all right, sit back down. There's time where they look at Vino, they go, hey, Vino, no, you sit down. This is being traded back and forth. And it will all come down to a single moment for both of these duos.
Bro, let's W announcement.
It will be made clear one of these two duos is the winner.
Αδερφέ.
Traveled from all around the world, the international stage, the $200,000 for first place, a trophy to take home, and it comes down to two teams in the last game.
Αυτό ξαναλέω, το ήξερα πριν το event, οπότε δεν είμαι hyped γι' αυτό. Το ήξερα ότι θα έχει νέο chapter από leaks. Εγώ περιμένω τι θα είναι τον επόμενο χρόνο τα events και αν υπάρχει World Cup. Αν ήταν αυτό το announcement, πάω για ύπνο.
In the world right now, at least everybody that's competing here out of these 50 of the best duos. But I love the fact that Seti and Cammy throughout this entire time so composed. They have not been going so heavy in the reveling of their celebrations for their victory royales, despite the fact that it's happened 4 times over now. They just know and understand we're this far, but we still have more to go.
Yeah, and I think Vinny Miner pointed out their Storm Surge strategy. I think the biggest takeaway for this duo is they have not had to deal with Storm Surge. When you go into mid-game, even late game, you're like, yeah, we're 800 above Storm Surge. Cool, man. Do whatever you want. Queasy and Vino have not had that luxury. 200 above, down to 80 above, down to shambles situations, right? This is going to come down to what happens, how this all unfolds, what loot they get. for Queasy and Vino, they need to do something. They need to ensure they have those Storm Surge tags, and it's not even to just to keep
Ναι,
up.
με δεις αγιώς,
It's to make sure they
ισχύει
have
ότι είναι
the
πολύ
breathing
γιος.
room to adapt and make the
Τελευταίο game
right
τώρα
choices
έτσι,
moving
άρα
into
τελευταίο
those
game.
last few moments of this last
Όχι, έχουμε βάλει νύχτα, κάνει έχουμε
Here we go, game 12, almost here. Jacob, MDF, let's set the stage.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Here we have it. The final
Τελευταίο game chat, let's fucking go, let's fucking go.
time as we start to gear up for this. It's all or nothing because we get to decide who gets to take this all home.
Last game, let's go.
Top players that have won 4 games so far from Become Legends, Seti and Cammy. The other 2 contesting them from the same region. From Tundra, you got Vino. GXR, you got Queasy. And in 3rd place, you heard him in the interview. He's trying to hold on to that spot. From NA East, you got Cold and you got Scented. This is what it all comes down to. The final game, the final moments to take what you have.
That's right. And what a weekend it has been to celebrate international competition here in person with all
Θέλω
of
κομμεντέρι
you.
τσίλι, κοιμηθήκαμε ρε μαλάκα, Νικόλα. Αλέξανδρο. Πάμε, hype.
One last ride. Let's do it.
50-50 right out of the gates on game number 12, but there's going to be nothing on top for anybody to work with, and they immediately change their routes. They don't want to go ahead and contest the same building where Mr. Savage had that best drop at that time.
Whoa!
What is this? What is this? Queasy, Vino are trying to take it by force.
You only win in one way, and that's taking that crown. Vino is here. Queasy is here. Down goes Seti. It's a big trade. It's a one-on-one. This has to be one of the most explosive head-to-heads we have ever seen. Vino has to get this thirst here. He knows now it means everything. We might as well seal this deal. Why wait?
Bubble shield going out. He's trying to bait it. He's trying to bait the revive so that way Cammy might peek. Breaks through the wall. Shot's gonna be fired. And they do it. Become Legends are on top.
Become Legends has officially managed to win the biggest fight of their careers. Cammy and Seti put it all on the table. And you know what? I absolutely respect Queasy and Vino for giving it that chance. The heart of that team is unlike any we have ever seen before. Cammy and Seti have done it.
They have taken it. The point gap is 70
Για όσους δεν
points
κατάλαβαν,
between them and the next players that are alive. Cold and
ο Σέτι και
Cammy
ο
and
Γκάμι ήταν
Seti
τέλος πάντων, άμα
are your
πέθαιναν
FNCS
και ο Βίνο και ο
Invitational
Queasy τον
champions.
νικούσανε,
We have never seen
θα
anything
νικούσαν
like
αυτοί.
this before.
Πω.
Let's put our hands together for at least
Ο μόνος
the
τρόπος
number 1
ισχύει.
and 2 teams that came into this and got crazy. You
Πω,
have
πω,
to show them so
μαλάκα.
much love. We have never seen a better head-to-head in person like that ever before. I don't even think we've had that in mind. That
They know
was
it.
crazy.
They know it too.
Absolutely
the
knew it.
celebration coming out, the emotion,
Wow.
the passion raining through, and even though
Δες
they
πως
kind of
ξενέρωσε ο
cemented
Βίνο,
themselves the
μαλάκα.
top spot, they're not happy at
Δες πως
all.
ξενέρωσε ο
They
Βίνο.
wanted that first place spot, but you still got to give Vino and Queasy a huge round of applause for doing what they did all weekend long.
Όπο
That
μαλάκα.
was the most
Γαμάτο.
craziest
Πως
thing
άγχος είχανε.
Vino and
Ο
Queasy could
Βίνο
have done, and it
τέτοιο
just shows
έπεσε,
you the heart of
έτρεβε
our
το team.
competitors, the courage
Εντάξει,
of
τραγικό,
our
εντάξει.
players in this space. What a moment. Things are going to open up now. Scented and Cold walked into this thinking to themselves, hey, we got third. Well, not anymore, boys.
Ελπίζω
You
μέτραμε,
have
ναι,
some
ρε,
room
μέτραμε.
here. The
Εντάξει,
runway
λογικό,
is
ρε.
open. The floor is yours.
Ελπίζω να
There
τρέχω.
are still tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line, and you put that weight on your shoulders. You allow
Last game
that
τρολάρουν όλοι,
to
τι
be
φάση
left
είναι
to
αυτό.
chance. Now we get to see this ride out.
Ναι, νικητές είναι ο τέτοιος,
What a
νικητές
fight.
είναι ο...
Yeah, you talked
ο
about
Σέτι και ο Γκάμι.
that thousands of dollars, still a huge life-changing
ξέρω καν γιατί
amount
παίζουν το
of
game
money
αυτή τη στιγμή,
to be
δηλαδή.
fought for from our competitors still in the game right now, and that fight's coming down. And in
Ας πούμε
Vortex
αυτό το
trying to
game
take
είναι
the high
irrelevant.
ground away from Joe and Z, Andy. Both players have been playing out of their minds, but you talked about that top spot. Joe and Ziandy are just right there as well. Down low, they want to try to clean this one out. And you can see our champions still, they don't want to just take part. They want to take over. They want to cement their legacy. And it looks like just winning isn't enough with Joe and Ziandy. This fight is going to continue. 86 players alive. Everybody is getting more and more busy, more and more proactive, because they realize how much money is still on the line, and with the first place team going down and getting overtaken overall, it's going to be a huge moment for a lot of players here today.
Such a big chance now for Joe and Ziandy to continue to see what they have. Behead puts the numbers on the mark, and he gets taken down first. Ziandy with a great elimination there. And all of a sudden, Ziandy and Joe are the kings of the Flutter Barn. They should be able to finish this one up right now. Attack away, Vortex gets tagged for 26. Nicely done there. Here comes the edits. All they gotta do is coast, right? This is still a big moment here. Vortex is in 5th place. If they go down now, that's it. Joe and Ziandy have room to start jumping back into a top 10 as well.
Yeah, you talked about it. You talked about one being in 5th place. You got Joe and Ziandy in about 14th place to start this game off, but Lucy and Joe still having to want to have a great performance as well. But you can see they're just looking in the distance, trying to see if this ball is not finally going to go ahead and get in. Checking their angles. They're still wanting to go ahead and change their lives with the amount of money that's still up for grabs. Thomas HD and Triprin battling for 3rd place against Scented and Cold. They still have an opportunity at some money.
Thomas HD, Triprin working their way around right now, really looking around. And just one more time, the standing shows you what is on the line here for our competitors. Thomas HD, Chrome Jam Junction, what are they doing here? What will they do? King and Ed are also just lurking about.
Towards the low ground, you got Brazil versus EU. High ground, you got EU as well. Thomas and Triprin just trying to wait for that perfect moment. They could have taken the shots on the King long ago, but they're just waiting and biding their time to try to go ahead and take out the same player at the same time, but it looks like they're baiting that opportunity. If any of them comes up to the top of that building and tries to take that balloon as an exit out, just hovering over them, surveying. Patience is a virtue for Thomas HD and Triprin. That battle for 3rd could come down to a moment like this. You bite off more than you can chew. You go down early. You lose out on that opportunity, and you got Muzz, Alice, both of them getting a little bit more active in this game. And overall, game number 12 is going to be a menace.
And they're still lurking about here, looking for anything. Meanwhile, the rotates are going through. Let's jump on back over to Joe and Ziandy right now, who are trying to close out this duo, but no, they don't manage to find it. Somehow, Vortex is just enough. And you know what? That gives him a chance. He has a chance at still holding on to 5th place. 6th is down. 7th is down. Smite and Larson did not do it.
That's unfortunate. The only teams right on the cusp as well is team from Brazil, Kitos and BH Zin. They still have a chance to jump up. Some big placements as well. I'm looking at them, about 221 points. Hen and Vortex, you talk about them sitting in 5th place, 239 points. So it's still within grasp. Scammy said he's just feeling it from all over the lobby. They already know they won, but they don't want to just stop playing just because of that. They want to get as many points as possible. They want to open that gap wide open, so that way when that legacy is cemented at the end of game number 12, they can say, we just dominated everyone in the world of Fortnite.
Let's game in after bro. Let's game in.
Things are gonna settle here. The dust settles for Scented and Cold. They have the elim that they need to go ahead and step their way closer and closer to that prestigious 2nd here.
Pablo, όμως θέλει λεφτά αυτό που λες, bro. Άμα με θες εμένα στο OnlyFans να δίνω πόνο.
That will probably come off the backs of a super high placing game. So there's a massive uphill battle that they still will have to perform. Tripper and Thomas HD are looking to catch up to Cold and Scented. That's their task here.
See the high ground right now. They're trying to take the shots. They see somebody trying to fly through the sky using the rift, and that might be a decision they might regret, because you have 2 of the most accurate players aiming at you to take you down. Vortex is going to be that lone player alive, and it almost makes you wonder if he has that reason card, he could make magic happen, but it all depends. And that's a big if, and you can kind of see it spotted out. He's trying to go to the slower side of the zone, or the slower side he thinks that would be.
And this is a good move for him to go ahead and just keep a low key. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Jamper are like, hey, we got a lot of zone here in front of us. What do we want to do about it? They go ahead and double on back. They get themselves 2 eliminations there, possibly onto Pink and Anas there on the outskirts of the zone. This is a fight that's been raging on. Pink and Anas officially lose the opportunity to break towards top 10. They were getting so close, and unfortunately now, of course, fall short. What's crazy about Seti and Cammy now, they have 2 options here. Ruin this lobby, take everyone's chances, and play because they have nothing to lose at this point.
Great reboot coming out from Vortex and Hen. 5th place right now, trying to squeeze themselves in and past Thomas HD and Triprin. But it's going to come and be needed for them to have a fantastic game if that's going to be the case. But for them, it's just holding on to that 5th place spot. If they spot out Vico, trying to take some height immediately, target him and trying to take him down. But when it comes to the HP, they have none. They have no ability to try to regain it. Vortex under pressure. Moraine is trying to go ahead and end one. And Vortex, the high ground is going to be fought for. Not going to have any success there. Quickly builds towards his backside so he can't get knocked down. But Hen does. There it goes. Vortex back to the lobby. Vico and Moraine are going to stand tall.
What a big moment for them. If only they could have done that in game number 9, where they were taken out and they lost all that momentum. They were just quite literally moments away from maintaining, but Vigo and Moraine now have a real chance to also continue to march their way on up to top 10. The points are so close as you start to see who was eliminated. 6, 7 down and out. P8 and Kitos have an exceptional opportunity to represent for their entire region here.
They can steal away. Look
I can hear them from here.
5 points for 7th place, 14 for 16. This is literally within reach. They can make the run of a lifetime and put Brazil on the map when it comes to Fortnite.
You have to respect the entire Brazilian region.
They won't go down. They won't be denied.
They are just so good. They have stepped up. They have performed. They have given us such a show. Cloud and Redguard now though have to play defensive here. For the first time we've seen a far northeast zone like this, so this is going to get very dicey for most of the lobby. If you were, and I hate to say it, Vino and Queasy, you would have quite literally had the zone here.
Business as usual when it comes to Candy. Staying as far back into zone. They make sure they got all the Storm Surge they need. They started the game off, taking down Queasy and Vino. So this is just all bonus at this point. Not wanting to let that team below them survive because like we talked about, they have nothing to lose at this point. Janice and Fadil have everything to gain, as it does look like they're finally going to try to get out. Thomas HD goes down to Alice. Triprin and Thomas got their game on the run, but Cammy goes down to Janice. Oh, back to back. That's going to be huge for Janice and Fadil, taking out your FNCS Invitational champions. So now with first place going down, it's going to be all about the money for everybody else left in the lobby.
That is what's on the line here. Tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars is still at play. Don't forget, everyone here was invited for the chance at, of course, the trophy, but the money too. There's so much to fight for, and the respect of the region, which we already know so many have earned throughout the course of this week, and that's what these shows are all about. Putting new names and new faces on the map as they put in all that hard work while I'm sleeping, trust me.
Moraine's going to take down Fadil, so it looks like Vico went down as well early on. I did see that one, so it's going to be Janice versus Moraine that far back in zone. And honestly, that's just a few placement points between the both of them. You really want to try to survive there. Finally goes down. Joe FN is going to get the spoils of that one, even though he doesn't get credit for the elimination overall. Just trying to survive, biding his time as that solo. For him, everything comes down to this because he's only a few points away from third
Yeah,
place.
games.
Let's watch that one more time. Your FNCS Invitational champions fall here to the hands of Jonas and Vadil. With a beautiful tag. He just opens things up for himself and he makes it look easy. And then the guts on that kid to go all the way up. Camion said he know better than to fall like that. But it is what it is. You can't be perfect all the time.
Αν sending the winner ήταν crazy.
Found a ref scar. They got themselves a great spot in the center of the zone to where there's very few players around. And when it comes to this zone, it pulls yet again to the northeast. This one's going to be a struggle from everybody on the southwest part of the zone to try to find their way in. There's 30 duos left alive. And for Joe and Zian, 1,500 above the damage threshold, hunting down yet another team in Belusi and Hydro. For them, it's all about the Benjamins. They want to continue to rack up that points. Breaking through the box, Joe and Zian getting yet another angle. They know they have one player weak. They know he's at least going to try to heal him now. As they go ahead and let that player and team try to stabilize, they're going to use that as a way to go around them and in front of them to the zone and try to hold them out of it.
See if they can continue to do just
how about you get out of the ring now? You get out of here. Come here. No, you
themselves so much more this weekend. But of course, there's a big task. See the names starting to house up here. Know what they have to do too. King and Ed are just housed up nearby. That would be the wrong move.
Come on, pussy ass.
I'll tell you right now.
Kind of box I would want to enter as Cold and Scented have one elimination so far. Not having to worry about Storm Surge until now, but they know there's at least one team behind them. Gathering that information, trying to figure out what that plan
Nobody
is
likes
going to be.
You're embarrassing. You're a fat, miserable old man.
Waiting for that next zone, which can come in just a few seconds, and let's see who's going to get that reward. It's actually going to be a good portion of the lobby. This is actually a good zone for everybody here to try to make it way in.
Δεν παίρνουν και πολλά, bro. Αξέρεις, δεν παίρνουν και πάρα πολλά.
This north side is starting to become very contentious here. Muzz and Looter walking up, tripping and
Βλέπεις μαλάκα τον Jake Paul που πήγε στο fight του Tyson Fury.
Right, a real problem. There's a little too many players on their heels here, and he doesn't want to go first. It's Eye Drop Savage just snacking fouls up there. Here's Kitos, here's P.A. Zin, looking to put up the numbers here. He still has 0 eliminations, but the lobby is thinning out, and it all makes sense. Look at this zone. This is as far to the corner as you can quite literally imagine for a final game.
For them, they just got to make it just a few more teams to stay alive, and they're going to start getting those cascading placement points. And you said it yourself, first and second place going down. You got 5th, 6th, and 7th. The teams directly in front of them, already back to the lobby, watching, hoping, praying somebody takes down the shining stars from Brazil. Basically cement Scented and Gold with a minimum of 3rd place, but Vino and Queasy are already down.
That is true, and now things are completely available for PH Zin, Kitos, Command, Avery, Cloud, Ruffstar, Josie, Andy. All of these players have a real opportunity to
Καμία ανακοίνωση να ξέρεις, άμα δεν έχει καμία ανακοίνωση, θα πάω σε $4 ανοίγω πάλι στην πρώτη.
In one of the most competitive competitions we have seen to date,
an
invitational setting of some of the best players in the world on one stage for 2 days of competition. A top 5 here would be phenomenal to seal.
A huge success for a lot of these players, even to make it to this point, getting into that top 5. Gotta be feel so amazing as Clicks goes down to Hydro. Duke is down as well. They both get sent back to the lobby. Belusi and Hydro getting very, very active. A lot of our EU players still left with a chance into this one. Try to take that chance and run with it.
Let's see it play out. Joe and Ziandi have the high ground now. And there it is. They have managed to earn themselves just enough points to go ahead and break into that top 10. The glass ceiling has been lifted for PH Zin and Kitos. They find 2 more. We blinked and we might have missed it. Lucky for us, we get to go back into the replays to get caught up. How did it end for Duke and Clicks? They had Belusi and Hijo dive into the box, and that's how it ends. But you know what? A round of applause for them. They did get a win today. Clicks and Duke did put up a huge win in Game 11. That was such a performance.
Hey, not many people can say they got a victory royale on an international stage, especially when you got Seti and Cammy taking 4 of them by themselves.
I was gonna say, you know why? It's because they're all up top between first and second place. Here's Cold and Scented. How many points can they earn here?
It's actually doable for them if they start picking up some eliminations. They don't even need to be greedy and get all the eliminations.
Well, remember, there's like 30 just for winning.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
the second place is within reach for them. I think if Vino and Queasy knew that and they knew the zone that they would get, maybe they would have thought twice, but that was the most exciting start to any game I have ever seen. As Yuumi, he goes down. Rapid is down as well. Cool has a chance to probably get Yuumi back into this one because he was just knocked off together. But Yuumi's on the other side along with Yusri trying to finish that one up. They not only want that elimination, they want the loot to keep themselves going to the rest of this game as Acorn and Edgy in a very, very similar position. But luckily for them, they're not forced with their back up against the wall. Their game plan is smooth. They get that early game surge, so that way they only have to worry about rotation after rotation. And with that launch pad in hand, if they get that far pull, that is going to be their next plan.
Let's go. Acorn and Edgy have a chance here to represent for NA. Refsguard and Clown are one of the teams that would have to get pushed and toppled over, who is currently holding and tied for 7th or for 9th with Commandment, who's just right there as well. So it's all or nothing. King and Ed are going for height. King and Ed want to win. They want to get at least a game 2. Can they do it for the last game of the evening here in Raleigh, North Carolina, here at the FNCS Invitational? King and
They have high ground, they have front side of zone. Anybody launch padding, trying to get past them, is going to feel the pain, and that includes the same region. Fizen and Keto's flying high to the sky. He immediately becomes the target. Shield just getting ripped off of him, but he found himself a little bit of an oasis and a moment to breathe.
Scented looks like he fell off the build there. Cold's by himself now. Down goes Cold. That second place dream is out of the question. They will now be cemented at 3rd. As the only teams who can jump up now, PHZin and Ketos, still have a chance to fight for 5th. They have to do a little bit more and put Brazil on the map, but King is being contested. He's gonna crank his way out of there, but the shots are coming in. He gets tagged one time. It's Kanata on the other side of the wall there, putting big pressure in.
Trying to figure out a way is Ed gonna go ahead and lead the charge, allowing King to try to stabilize the air in that moment. He's gonna be the person that IGLs his way through and through, but Zone pulls back the next way. He immediately has to go back the way he came. Luckily for him, he does have enough resources. He has a great layer not to get stuck in the chaos that is below, but Joe and Zandy, it's their turn. With Vino and Queasy out of the game, they have a chance to hold on to the height and take the game with 7 eliminations.
Who will win the last game of the FNCS Invitational here? PHZin has lost Ketos on this very dangerous rotate. He will have to use both the chunk splashes here to heal up. KBR is by himself too. He has to save King or Azine here. Meanwhile, in the distance, King gets thirsted by Acorn. He's out of the game.
Fizen's trying to do what he can. Chili chunk splash yet again. Trying to use that speed boost, but the high ground's gonna be fought for. Kanata and Macwood, they don't want to go without a victory, but they get chopped down, sent back to the lobby. Joe and Zandy with their 7 elimination are poised to try to take the top spot, but with no resources to try to regenerate any shield or health, it could look dangerous, just like Malibuka and Mustache, wasting no time, getting into the box of Runa and sending it right back to the lobby as well.
The PHZin is still here, and he is pushed off Miro. He says, turn around and get away if you don't want to be taken out just here. And take a look. Now he's looking around. He finds Alice. Oh no, that's Alice on the other side of the wall and threats the Japanese and American duo. The combination brought together here for this very special event. But PHZin, cold as ever. Look at the focus on his face here. He is waiting to land this shot. There it is. We knew he would hit it. If you let him, he gets the thirst. Works his way through the build. Such a good play there, but he has no time to waste. Down he goes. A layer change here. It's all or nothing to the low ground now. That's a fresh build. That's an enemy. He doesn't want to
Böyle
be
bir
there.
defensiyiz. Bu
Best
FS'in
player
Peter
right now when
Bob'un
it comes to
defensine.
taking the top positions away from those players that were eliminated early on, but high ground goes over to Acorn and Edgy. It's their chance to secure themselves a victory royale in an international stage. They have 13 splashes. They have more than enough ammunition between the both to put down pressure and not let it stop. But one of the big teams, the big names, Malabuka and Mustache, are standing in their way, trying to make sure Threats doesn't have a chance to survive. That's 2 more elimination points, plus the placement points that they could garner here as they enter into the top 6.
And they have a combined of about 15 chug splashes or so. They have so many heals they can top off at any time. Zeke gets brought down after being saved by KBR. And now, Malabuka and Mustache earn themselves more. This might be the most elims, and no! KBR falls there to the hands of U3, but now it's all up to Malabuka and Mustache down on the low ground. Robob's in between. Acorn and Edgy have a chance here to take a win, but they have to stop the W Keyers of EU, Mustache and Malabuka.
That's an insane amount of splashes between the 2 duos left alive. Robob trying to put a wrench into the mix, but this comes down to a 2v2 EU versus NAEs, and both of these teams have all the resources in the world to make this one go forever. So it's about thinking outside of the box, making the move that matters most as Acorn gets tagged up. Has to find some height to re-heal. And they're both out of builds. Both of these teams are out of builds. This fight is going to come down to this. As Edgy gets jumped down. He gets dropped. Malabuka and Mustache trying to take game number 12 away from NA East. And it's down to Acorn, the last member. We talked about his splashes. This one's going to come down to a heal off. Does he have enough to take the game? Menmis coming out. 5 more splashes. He has so much time left in zone, but Malabuka and Mustache, they have splashes of their own. Acorn trying to put down the shots to try to minimize the effectiveness of it. They're still in zone. It looks like Acorn has run out of opportunity. He goes down. Malabuka and Mustache take game number 12.
And just like that, the 12 games are over. But your champions of the FNCS Invitational are Seti and Kame! Congratulations!
With 4 victory royales in this global competition.
Seti que Kame
They
Nikites.
didn't change up their strategy too much throughout 12 different games. It didn't matter who VOD reviewed them, because you could have that blueprint, but if you don't know how to execute, it's gonna be all over. And give it up one more time for your FNCS Invitational champions, Seti and Kame!
Congratulations! They have done it! An incredible weekend, an incredible opportunity, and they did not miss a beat. This entire room is on their feet, and they deserve every ounce of support here, because these are 2 of the hardest workers we have ever seen, 2 of the hardest players in this space. And you know what? Becoming legends must be so proud. Congrats, Reno.
They became legends for sure. On the grandest stage of them all, emotion, passion running wild. Let's throw it to Adam so we can get inside the minds of our champions.
Thank you very much, Kame and Seti! Wow, 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 wow. What an incredible display this weekend. Before we go any further, we must ask, how are you feeling being FNCS Invitational champions?
Very good. I have no words. We both worked so hard for this, and it's just an amazing moment.
It's amazing. Like, I waited for it so much.
All right, Cammy, you see Queasy Vino dropping on you. Your teammate goes down. It's a 1v1. What's going through your mind?
Like, I just wanted to eliminate him, and as quick as I can. I don't know, because I was thinking that he's low, but I think he missed 1 shotgun shot, so that's why I killed him.
Seti, I mean, you go down, it's just your teammate, and this is what makes the difference to win. What are you thinking?
I don't know. I believed in him for like till the end, and he's just an amazing player, and I knew that he's gonna win, and it's just amazing.
You seem incredibly emotional. How does it? I mean, all these people here, these lovely people, we're here to celebrate you guys. It's been not just the last game where we saw the most incredible events, the last 2 days, 4 victory royales, consistency all round, incredible Fortnite for the both of you. I mean, this has been something very, very special.
Yeah.
Elaborate. What have been the most special parts of this? What is it about your teamwork that's really stuck out, which separates you from the rest of the world here at Invitational?
I think it's because we play with each other for the past few years, so we have the chemistry of like gods, and that's it.
Obviously, we could tell the chemistry there, and I feel like there's a lot of chemistry in the audience right now. Is there anything that you want to say to your fans, family, friends, everyone watching around the world?
I want to thank everyone watching from Poland. Polska Górą.
Polska Górą! And anything else, Seti, you'd like to share with the world?
Yeah, I just want to thank all to like every fan, my parents, my girlfriend, and all the BL boys. Thank you so much.
Amazing stuff. We're going to ask you to lift your trophy one last time. Give it up for your FNCS Invitational 2022 champions, Cammy and City! That was awesome.
Announcement.
Once again, massive congratulations to Cammy and to Seti from one in-person event to another. These guys are racking up accolades like they are eliminations, like they are POIs, like they are notches on the belt. It's nothing to them.
This is Fortnite. This is in-person events. This is FNCS, and I couldn't be more happy for Cammy and Seti. They are some of the hardest workers on the European region, constantly putting in the grind, scrims, zone wars, you name it. They are grinding it, and oh boy, I couldn't be more happy for them.
What a ride. What a ride. 12 games of 4 victory royales, right? We were coming into this event expecting them to play one style. They show us both the amount of preparation that for sure went into this. Look at it. They are holding that right there because of that hard work.
My absolute favorite part, though, aside from that game 12 closer, is just the competitive shock that kind of, you realize it. It's almost like it's still taking time to set in for Cammy and Seti that they are, in fact, the FNCS Invitational champions. And I don't blame them, because when they just kept grinding back to back to back, cranking out all of these games and just never once wavering, it is just so much pressure, and yet they still overcame every single instance of it.
We have an opportunity here to just relive this moment that will, I'm telling you, will go down in Fortnite history.
100%.
We begin the final game of the tournament with these duos tied neck and neck, only leading by 12 points. For Vino and Queasy, they decide, what do? Do we play out a 25-minute long game? Do we hope that the RNGs are in our favor? Do we hope that we have the surge? No, let's take the fight to them at their POI, at their front door.
Huge respect for Vino and Queasy. It takes some courage to land on first place team and do it in that fashion. They knew that was what it had to be. We know Cammy and Seti, they're so effective in that end game. They knew that they weren't going to go down early, especially looking at their surge. But huge props to Vino and Queasy. They've been one of the most exciting teams to watch. High ground, mid ground, they've dominated it all.
Queasy and Vino definitely earned the respect of the Fortnite community. You could already see it on socials. Everybody's like, wow, respect for that. I mean, from season to season, we have seen this exact same situation. There's a leader, and second place is close behind. I have raised this question multiple times, and every single time everybody turns me down. Do they go and land on the team in second place, or right now, vice versa? And everybody's like, no, and it never happens. Queasy and Vino here to change the script, and they try to pull it off in good fashion.
And it's the amount of jitters that goes into these sorts of instances. You can just read the hesitation that was running through both Cammy and Vino's minds in this moment. Vino undecided, do I build, do I rush, do I wait? And unfortunately, like Cammy, and I believe Cammy was the one who mentioned it directly, that it was an unfortunate missed shot there from Vino at the end. But at the same time, I am so glad that they delivered us a finale like that.
Yeah, and we can, of course, like, shout outs to Queasy and Vino. You guys came second place. That is nothing short of amazing. You know, please keep your heads held high because you came in second place against 6 other regions, against your own region. That is a testament to their skill set. Of course, we can't deny, though, Cami Seti, a massive W for them, for this duo. This is what we love to see, but also when we consider the other duos here, PH, Zin, and Kitos. Vamos, Brazil! They had this opportunity. You guys are the MVP of the audience. Take a look at your standings for PH, Zin, and Kitos to climb in a situation where they start all the way in 8th place to watch everyone else around them fall. They say, look, we can make it. Top 5, it's within our grasp, and they do it.
So many people would have counted this duo out. So many would have looked at them and thought, you know what, they're not capable, but they have. They've done it. I was watching some of their VODs going into this. They look strong. They look like a team that's willing to be aggressive, to take this whole tournament by storm, and they have. Look at that 5th place for PHC and Kitos. They have been some of the most, or the least expected duo to pop off, but they absolutely deserve it.
100%. I loved watching those final moments. I saw 2 duos go down. I was like, wait, they only needed, I think, 3 points to jump up, and sure enough, they do jump into that 5th place spot. So congratulations to PHN and Kitos, top 5 at an international event.
Just a great way to represent your region, and I also loved how well maintained the mindset was there from PH Zin in those final instances, because he was a solo for the latter duration of Game 12, and yet he still managed to stay alive just long enough. He knew that it was within his reach to jump up into that 5th place position, and so just a huge congratulations to him as well to secure it.
If you had asked me, Zeke, how is this event going to go? In fact, what Ghost Blake, a player we interviewed, asked me, who do you think is going to win? I said Queasy Vino, of course. I never would have imagined that this would have all gone down the way it did, that it all culminated in a Game 12. Let's just land right out the beginning and take it all. And for take a look at the prize money, $200,000 going to them. And I want to even look back at PH and Kitos, right? So going up from 8th to 5th, that's a 30K difference.
It's a huge difference, and that's ultimately what this is all about, right? Those extra placements, those extra points that were being squeezed out of that last game made all of the difference, and that's what this is all about. This is what these final moments are about, and of course, this duo popping off.
You know, I mean, if we're on the Brazilian train, we have to also look at Zeet and KBR, who are also in top 10. Brazil.
Sorry, chat, δεν μπορώ να κάτσω να γράψω εδώ. Άμα κάνει κανένα announcement θα τα πούμε. Λοιπόν, τα φιλάκια, τα φιλιά μου chat. Γιατί δεν το Fortnite, δεν μπορώ άλλο. Good night.